The sea made its own weather, and White Harbor lived at its mercy. The wind came off the water sharp and wet, pricking Jon's cheeks and tugging at the edges of his cloak as if trying to peel him open for all the world to see. Wyman Manderly moved through it as though the cold were an insult too small to take seriously. His great bulk wrapped in sea-green wool, his hands tucked into fur-lined mitts. Men bowed as they passed. Dockmasters, shipwrights, merchants with ink-stained fingers and smug little smiles, each offering a greeting, a complaint, a bargain, a favor owed. "Listen," Wyman said, not loudly, but with the easy authority of a man who never needed to raise his voice to be obeyed. "Listen with your eyes too. Port is a mouth, boy. It eats coin and spits out war." His gaze slid over a row of ships rocking at anchor. "That one brings timber from the Bight. That one carries grain from the rills. That one." He nodded toward a sleek vessel with a higher prow and cleaner lines, its crew moving like men drilled hard. "That one belongs to a man who swears he's only a trader, yet he keeps too many swords aboard for a trader." Jon followed the line of Wyman's gaze. The crew did look different. Less laughing, less loose, eyes always flicking. Jon's stomach tightened. "Smugglers?" he asked. "Or spies?" Wyman said mildly. "Often the difference is only which lord pays them." He leaned closer, breath smelling faintly of spiced wine. "And in times like these, every lord pays." A boy ran past, nearly colliding with Jon, carrying a bundle of rope twice his size. Jon caught the boy by the shoulder to steady him. The boy looked up, startled, then blinked at Jon's face. "You're the Stark bastard," the boy blurted, as if naming a thing made it safe. He ran off before Jon could answer, boots splashing through slush. Wyman chuckled. "They talk," he said, unfazed. "Let them talk. A name on the wind tells you where the wind is going." A shout rose near a stack of crates. Two men were in each other's faces, one thick-armed and red-nosed with a sailor's braid, the other wearing a merchant's fine gloves and a fur collar too clean for the docks. A ring of onlookers tightened around them with the hungry attention of people who'd seen little entertainment lately besides storms. "He stole from me," the merchant barked, jabbing a finger. "My copper. 2 full moons of it. I saw him by my ledger. I wouldn't steal your piss, let alone your copper." The sailor snarled and lunged as if to headbutt him. Guards pushed forward to separate them, but Wyman lifted a hand. The guards halted, obedient as hounds. Wyman looked at Jon sidelong. "Go on," Wyman said softly. "You've listened. Now speak. Tell me what you see." Jon's mouth went dry. The men stared at him, some curious, some amused, some hostile. Jon had been watched like this before, but as a bastard it had been a kind of cruelty. Here it felt like an expectation, like a test disguised as chance. He stepped forward, boots squelching in slush. "What's your name?" he asked the sailor. The sailor spat to the side. "Hob," he said. "Hob the Hook, they call me." "And yours?" Jon asked the merchant. "Garin," the man said stiffly. "Garin Rook. I have papers. I have witnesses." "Aye. How much copper?" Jon asked. 2 full moons." Garin snapped. 2 months. Jon turned slightly, scanning the faces around them. Dockmen, fishermen, a shipwright with tar on his hands, a woman with a basket of shellfish. "Who saw him by the ledger?" Jon asked. Garin hesitated. "My clerk did." "My!" A thin boy near the merchant's elbow shifted, eyes darting. Jon's gaze pinned him. "You?" Jon asked. The boy swallowed hard. I saw him near the table," he said, voice small. "Near," Hob scoffed. "Near isn't stealing." Jon's eyes stayed on the boy. "Did you see him take copper?" Jon asked. The boy's face went red. He glanced at Garin, then down. "No," he admitted, barely audible. "I only saw him near." A ripple went through the crowd, soft laughter, murmurs. Garin's face tightened with anger. Jon turned to Hob. "Were you near the ledger?" he asked. Hob's jaw worked. He said reluctantly. I asked the clerk about my pay. They've been shorting us on the last run. I wanted it straight. Jon nodded. So you were near, he said. He turned back to Garen. Do you have proof? Garen sputtered. The copper is gone. That's proof enough. Jon looked down at the crates. They were marked with the merchant seal, black rook on white. One crate sat slightly apart, its lid not fully nailed. Jon stepped toward it and set his gloved hand on the wood. It shifted more easily than it should. He pried it open just enough to see inside. Dried fish. And beneath it, wrapped in oilcloth, a small pouch. Jon lifted the pouch and loosened the tie. Copper coins spilled into his palm, dull and heavy. The crowd went still. Garen's eyes widened, then narrowed. That's mine, he said quickly. He must have hidden it. Jon looked at him. It was under your seal, Jon said. In your crate. Garen's throat bobbed. Someone else could have. Hob let out a harsh bark of laughter. He said. Someone else. Like you weasel. Garen's face twisted. You bastard. Wyman's guard stepped forward, hands on hilts, but Jon lifted his hand. He had not known he could command like that. It came from somewhere deeper than habit, as if the heir remembered a different name for him. Enough, Jon said, and his voice cut the argument clean. He looked at Garen. If you accuse a man of theft, bring proof, he said, or you'll answer for the trouble you cause. He turned to Hob. And if your pay is being shorted, take it to the dockmaster and to Lord Manderly. Don't settle it with fists. Hob glared, then nodded once, grudging. Garen's mouth opened, closed. He looked at Wyman, seeking rescue. Wyman smiled, but it was not kind. Garen Rook, he said pleasantly. I'll repay the dockworkers you delayed, and you will donate that copper to the Widow's Walk besides. I've heard the sisters need it. His smile widened. Unless you'd prefer the Wolf's Den? Garen's face went pale. No, he said quickly. No, my lord. Wyman waved him away. The merchant stumbled off, shoulders hunched. The crowd dispersed with murmurs and small smiles, satisfied to have seen a man's pride broken. Wyman leaned closer to Jon, voice low enough that only Jon could hear. Good, he murmured. You watched before you swung. You listened before you judged. Most boys your age would have tried to prove themselves by shouting. His eyes glittered. Remember that. Men love a loud lord until the loud lord's mistakes are their graves. Jon's heart hammered, but he forced himself to nod calmly, as if he belonged here, as if he had not been holding his breath the whole time. Wendell Manderly, broad-shouldered, younger than Wyman but still a grown man, cheeks red from wind, grinned at Jon. Not bad, Snow, he said. You made the rook eat his own feathers. Jon managed a faint smile. It seemed obvious, he said. Wendell laughed. Nothing is obvious when coin's involved, he said. That's what father says, anyway. Wyman's gaze slid toward the sleek ship again, the one with too many swords. His smile remained, but Jon saw the wariness beneath it, the calculation. Come, Wyman said. We've seen enough of honest theft for one morning. Now I'll show you the less honest kind. Jon followed, boots crunching on ice, mind racing. The sea wind stung his eyes and made them water. He told himself it was only the cold. King's Landing hit Eddard Stark like a fist. The smell came first, a sour mash of sweat and smoke and horse dung, a fish left too long in the sun and cheap wine spilled in alleys. Winterfell smelled of stone and pine, of clean snow and hearth fire. King's Landing smelled like 1,000 men living too close together and pretending it was civilization. Robert rode ahead, laughing, shouting at vendors, waving at whores leaning out of windows. The crowds roared his name with a hunger that made Eddard uneasy. Love like that was fickle, could turn to hate with the change of a wind. Eddard kept his eyes forward, but he saw everything. Gold cloaks shoving children aside. A man missing an ear, his cheek scarred, staring at the king with a bitterness that did not bow. a woman holding a thin baby up as if the sight of it might earn her a coin. Men in fine cloaks stepping over beggars as if they were puddles. The red keep rose above it all, red stone catching the weak winter sun like dried blood. When they rode through the gates, Eddard felt the weight of old history settle onto his shoulders. Aerys' screams in the throne room, the smell of burning flesh, the memory of Jaime Lannister standing over the Mad King with a sword in his hand. Jaime was there again now, white cloak pristine, golden hair bright, smile easy. Cersei stood beside him, her beauty sharp as a blade. Joffrey lingered near her, watching Eddard with pale eyes that held no warmth. The other children stood near, Myrcella quiet, Tommen fidgeting. Eddard's mind flicked to the Stark children he'd left behind, and to the one he had sent away. Jon, he thought, and his throat tightened. Safe, he prayed. Be safe. Robert clapped Eddard on the shoulder hard enough to rattle his bones. Home, Robert declared, grinning like a boy. Gods, Ned, isn't she a sight? Eddard forced a polite nod. Aye, he said, and tasted ash. The small council chamber was warm, but the warmth did not comfort. Men sat around a table carved with maps. They rose as Robert entered, murmuring greetings and bows. Eddard recognized them from memory and rumor alike. Varys, in pale silk, smile soft as a pillow, eyes bright and unreadable. Littlefinger, Peter Baelish, leaning back with casual ease, as if the realm were his toy. Grand Maester Pycelle, old and trembling, chains heavy on his chest. Ser Barristan Selmy, standing straight and silent, white cloak falling like snow. Renly Baratheon, younger than Robert by many years, handsome as a painted prince, smirking as though the whole thing amused him. Here, Robert boomed, is my hand. He gestured to Eddard. Eddard Stark, the only man in the Seven Kingdoms who ever had the courage to tell me I was being a fool. Renly chuckled softly. Littlefinger's eyes flicked over Eddard like a man assessing a new piece on a board. Varys smiled wider. Eddard bowed stiffly. Your Grace, he said. Robert flopped into a chair, already reaching for wine. Sit, he commanded, then frowned at Eddard's expression. Oh, don't look at me like that. You'll get your fill of grimness soon enough. There's work. He waved a hand. Aaron's dead. The realm's in debt. The Lannisters think they own me. My brothers are useless. And the Targaryen girl across the sea. His face twisted. She's been wed to a Dothraki horse lord. Eddard's jaw tightened. Daenerys Targaryen is a child, he said, keeping his voice steady. Robert snorted. A child with a claim, he snapped. A child with a name that makes fools dream of dragons. His gaze hardened. We will not have another rebellion. We will not have another Trident. We will not have another Targaryen. The words struck Eddard like a hammer. He saw Lynna's face in stone. He saw Jon's face in torchlight. He felt the secret pressing at his ribs like a caged thing. Varys spoke softly, voice smooth. The matter across the narrow sea is delicate, he said. There are whispers in Pentos and Myr, whispers that the exiled princess is with child already. Robert's hand tightened around his cup. Then we strike, he growled, quietly, before the child's born, before the world remembers dragons. Eddard's stomach churned. You would murder a pregnant girl, he said, and the words came out colder than he intended. Robert's eyes flashed. I would protect my realm, he snapped. I would protect my sons. Eddard looked at Joffrey in his mind. Cold eyes, cruel mouth, and felt a sick twist. Protect your sons. He thought of Jon again, the son Robert would kill if he knew. Littlefinger smiled faintly. A small knife can prevent a large war, he said lazily, as if discussing trimming a hedge. Eddard's gaze snapped to him. A small knife can start one too, he said. Varys' smile did not change, but his eyes sharpened. As the hand says, he murmured, knives are unpredictable. The council moved on to coin, to ports, to disputes in the Reach, to the petty squabbles of lords who thought their grievances were the realm. Eddard listened, jaw tight, taking it in. He felt like a man standing in a room full of smoke, trying to see which corner hid the fire. When the meeting ended, Varys drifted closer, Silk whispering. "Lord Stark," he said softly. "How lovely to see a wolf in the capital again." Eddard stared at him. "What do you want?" he asked bluntly. Varys pressed a hand to his chest as if wounded. "Want?" he echoed. "Only the good of the realm." His smile softened. "And perhaps peace for children who did not choose the sins of their fathers." Eddard's blood went cold. He forced his face to remain stone. "Children are not safe here," he said carefully. Varys's eyes gleamed. "No," he agreed quietly. "They are not." He leaned in slightly. "So we must all be very careful with our secrets." Eddard held Varys's gaze for a long heartbeat, then turned away without answering. His pulse hammered in his throat. The city was already closing around him like a fist. If Winterfell was a fortress, White Harbor was a machine. Wyman Manderly showed Jon the gears of it with the pride of a man displaying a favorite blade. They walked along the shipyards where men worked with hammers and saws, shaping timber into keels and ribs. Tar steamed in black pots. The smell of it mixed with salt and sawdust until Jon felt it lodged in his clothes. "This," Wyman said, gesturing at a half-built galley, "is power that floats." His thick finger traced the curve of the hull. "A lord with ships can move men faster than ravens can carry lies. He can feed his people when winter bites. He can strike where his enemies are not looking." Wyman's smile widened. "And if the day comes when banners rise, ships carry banners too." Wendell Manderly leaned on the rail beside Jon, grinning as if the thought of war were a story he wanted to hear. "Father likes to talk," he said to Jon under his breath. "But he's right. The sea makes lords honest. If you can't pay your sailors, they throw you overboard." Jon's mouth twitched faintly. "That sounds merciful," he said. Wendell laughed. "Mercy's rare," he said, then pointed. "Look, there's the dockmaster, the one with the missing fingers. He can count coin faster than you can blink." The dockmaster approached, bowing stiffly to Wyman, then glancing at Jon with curious eyes. He unrolled a ledger and began speaking of timber costs, of sails, of iron nails, of the price of rope. The numbers came like arrows. Jon listened, forcing his mind to hold them. In Winterfell, coin was something handled by stewards and maesters. Here, coin was blood. Wyman watched Jon as he listened. "Can you tell me," Wyman asked casually, "which of these costs you would cut first in a hard winter?" Jon hesitated. Cutting costs sounded like cutting flesh. "I'd cut ornament," he said slowly. "Not what keeps the ship afloat." Wyman's eyes gleamed. "Good," he said. "Many lords cut what's unseen first. They cut rope quality. They cut nails. Then their ships break in storms and they blame the gods." He leaned closer. "A ruler must know which corners can be shaved and which corners hold the world up." Jon nodded, trying to keep the lesson. As they spoke, Jon's gaze drifted over the crowd below. Shipwrights, sailors, merchants. Faces blurred together, but one face did not. A man in a hooded cloak standing near a stack of barrels, watching them. The man's posture was too still, too deliberate. When Jon's eyes met his, the man turned away too quickly. Jon's hand moved instinctively toward his sword hilt. Wyman noticed. His eyes flicked down, then out, following Jon's gaze. For a moment, the Lord's jovial mask slipped, replaced by something colder. "Wendell," Wyman said softly. Wendell's grin faded. He said, and moved without further word, descending the steps with 2 guards at his heels, blending into the crowd as if he were just another man on the docks. Wyman kept speaking to the dockmaster as if nothing had changed, voice calm, smile returned. But his eyes did not leave the barrels. Jon forced his face to remain neutral, heart pounding. He reminded himself he was not a child in Winterfell's yard anymore. He was prey in a city that fed on secrets. After a few minutes, Wendell returned, breath steaming, eyes sharp. He leaned close to Wyman and murmured something too low for Jon to hear. Wyman's smile did not falter, but his eyes hardened. "Gone," Wyman said quietly, more to himself than to Jon. "Of course." Jon swallowed. "Who was he?" he asked. Wyman's gaze slid to Jon, assessing. "A man who wanted to know you," he said, "or a man who wanted to be sure someone else did." He placed a heavy hand on Jon's shoulder, the weight almost paternal. "This is why you learn the docks, boy. You cannot rule a realm if you cannot see when you're being watched." Jon's throat tightened. "He could have been anyone," Jon said. Wyman's eyes narrowed. "No," he said softly, "not anyone." The common sort stare at a lord and then look away, afraid. That man stared like he had paid for the right. He sighed. "There are ships that bring goods and ships that bring questions. And questions are often sharper than swords." Jon stared out over the gray water, feeling the wind like a warning. Somewhere far away, in a city of red stone, Eddard Stark stood among snakes. Here, on these docks, other snakes moved too. He felt the leather wolf at his belt bump against his thigh, and he clenched his jaw. Hide in snow, he thought. That was what Wyman had said. But snow melted, and when it melted, whatever it had hidden would be laid bare. Peter Baelish walked King's Landing as if he owned it. He moved through narrow alleys and crowded streets with easy confidence, nodding to whores and bakers, exchanging quick words with gold cloaks, smiling at beggars like they were useful furniture. Eddard Stark followed, cloak pulled tight, eyes scanning shadows. The city felt like a living thing trying to swallow him. Walls too close, noise too constant, the air thick with heat and rot. "You don't like it here," Littlefinger observed cheerfully, as if they were discussing weather. Eddard's jaw tightened. "I don't trust it," he said. Littlefinger's smile widened. "Trust is for fools and children," he said. "This city runs on coin and desire. If you understand those, you don't need trust." Eddard looked at him sharply. "You said you'd help me," he said. "You said you'd tell me what Jon Arryn was investigating before he died." Littlefinger spread his hands. "And I will," he said. "But understanding takes time and time." He glanced at a gold cloak passing by. "Is what your honorable friend Jon Arryn ran out of." He led Eddard past a brothel with red lanterns glowing behind silk. Laughter spilled out, coarse and drunk. Eddard's stomach twisted. "This is your idea of investigation?" he asked coldly. Littlefinger chuckled. "This is my idea of knowing where men hide their truths," he said. He leaned in slightly. "Jon Arryn came here. Not for pleasure." His eyes glittered. "He came looking for something that would break the realm." Eddard's pulse quickened. "What?" he demanded. Littlefinger stopped outside a forge. Heat poured out, carrying the smell of iron and sweat. Inside, a young man hammered a blade, his arms strong, his hair dark. He looked up briefly, eyes meeting Eddard's. Eddard's breath caught. The boy's face, broad cheekbones, strong jaw, the unmistakable look of Robert Baratheon, was like a punch of memory. Eddard saw Robert at 18, laughing with a warhammer on his shoulder, eyes bright with youth. "That," Littlefinger murmured, voice soft as silk, "is what Jon Arryn found." Eddard stared at the boy, heart pounding. "Robert's bastard," he whispered. Littlefinger smiled. "One of them," he said. "The king plants seeds wherever he goes. Jon Arryn was counting them." He leaned closer, eyes gleaming. "Do you know why?" Eddard's mind raced. Counting bastards, lineages, hair. He thought of the Lannister children, gold hair, green eyes. He thought of Robert, black hair, blue eyes. He thought of stories whispered about Cersei and Jaime. His stomach clenched. "Because the children," he began, then stopped, the implication too heavy to speak aloud in the street. Littlefinger's smile was sharp. "Because the heirs might not be the king's," he finished lightly, as if stating the price of bread. "And if the heirs are not the king's, then everything is a lie built on another lie, and the realm is standing on a rotten plank." Eddard's throat tightened. He forced himself to look away from the forge before the boy noticed too much. He turned his gaze to Littlefinger. "If you knew this," he said, voice low with anger, "why didn't you tell Robert?" Littlefinger's eyes sparkled with amusement. "Tell Robert," he echoed, "and have my head on a spike by nightfall?" He shrugged. "Besides, the realm doesn't reward truth. It rewards those who know when to keep it." Eddard's jaw clenched so hard it ached. He thought of Jon's face again. A truth that could get a boy killed. A truth he was keeping. "You're enjoying this," Eddard said flatly. Littlefinger's smile did not falter. "Enjoying?" he repeated.
"No, I'm surviving."
He leaned closer, voice lowering. "You're the hand now, Lord Stark. That means you're going to learn something this city teaches quickly. Honor is a fine cloak, but it doesn't stop blades." Eddard stared at him, anger and disgust swirling. "I didn't come here for lessons," he said. Littlefinger's eyes gleamed. "Yes, you did," he said softly. "You just don't know it yet." Eddard turned away, the forge's heat on his back. The boy's Baratheon face burned into his mind. Jon Arryn had been killed for counting bastards. Eddard felt the noose tightening around his own neck. And somewhere far north, a different bastard. No, not a bastard at all, held a different truth in his hands. Eddard walked on, feeling the city's gaze on him like 100 knives. The letters looked like knives. Maester Theomore laid the parchment flat and tapped it with a thin finger. "Again," he said patiently. "Do not force the line. Let it flow." Jon stared at the inked symbols. Curves and hooks and sharp little marks that seemed to shift when he blinked. High Valyrian was a dead tongue, the Maester said, but death did not make it simple. It made it stubborn. It resisted being owned. Jon dipped the quill and tried again, drawing the first letter carefully. His hand was steady from sword practice, but ink demanded a different kind of steadiness, a kind that came from patience rather than strength. He hated it. "Your tongue will want a trip," Theomore said, voice mild. "Valyrian punishes haste, like dragons did." Jon's jaw tightened. "Dragons punished everything," he muttered. Wyman Manderly chuckled from his chair. "Good," he said. "A little bitterness keeps a man awake." Jon's eyes flicked to Wyman. The Lord looked comfortable, cup in hand, but Jon had begun to notice things. How Wyman always positioned himself with a wall behind him. How his guards were never more than a few steps away. How his eyes never stopped measuring. "I don't need Valyrian," Jon said, frustration spilling. I need to know how to keep myself alive." Theomore's gaze was calm. "Words keep men alive as often as swords," he said. "Sometimes more." Wyman leaned forward slightly, heavy rings glinting. "And you need to know your own history," he said softly. "Not the kind sung in taverns. The kind written in blood." His eyes rested on Jon. "A ruler who cannot speak to the past will be ruled by it." Jon's throat tightened at the word ruler. He forced himself to breathe. "I'm not," he began, then stopped. The lie felt too thin in this room. Wyman's smile was faint. "Not yet," he said. Jon looked down at the parchment, anger and fear twisting together. The quill hovered above the page like a poised dagger. He wrote the next letter, slower, careful. The ink bled slightly, but the shape held. Theomore nodded approvingly. "Better," he said. Outside the window, gulls cried over the harbor. The sound was harsh, hungry. Jon imagined ravens instead, black wings carrying news south and north, carrying names that could kill. A knock came at the door. A guard entered, bowed to Wyman, and murmured something. Wyman's expression did not change, but his eyes sharpened. "Later," Wyman said to Theomore. "Leave us." The maester gathered the parchments, bowing, and slipped out. Jon remained seated, heart tightening. Wyman set his cup down and regarded Jon for a long moment. "You're angry," he said. Jon's mouth tightened. "I'm tired," he said, choosing a safer truth. Wyman nodded as if that satisfied him. He said, "tired of being moved like a piece, tired of being told to hide, tired of carrying a name you didn't choose." His eyes were steady. "That tiredness will either make you reckless or make you wise. Jon swallowed. "And if it makes me reckless?" he asked. Wyman's smile returned, thin. "Then it will make you dead," he said simply. Jon stared at him, then looked down at the leather wolf charm at his belt. Arya's crude carving. Piece of home. A reminder that whatever name the world might someday give him, there were people who had loved him before crowns ever touched him. Wyman's gaze followed Jon's. "The wolf," he said softly. "Hold on to it. It will keep you from becoming what men fear." He leaned closer. "But do not let it blind you. Wolves can be hunted too." Jon's pulse quickened. "The man on the docks," he said. "You think someone's looking for me?" Wyman's eyes narrowed. "I know someone's asking," he said. "A sailor came in from a southern ship 2 nights ago. He bought ale and he asked careless questions. He asked about Eddard Stark's bastard. He asked whether you looked like your father." Wyman's voice remained calm, but there was steel beneath. Men who ask such questions are never just curious. Jon's throat tightened. "What did you do?" he asked. Wyman's smile did not reach his eyes. "I fed him lies," he said. "I let him hear that you were sickly, that you'd gone soft from comfort, that you were no threat to anyone." He tilted his head. "And then I had him watched." Jon's skin prickled. "And?" he asked. Wyman's gaze held his. "And he met with a man who wore no colors," he said. "A man who paid in Lannisport silver." Jon's stomach dropped. Lannisport. Lions. He forced himself to breathe. "So Cersei knows," he whispered. Wyman shook his head slightly. "Not yet," he said. "Knowing is hard. Suspecting is easy." He leaned back. "But suspicion spreads. And when it reaches the right ears, it becomes an order." Jon's hands curled into fists. "What do we do?" he asked. Wyman's eyes gleamed. "We do what the sea does," he said softly. "We move quietly. We prepare." He nodded toward the desk. "Write letters. Practice speech. Learn numbers. Learn men. And learn this above all. You are not allowed to panic. Panic is for prey." Jon's jaw clenched. "I won't panic," he said, though fear crawled in his gut like a living thing. Wyman studied him. "Good," he murmured, "because the first storm is coming. I can smell it." He glanced toward the window, toward the gray waves. "When it hits, you will either drown or you will learn to swim." Jon looked at the ink-stained parchment, at the Valyrian letters half-formed under his hand. They seemed less like knives now and more like keys to doors he had never wanted opened. He set the quill down carefully, as if laying a blade aside. "Teach me," he said quietly. Wyman's smile widened, satisfied. He said, "that's the right kind of hunger." "You will do it," Robert roared, voice shaking the walls. "You will send the knife." Eddard Stark stood across the table, hands braced on the carved wood, knuckles white. "No," he said, and the word came out like a blade drawn clean. Robert's face twisted, veins standing in his neck. "No," he mocked. "No, no, no. Always no with you. Gods, I made you hands so you could stop me from being a fool, not so you could stop me from being a king." "A king does not murder children," Eddard said, voice low and fierce. Varys's hands folded calmly in his sleeves. Littlefinger's mouth curved in faint amusement, as if watching a play. Ser Barristan Selmy's eyes were troubled, but he did not speak. Pycelle trembled, lips pursed, pretending not to exist. Robert slammed his cup down so hard wine splashed. "The Targaryen girl isn't a child," he snarled. "She's a dragon with a womb. Today it's a child in her belly. Tomorrow it's an army at my shores." Eddard's throat tightened. He saw Jon's face again. Dark hair, gray eyes, watching him from the crypts. A dragon with a womb, Robert had said. A dragon with a name. Robert's hatred made no distinctions. "She's a girl sold to a savage," Eddard said, and he forced himself to keep his voice controlled, to speak his hand, not as a man whose secrets were bleeding. "If you send assassins after her, you make her a martyr. You give the world a reason to pity dragons again." Robert's eyes were wild. Let them pity, he snarled. They'll pity from their graves. Cersei Lannister stepped into the doorway then, her presence cooling the room. She moved like a queen in a story, beautiful, poised, eyes like green ice. Jaime followed a step behind, white cloak gleaming. "What is this?" Cersei asked softly, and her voice was more dangerous than Robert's roar. Robert rounded on her. "It's my counsel," he snapped. "My hand thinks he can tell me what to do." Cersei's gaze slid to Eddard, cool and measuring. "The hand should advise," she said, "and the king should decide." Eddard felt the words like a tightening net. Cersei's eyes held too much calm, too much certainty. Robert jabbed a finger at the map. "We decide to kill the Targaryen girl before she births another rebellion," he growled. "And Lord Stark refuses." Cersei's expression did not change. "Then perhaps the hand should be reminded," she said smoothly, "that his duty is to the realm, not to his own conscience." Eddard's jaw clenched. "My duty is to justice," he said, and the room seemed to still. "If you call murder justice, then your realm is already dead." Robert's face went purple. "Get out," he roared. "If you cannot do what I command, get out of my counsel. Get out of my sight." Eddard straightened slowly. He felt every eye on him. Varys's curiosity, Littlefinger's amusement, Cersei's cold interest, Jaime's lazy watchfulness. He felt the city holding its breath. He pulled the hand's pin from his chest and set it on the table with deliberate care. The metal clicked softly, a small sound that carried like thunder. "As you command, your grace," Eddard said, voice flat. "I will not be party to this." Robert's eyes burned with fury. "Go," he spat, and turned away as if Eddard had become invisible. Eddard bowed stiffly and walked out, spine straight, heart pounding. The corridor outside felt colder, despite the heat of the keep. His steps echoed. Behind him, he heard Littlefinger's soft laugh, as if the realm were a joke only he understood. Eddard's hands shook slightly as he reached his chambers. He closed the door and leaned against it, breathing hard. His honor had made him resign. His honor had also made him keep Jon's secret. Honor, he thought bitterly, and wondered if it would kill them all. The man smelled of cheap ale and fear. He knelt on the floor between two guards, hood pulled back to reveal lank hair and a face that tried too hard to look dull. His eyes flicked around the room like rats searching for a crack. Wendell Manderly stood with arms crossed, jaw tight. Wyman sat heavy in his chair, hands folded, gaze steady. Jon stood beside Wyman, trying to keep his breathing even. On the table lay a silver coin, its edges worn, a lion faintly visible beneath scratches. "Tell me," Wyman said softly, voice almost kind, "why you paid for your ale with that?" The man swallowed. "It's just coin," he muttered. "Coin spends the same." Wyman's smile was patient. "Coin spends," he agreed. "But coin speaks too. Lannisport silver does not often find its way into my docks unless someone brings it with purpose." He leaned forward slightly, the candlelight glinting off his rings. "So, who brought you?" The man's eyes darted to Jon, then away. His mouth worked. "No one," he said quickly. "I'm just a sailor. I heard there was work." Wendell stepped forward, boot thudding on stone. "You asked the dockmaster about Eddard Stark's bastard," he said, voice hard. "You asked whether he had gray eyes. That's not work, that's spying." The man's face flushed. "I was curious," he insisted. "A bastard in a lord's hall. People talk." Wyman's hand lifted, silencing him. "Curiosity is expensive," Wyman murmured, "and you are a cheap man. So I suspect someone paid for your curiosity." His gaze sharpened. "Who?" The man's throat bobbed. His eyes glistened with panic. He began, then stopped as if words failed him. Jon watched, heart hammering. Part of him wanted to step forward, to grab the man by the collar and shake the truth out. Another part remembered Eddard's lesson. Watch before you swing. Wyman's eyes flicked to Jon. "What do you think?" Wyman asked quietly. Jon stared at the man. He's afraid, Jon said slowly. Not of you, of whoever hired him. Wyman's smile was faint. Good, he murmured. So what does that tell you? Jon's mind raced. If the man was too afraid to speak, threats would only harden him. If he was loyal to coin, perhaps more coin could loosen him. If he was loyal to survival, perhaps mercy could. Jon took a step forward and crouched so he was eye level with the kneeling man. He kept his voice low. What's your name? Jon asked. The man blinked, startled by the question. Rusk, he muttered. Jon nodded. Rusk, he repeated, making it sound like something real. If you tell us who hired you, you live. You go back to whatever miserable life you had, and you keep breathing. He paused. If you don't, you die. Maybe here, maybe later, but you die. Rusk's eyes widened. He licked his lips. They'll kill me, he whispered. Jon's throat tightened. Maybe, he said honestly, but if you keep working for them, you're dead anyway. At least if you talk, you have a chance. Rusk stared at Jon as if seeing something unexpected. Why should I believe you? He rasped. Jon's jaw clenched. Because I'm telling you the truth, he said, and the simplicity of it felt strange in this room full of games. Wyman's soft chuckle sounded behind Jon. Jon ignored it, keeping his gaze on Rusk. Rusk's shoulders sagged. A man in a brown cloak, he whispered. He met me in a tavern by the river. He paid in Lannisport silver. He said the queen likes to know what the north hides. The air in the room went colder. Wendell's face tightened with fury. The queen, he spat. Wyman's expression remained calm, but his eyes sharpened like drawn steel. Did he name her? Wyman asked softly. Rusk shook his head quickly. No, he whispered. He just said the lions don't like surprises. Jon felt his stomach twist. The lions don't like surprises. A simple truth, a deadly one. Wyman leaned back, sighing as if tired. And what did he want you to learn? He asked. Rusk's gaze flicked to Jon again, fear and pity mixing. Whether the bastard looks like the dragon, he whispered. Jon's breath caught. Wendell swore under his breath. The guards shifted, uneasy. Wyman's eyes held Jon's for a heartbeat. An unspoken question, a warning, a reassurance all tangled together. Then Wyman looked back at Rusk. You've done well, Wyman said softly. Better than most men like you. He gestured slightly to the guards. Feed him, warm him, and when he's rested, put him on a ship heading east. Give him coin enough to start fresh. If he returns, I'll have him drowned. Rusk stared, disbelief and relief warring. You're letting me go? He whispered. Wyman's smile was thin. Mercy is also a weapon, he said. Go. And remember, White Harbor is not as soft as it smells. The guards hauled Rusk up and dragged him out. The door closed. Silence lingered, heavy. Wendell rounded on Jon. You should have let me break him, he growled. We'd have had more names. Jon's hands clenched. And we'd have had a dead man who couldn't speak, Jon said. Or a man who lied just to make you stop. Wendell's jaw worked, but he said nothing. Wyman exhaled slowly, then turned to Jon. You chose mercy, he said softly. Jon met his gaze. I chose a chance, he said. Wyman's smile warmed slightly. Good, he murmured. Because ruling is choosing chances, again and again, until the realm becomes what you've chosen. He tapped the lion coin lightly. Now we send a raven. Your Lord Father must know the lions are sniffing north. Jon stared at the coin, its faint lion staring back. He felt the ring's weight in his pack like a heartbeat. He was no longer hiding from shadows. Shadows were coming to find him. Cersei Lannister did not like questions she had not asked. She stood by a narrow window where cold air seeped in, the torchlight behind her painting gold into her hair. Jaime leaned against the stone beside her, posture loose, expression bored, as if the realm's troubles were a minor inconvenience between justs. Cersei held a small scroll, one of her own reports, brought by a man who knew how to whisper. Her fingers crumpled the parchment slightly without meaning to. "The Stark bastard," she said quietly. Jaime's mouth twitched. "Still thinking about him?" he asked. "God's sister, we rode 1,000 leagues. Must you collect northern strays too?" Cersei's eyes flashed. "Don't be stupid," she hissed. She stopped, forcing her voice smooth. "He looked at the king like a man, not like a boy, and the king looked at him." Her jaw tightened. "Robert does not look at bastards that way." Jaime shrugged. "Robert looks at anything with legs," he said. "If he stared, it's because the boy reminded him of someone he once bedded." Cersei's gaze sharpened. "No," she said flatly. "It was not lust. It was recognition, like a thorn under the skin." She lifted the scroll slightly. "And now my men in White Harbor tell me the bastard is gone northeast, fostered with Wyman Manderly." Her mouth tightened. "Why would Eddard Stark send his bastard away the moment we leave?" Jaime's eyes flicked to her, interest finally stirring. "Because the boy is trouble," he said lightly. "Bastards often are." Cersei's voice dropped. "Because the boy is a secret," she said, and her certainty made the words feel like steel. "Eddard Stark has always been too proud of his honor, too proud to keep a bastard unless he had a reason." And there was something in the boy's face. Jaime's smile faded slightly. "Rhaegar is dead," he said flatly. "We saw to that and Robert finished it. There is no dragon in Winterfell." Cersei's gaze held his. "Dragons leave bones," she murmured, "and bones leave heirs." She unfolded the scroll and read aloud, voice careful. "A man paid in Lannisport silver asked questions about the boy. My man says the bastard has gray eyes." "Gray." Her mouth twisted. "That's Stark. But he also says the boy's face is wrong." Jaime's jaw tightened slightly, the first real sign of irritation. "Your man is a dock rat," he said. "Dock rats see wrong things all the time." Cersei's eyes narrowed. "And yet Jon Arryn died sniffing for wrong things," she said softly. "And now Eddard Stark comes south and starts asking about Jon Arryn's last days." Her lips curved in a smile that held no warmth. "Eddard Stark does not move without purpose." Jaime pushed off the wall, standing straighter. "What are you thinking?" he asked, and his voice was calmer now, more attentive. Cersei's gaze drifted toward the distant doors of the council chamber, where men plotted and pretended. "I think," she said softly, "that Eddard Stark has a secret big enough to ruin him." She looked back at Jaime. "And I think the bastard is part of it." Jaime's mouth tightened. "Even if he is," he said. "What then? A bastard is not a threat to Joffrey. Not unless you're inventing dragons from dock gossip." Cersei's eyes gleamed. "Threats are born," she murmured. "They are raised. They are protected. Eddard Stark protected that boy. That alone is reason enough to cut the thread before it becomes a rope around our necks." Jaime's gaze went distant for a heartbeat, as if he remembered a different boy with different eyes, a different secret in a different tower. Then he shook it off. "You want him dead," Jaime said. Cersei's smile was thin. "I want him understood," she corrected. "And if understanding requires a knife," she shrugged, elegant. Jaime's mouth twisted. "You're afraid," he said, and there was mild contempt in it. Cersei's eyes flashed. "I am cautious," she snapped. "Fear is for people without claws." Jaime studied her for a long moment, then sighed. "Do what you like," he said. "Just don't drag me into northern nonsense. I have tourneys to win." Cersei watched him turn away, white cloak swaying. Her fingers tightened around the scroll until it crumpled more. A bastard in the north, she thought. A secret in Winterfell. A wolf who came south smelling blood. Cersei lifted her chin and looked toward the Iron Throne's hall, toward power. No surprises, she decided. Not from wolves. Not from ghosts. Not from dragons. Wyman Manderly's feasts were not like Winterfell's. Winterfell feasted with a kind of stern honesty. Meat and ale, laughter that came from warmth carved out of cold. White Harbor feasted like a port city that had once been southern and refused to forget it. Spices, sweet wines, candles in glass, minstrels with harps. Even in winter, Wyman insisted on a little decadence, as if daring the cold to take it. Jon sat among northern lords and captains, feeling a dozen eyes on him. They drank and boasted, voices loud, cheeks red. Some looked at Jon with the familiar contempt reserved for bastards. Others looked with curiosity, weighing him as if he were a blade for purchase. Wyman smiled at them all like a man who enjoyed watching men show their true faces. A lord with a hooked nose leaned toward Jon, cup in hand. "So," he said, voice thick with ale, "the Stark bastard learns coin now. Will you count coppers while the wolves fight?" Jon's jaw tightened, but he kept his voice calm. "I'll learn what Lord Manderly teaches," he said evenly. "Coin buys swords, swords buy peace. I'd rather know both." The lord blinked, then snorted. "A clever bastard," he said, half amused, half irritated. Wyman's laughter boomed from the high table. "Hear that?" he called. "The boy speaks like a lord. Careful or he'll steal your tongues too." More laughter. Jon forced a faint smile, feeling the pressure of performance. He was Jon Snow here. He had to be, and yet Wyman's gaze on him felt like a hand at his back, steadying him, pushing him toward a posture he had never been allowed to claim. The minstrel began a new song, soft at first, then swelling. It was a tale of a prince with silver hair and a harp, a prince who loved too well and died too young. Rhaegar. Jon recognized the bones of the story even through the minstrel's careful words. Jon's stomach tightened. He kept his face still, but the song crawled under his skin, stirring something tender and raw. He wondered if Rhaegar had ever laughed like these men. He wondered if he had ever sat at a table like this and felt watched. Wyman noticed Jon's stillness. His eyes narrowed slightly, then softened, just a fraction. He lifted his cup toward Jon in a gesture that could have meant nothing to anyone else. To Jon it felt like a reminder, hold steady. The song ended. Applause rose, loud and drunken. The captain bellowed for another. Wyman waved the minstrel away, then stood, wobbling slightly with the performance of drunkenness. Jon had begun to suspect Wyman's cups were not as full as they looked. "My lords," Wyman boomed, "White Harbor stands." He spread his arms as if embracing the room. "We stand through winter and war and all the realm's nonsense. We stand because we remember who we are." His eyes swept over the tables, lingering briefly on Jon. "We stand because we keep our oaths." Murmurs rose. Oaths were a language the North understood. Wyman lifted his cup higher. "To the North," he declared. "To House Stark, which holds it together like the spine holds a man. And to," he paused, smile widening, "to all the wolves, even the ones the world calls snow." Some laughter, some murmurs, some eyes sharpened. Jon felt the room's attention tighten around him. He lifted his own cup, hand steady. "To the North," he said, voice clear enough to carry. Wyman drank, and the hall roared approval, the tension breaking into noise. Jon drank too, tasting spice and heat. Later, as the feast thinned and men stumbled off, Wyman beckoned Jon to the side, into a quieter corridor where the music became distant. "You did well," Wyman said softly. Jon exhaled slowly. "I answered a drunk lord," he said, trying to make it sound smaller than it felt. Wyman's smile was faint. "You answered without making an enemy," he corrected. "That is harder than killing a man." He leaned closer. "And you didn't flinch at the song." Jon's throat tightened. "I flinched," he said quietly. "Inside." Wyman's gaze held his. "Inside doesn't matter," he said. "Not until you're alone. A ruler is allowed to bleed in private. In public, he stands." Jon swallowed. "And what am I in public?" he asked, voice low. Wyman's eyes gleamed. "In public," he murmured, "you are whatever the moment needs. Bastard, fosterling, wolf." His voice dropped further. "But in private, you are the thing they fear waking." Jon's pulse hammered. He glanced down the corridor as if the stones themselves might be listening. "They're already hunting," he whispered. Wyman nodded once. "Aye," he said, "which means you must learn faster." He placed a heavy hand on Jon's shoulder. "Tomorrow you rise before dawn. We go to the Wolf's Denver." Jon's breath caught. The Wolf's Den. White Harbor's old fortress, where Manderly justice was said to be colder than the sea. "What for?" Jon asked. Wyman's smile was thin. "To remind you," he murmured, "that mercy and fear are both tools, and you must learn to hold them without dropping either." Jon nodded slowly, stomach tight. When Wyman left, Jon stood alone in the corridor, the feast's warmth fading behind him. He felt the leather wolf at his belt and the heavier secret in his pack. Somewhere, across the sea, a girl named Daenerys carried the last visible dragons. Somewhere, in King's Landing, Eddard Stark held the realm's rotten plank in his hands. Somewhere, in the shadows, lions whispered. Jon stared into the dim torchlight and wondered how long the snow could hide fire. Night on the docks was a different world. The day's noise faded, leaving only the groan of ropes, the slap of waves, the distant cries of gulls that never truly slept. Lanterns swung on posts, casting pools of light that did not quite reach the shadows between barrels and crates. Snow fell in thin, drifting sheets, melting where it touched wet wood. Jon walked with Wendell and 2 guards, cloak pulled tight, breath steaming. Wyman had insisted on an evening inspection. "To see who works when honest men sleep," he had said. Jon had thought it another lesson in vigilance. Now he felt the dock's silence like a held breath. Wendell spoke quietly, voice low. "Father says the city's full of ears tonight," he muttered. "So keep yours sharp." Jon nodded, fingers brushing his sword hilt. He had been drilling more in White Harbor than he had in Winterfell. Not because Wyman demanded it, though he did, but because Jon's fear had grown teeth. Fear became training when you refused to let it become panic. They passed a row of stacked barrels. The lantern light flickered. Jon's eyes swept the shadows. Tar, rope, broken boards. A shape moved. Jon's instincts screamed before his mind could name it. He turned, too late to avoid the lunge entirely. A man erupted from between barrels, hood up, face half hidden, dagger flashing in the lantern glow. The blade aimed for Jon's ribs with practiced speed. Jon twisted, the dagger scraping across his cloak instead of sinking deep. Pain flared hot, sharp along his side. He stumbled back, boots skidding on wet planks, and drew his sword in the same motion. Steel rang as the assassin's dagger met Jon's blade. The man moved like someone trained for killing, not brawling. He darted in, stabbing quick, trying to slip past Jon's guard. Jon's heart hammered, breath ragged. He had fought boys in yards. He had fought men in practice. This was different. This was a man who wanted him dead. Jon parried step by step, forcing space. The assassin pressed, eyes glinting from under the hood. Jon saw no hesitation there, no fear, only purpose. "Wendell!" Jon shouted, but Wendell was already moving. Wendell slammed into the assassin from the side, shoulder first, knocking him off balance. The dagger slashed wild, cutting Wendell's sleeve. Then the assassin twisted away like an eel. A guard lunged, sword raised. The assassin's dagger flicked, and the guard cried out as blood spattered the snow-dusted planks. The guard fell, clutching his throat. Jon's stomach lurched, but his grip tightened. He stepped forward, forcing the assassin back toward the barrels. The assassin's eyes flicked, calculating escape routes. Jon feinted high, then drove his sword low, aiming for the assassin's leg. The man jumped back, but the blade kissed his thigh, slicing cloth and flesh. Blood darkened the wood. The assassin hissed, then lunged again, faster, desperate. The dagger flashed toward Jon's throat. Jon raised his blade, caught the dagger arm and shoved hard. The assassin stumbled. Wendell grabbed him from behind, arms locking around his chest. "Now!" Wendell snarled. Jon did not hesitate. He drove the flat of his blade into the assassin's wrist. Bone cracked, The dagger clattered to the planks. The assassin snarled and twisted, trying to bite, trying to slip free. His free hand fumbled at his belt, reaching for something else. A small object fell from his palm as he struggled. A token, gold glinting in torchlight. It landed on the wet planks with a soft clink. A lion. For a heartbeat, the world narrowed to that tiny golden beast staring up at Jon. Wendell slammed the assassin down, knee in his back. More guards rushed in, drawn by the shout, torches flaring, steel shining. They pinned the man, tearing the hood back. He was young, too young. A boy pretending to be a killer, face pale, eyes wild. He spat blood and tried to laugh. "Too late," he rasped. "Too late. The lions." Wendell punched him hard, silencing him. Jon stared at the boy, chest heaving, pain burning along his side. He looked down at the lion token again, then slowly bent and picked it up. It was warm from the assassin's hand. Warm gold, warm threat. Wyman Manderly arrived with a cloak thrown over his shoulders, face set hard. He took in the dead guard, the blood, the pinned assassin, the lion token in Jon's hand. For a moment Wyman's jovial mask was gone entirely. What remained was a lord who had survived storms by being colder than the sea. "So," Wyman said softly, voice like iron, "they've decided." Jon's throat tightened. "They want me dead," he said, the words flat with shock. Wyman's gaze held his. He said, "or scared, or moved. Dead is simplest." He looked down at the assassin boy. "Who sent you?" he asked calmly. The boy laughed weakly, spit and blood on his lips. "A queen," he rasped. "A lioness who hates surprises." Wyman's eyes narrowed. "And who pays you?" he asked. The boy's eyes flicked, fear flashing now. He began, then swallowed hard as if he'd realized what he'd said. Wyman nodded once, as if confirming something he already knew. "Take him," he ordered the guards. "Put him in the wolf's den, keep him alive. I want his whole story, not his last words." The guards dragged the assassin away, boots scraping on planks. The dead guard lay still, eyes open to snow. Jon stared at the body, stomach tight. A man had died because Jon existed, because of a secret name, because lions did not like surprises. Wyman stepped closer, voice lowering. "You're hurt," he observed. Jon looked down. Blood seeped through his cloak along his ribs, dark in the lantern light. The cut was not deep, but it stung, a sharp reminder of how close death had come. "I'm fine," Jon said automatically. Wyman's mouth tightened. "Lies," he said softly. "But you're alive." He nodded toward the lion token. "Keep that. Let it remind you what you face." Jon's fingers closed around the token until its edges bit into his skin. "What now?" he asked, voice low. Wyman's eyes gleamed. "Now," he said, "we send ravens. To Winterfell. To the hand." His expression hardened. "And now you learn a lesson most men learn too late. The game has begun, whether you wanted to play or not." Jon stared out over the black water, the lantern lights trembling in the wind. Snow fell steadily, soft as ash. Somewhere in the south, Eddard Stark stood alone against a king's rage and a queen's suspicion. Somewhere in White Harbor, a boy had tried to kill Jon Snow with a lion token in his hand. Jon felt the leather wolf at his belt, and the lion token in his fist, and the unseen dragon ring in his pack. Wolf, lion, dragon. The realm was already choosing its beasts. Jon lifted his chin into the cold wind, letting it sting his face, letting it strip away the last comfort of denial. His voice, when he spoke, was quiet, but it held the first edge of something harder than fear. "Then teach me to win," he said. The sea made its own weather, and White Harbor lived at its mercy. The wind came off the water sharp and wet, pricking Jon's cheeks and tugging at the edges of his cloak as if trying to peel him open for all the world to see. Wyman Manderly moved through it as though the cold were an insult too small to take seriously. His great bulk wrapped in sea-green wool, his hands tucked into fur-lined mitts. Men bowed as they passed. Dockmasters, shipwrights, merchants with ink-stained fingers and smug little smiles, each offering a greeting, a complaint, a bargain, a favor owed. "Listen," Wyman said, not loudly, but with the easy authority of a man who never needed to raise his voice to be obeyed. "Listen with your eyes too. Port is a mouth, boy. It eats coin and spits out war." His gaze slid over a row of ships rocking at anchor. "That one brings timber from the Bight. That one carries grain from the rills. That one." He nodded toward a sleek vessel with a higher prow and cleaner lines, its crew moving like men drilled hard. "That one belongs to a man who swears he's only a trader, yet he keeps too many swords aboard for a trader." Jon followed the line of Wyman's gaze. The crew did look different. Less laughing, less loose, eyes always flicking. Jon's stomach tightened. "Smugglers?" he asked. "Or spies?" Wyman said mildly. "Often the difference is only which lord pays them." He leaned closer, breath smelling faintly of spiced wine. "And in times like these, every lord pays." A boy ran past, nearly colliding with Jon, carrying a bundle of rope twice his size. Jon caught the boy by the shoulder to steady him. The boy looked up, startled, then blinked at Jon's face. "You're the Stark bastard," the boy blurted, as if naming a thing made it safe. He ran off before Jon could answer, boots splashing through slush. Wyman chuckled. "They talk," he said, unfazed. "Let them talk. A name on the wind tells you where the wind is going." A shout rose near a stack of crates. Two men were in each other's faces, one thick-armed and red-nosed with a sailor's braid, the other wearing a merchant's fine gloves and a fur collar too clean for the docks. A ring of onlookers tightened around them with the hungry attention of people who'd seen little entertainment lately besides storms. "He stole from me," the merchant barked, jabbing a finger. "My copper. 2 full moons of it. I saw him by my ledger. I wouldn't steal your piss, let alone your copper." The sailor snarled and lunged as if to headbutt him. Guards pushed forward to separate them, but Wyman lifted a hand. The guards halted, obedient as hounds. Wyman looked at Jon sidelong. "Go on," Wyman said softly. "You've listened. Now speak. Tell me what you see." Jon's mouth went dry. The men stared at him, some curious, some amused, some hostile. Jon had been watched like this before, but as a bastard it had been a kind of cruelty. Here it felt like an expectation, like a test disguised as chance. He stepped forward, boots squelching in slush. "What's your name?" he asked the sailor. The sailor spat to the side. "Hob," he said. "Hob the Hook, they call me." "And yours?" Jon asked the merchant. "Garin," the man said stiffly. "Garin Rook. I have papers. I have witnesses." "Aye. How much copper?" Jon asked. 2 full moons." Garin snapped. 2 months. Jon turned slightly, scanning the faces around them. Dockmen, fishermen, a shipwright with tar on his hands, a woman with a basket of shellfish. "Who saw him by the ledger?" Jon asked. Garin hesitated. "My clerk did." A thin boy near the merchant's elbow shifted, eyes darting. Jon's gaze pinned him. "You?" Jon asked. The boy swallowed hard. I saw him near the table," he said, voice small. "Near," Hob scoffed. "Near isn't stealing." Jon's eyes stayed on the boy. "Did you see him take copper?" Jon asked. The boy's face went red. He glanced at Garin, then down. "No," he admitted, barely audible. "I only saw him near." A ripple went through the crowd, soft laughter, murmurs. Garin's face tightened with anger. Jon turned to Hob. "Were you near the ledger?" he asked. Hob's jaw worked. He said reluctantly. "I was. I asked the clerk about my pay. They've been shorting us on the last run. I wanted it straight." Jon nodded. "So you were near," he said. He turned back to Garin. "Do you have proof?" Garin sputtered. "The copper is gone. That's proof enough." Jon looked down at the crates. They were marked with the merchant's seal, black rook on white. One crate sat slightly apart, its lid not fully nailed. Jon stepped toward it and set his gloved hand on the wood. It shifted more easily than it should. He pried it open just enough to see inside. Dried fish. And beneath it, wrapped in oilcloth, a small pouch. Jon lifted the pouch and loosened the tie. Copper coins spilled into his palm, dull and heavy. The crowd went still. Garen's eyes widened, then narrowed. "That's mine," he said quickly. He must have hidden it." Jon looked at him. "It was under your seal," Jon said. "In your crate." Garen's throat bobbed. "Someone else could have." Hob let out a harsh bark of laughter. He said. "Someone else. Like you weasel." Garen's face twisted. "You bastard." Wyman's guard stepped forward, hands on hilts, but Jon lifted his hand. He had not known he could command like that. It came from somewhere deeper than habit, as if the heir remembered a different name for him. "Enough," Jon said, and his voice cut the argument clean. He looked at Garen. "If you accuse a man of theft, bring proof," he said, "or you'll answer for the trouble you cause." He turned to Hob. "And if your pay is being shorted, take it to the dockmaster and to Lord Manderly. Don't settle it with fists." Hob glared, then nodded once, grudging. Garen's mouth opened, closed. He looked at Wyman, seeking rescue. Wyman smiled, but it was not kind. "Garen Rook," he said pleasantly. "I'll repay the dockworkers you delayed, and you will donate that copper to the Widow's Walk besides. I've heard the sisters need it." His smile widened. "Unless you'd prefer the Wolf's Den?" Garen's face went pale. "No," he said quickly. "No, my lord." Wyman waved him away. The merchant stumbled off, shoulders hunched. The crowd dispersed with murmurs and small smiles, satisfied to have seen a man's pride broken. Wyman leaned closer to Jon, voice low enough that only Jon could hear. "Good," he murmured. "You watched before you swung. You listened before you judged. Most boys your age would have tried to prove themselves by shouting." His eyes glittered. "Remember that. Men love a loud lord until the loud lord's mistakes are their graves." Jon's heart hammered, but he forced himself to nod calmly, as if he belonged here, as if he had not been holding his breath the whole time. Wendell Manderly, broad-shouldered, younger than Wyman but still a grown man, cheeks red from wind, grinned at Jon. "Not bad, Snow," he said. "You made the rook eat his own feathers." Jon managed a faint smile. "It seemed obvious," he said. Wendell laughed. "Nothing is obvious when coin's involved," he said. "That's what father says, anyway." Wyman's gaze slid toward the sleek ship again, the one with too many swords. His smile remained, but Jon saw the wariness beneath it, the calculation. "Come," Wyman said. "We've seen enough of honest theft for one morning. Now I'll show you the less honest kind." Jon followed, boots crunching on ice, mind racing. The sea wind stung his eyes and made them water. He told himself it was only the cold. King's Landing hit Eddard Stark like a fist. The smell came first, a sour mash of sweat and smoke and horse dung, of fish left too long in the sun and cheap wine spilled in alleys. Winterfell smelled of stone and pine, of clean snow and hearth fire. King's Landing smelled like 1,000 men living too close together and pretending it was civilization. Robert rode ahead, laughing, shouting at vendors, waving at whores leaning out of windows. The crowds roared his name with a hunger that made Eddard uneasy. Love like that was fickle, could turn to hate with the change of a wind. Eddard kept his eyes forward, but he saw everything. Gold cloaks shoving children aside. A man missing an ear, his cheek scarred, staring at the king with a bitterness that did not bow. A woman holding a thin baby up as if the sight of it might earn her a coin. Men in fine cloaks stepping over beggars as if they were puddles. The Red Keep rose above it all, red stone catching the weak winter sun like dried blood. When they rode through the gates, Eddard felt the weight of old history settle onto his shoulders. Aerys' screams in the throne room, the smell of burning flesh, the memory of Jaime Lannister standing over the Mad King with a sword in his hand. Jaime was there again now, white cloak pristine, golden hair bright, smile easy. Cersei stood beside him, her beauty sharp as a blade. Joffrey lingered near her, watching Eddard with pale eyes that held no warmth. The other children stood near, Myrcella quiet, Tommen fidgeting. Eddard's mind flicked to the Stark children he'd left behind, and to the one he had sent away. Jon, he thought, and his throat tightened. Safe, he prayed. Be safe. Robert clapped Eddard on the shoulder hard enough to rattle his bones. Home, Robert declared, grinning like a boy. Gods, Ned, isn't she a sight? Eddard forced a polite nod. Aye, he said, and tasted ash. The small council chamber was warm, but the warmth did not comfort. Men sat around a table carved with maps. They rose as Robert entered, murmuring greetings and bows. Eddard recognized them from memory and rumor alike. Varys, in pale silk, smile soft as a pillow, eyes bright and unreadable. Littlefinger, Peter Baelish, leaning back with casual ease, as if the realm were his toy. Grand Maester Pycelle, old and trembling, chains heavy on his chest. Ser Barristan Selmy, standing straight and silent, white cloak falling like snow. Renly Baratheon, younger than Robert by many years, handsome as a painted prince, smirking as though the whole thing amused him. Here, Robert boomed, is my hand. He gestured to Eddard. Eddard Stark, the only man in the Seven Kingdoms who ever had the courage to tell me I was being a fool. Renly chuckled softly. Littlefinger's eyes flicked over Eddard like a man assessing a new piece on a board. Varys smiled wider. Eddard bowed stiffly. Your Grace, he said. Robert flopped into a chair, already reaching for wine. Sit, he commanded, then frowned at Eddard's expression. Oh, don't look at me like that. You'll get your fill of grimness soon enough. There's work. He waved a hand. Aaron's dead. The realm's in debt. The Lannisters think they own me. My brothers are useless. And the Targaryen girl across the sea. His face twisted. She's been wed to a Dothraki horse lord. Eddard's jaw tightened. Daenerys Targaryen is a child, he said, keeping his voice steady. Robert snorted. A child with a claim, he snapped. A child with a name that makes fools dream of dragons. His gaze hardened. We will not have another rebellion. We will not have another trident. We will not have another Targaryen. The words struck Eddard like a hammer. He saw Lynna's face in stone. He saw Jon's face in torchlight. He felt the secret pressing at his ribs like a caged thing. Varys spoke softly, voice smooth. The matter across the narrow sea is delicate, he said. There are whispers in Pentos and Myr. Whispers that the exiled princess is with child already. Robert's hand tightened around his cup. Then we strike, he growled, quietly, before the child's born, before the world remembers dragons. Eddard's stomach churned. You would murder a pregnant girl, he said, and the words came out colder than he intended. Robert's eyes flashed. I would protect my realm, he snapped. I would protect my sons. Eddard looked at Joffrey in his mind. Cold eyes, cruel mouth, and felt a sick twist. Protect your sons. He thought of Jon again, the son Robert would kill if he knew. Littlefinger smiled faintly. A small knife can prevent a large war, he said lazily, as if discussing trimming a hedge. Eddard's gaze snapped to him. A small knife can start one too, he said. Varys' smile did not change, but his eyes sharpened. As the hand says, he murmured, knives are unpredictable. The council moved on to coin, to ports, to disputes in the Reach, to the petty squabbles of lords who thought their grievances were the realm. Eddard listened, jaw tight, taking it in. He felt like a man standing in a room full of smoke, trying to see which corner hid the fire. When the meeting ended, Varys drifted closer, silk whispering. Lord Stark, he said softly, how lovely to see a wolf in the capital again. Eddard stared at him. What do you want? He asked bluntly. Varys pressed a hand to his chest as if wounded. Want? he echoed. Only the good of the realm. His smile softened, and perhaps peace for children who did not choose the sins of their fathers. Eddard's blood went cold. He forced his face to remain stone. Children are not safe here, he said carefully. Varys's eyes gleamed. No, he agreed quietly. They are not. He leaned in slightly. So we must all be very careful with our secrets. Eddard held Varys's gaze for a long heartbeat, then turned away without answering. His pulse hammered in his throat. The city was already closing around him like a fist. If Winterfell was a fortress, White Harbor was a machine. Wyman Manderly showed Jon the gears of it with the pride of a man displaying a favorite blade. They walked along the shipyards where men worked with hammers and saws, shaping timber into keels and ribs. Tar steamed in black pots. The smell of it mixed with salt and sawdust until Jon felt it lodged in his clothes. This, Wyman said, gesturing at a half-built galley, is power that floats. His thick finger traced the curve of the hull. A lord with ships can move men faster than ravens can carry lies. He can feed his people when winter bites. He can strike where his enemies are not looking. Wyman's smile widened. And if the day comes when banners rise, ships carry banners too. Wendell Manderly leaned on the rail beside Jon, grinning as if the thought of war were a story he wanted to hear. Father likes to talk, he said to Jon under his breath. But he's right. The sea makes lords honest. If you can't pay your sailors, they throw you overboard. Jon's mouth twitched faintly. That sounds merciful, he said. Wendell laughed. Mercy's rare, he said, then pointed. Look, there's the dockmaster, the one with the missing fingers. He can count coin faster than you can blink. The dockmaster approached, bowing stiffly to Wyman, then glancing at Jon with curious eyes. He unrolled a ledger and began speaking of timber costs, of sails, of iron nails, of the price of rope. The numbers came like arrows. Jon listened, forcing his mind to hold them. In Winterfell, coin was something handled by stewards and maesters. Here, coin was blood. Wyman watched Jon as he listened. Can you tell me, Wyman asked casually, which of these costs you would cut first in a hard winter? Jon hesitated. Cutting costs sounded like cutting flesh. I'd cut ornament, he said slowly, not what keeps the ship afloat. Wyman's eyes gleamed. Good, he said. Many lords cut what's unseen first. They cut rope quality. They cut nails. Then their ships break in storms and they blame the gods. He leaned closer. A ruler must know which corners can be shaved and which corners hold the world up. Jon nodded, trying to keep the lesson. As they spoke, Jon's gaze drifted over the crowd below. Shipwrights, sailors, merchants. Faces blurred together, but one face did not. A man in a hooded cloak standing near a stack of barrels, watching them. The man's posture was too still, too deliberate. When Jon's eyes met his, the man turned away too quickly. Jon's hand moved instinctively toward his sword hilt. Wyman noticed. His eyes flicked down, then out, following Jon's gaze. For a moment, the Lord's jovial mask slipped, replaced by something colder. Wendell, Wyman said softly. Wendell's grin faded. He said, and moved without further word, descending the steps with two guards at his heels, blending into the crowd as if he were just another man on the docks. Wyman kept speaking to the dockmaster as if nothing had changed, voice calm, smile returned. But his eyes did not leave the barrels. Jon forced his face to remain neutral, heart pounding. He reminded himself he was not a child in Winterfell's yard anymore. He was prey in a city that fed on secrets. After a few minutes, Wendell returned, breath steaming, eyes sharp. He leaned close to Wyman and murmured something too low for Jon to hear. Wyman's smile did not falter, but his eyes hardened. Gone, Wyman said quietly, more to himself than to Jon. Of course. Jon swallowed. Who was he? He asked. Wyman's gaze slid to Jon, assessing. A man who wanted to know you, he said, or a man who wanted to be sure someone else did. He placed a heavy hand on Jon's shoulder, the weight almost paternal. "This is why you learn the docks, boy. You cannot rule a realm if you cannot see when you're being watched." Jon's throat tightened. "He could have been anyone," Jon said. Wyman's eyes narrowed. "No," he said softly. "Not anyone." The common sort stare at a lord and then look away, afraid. That man stared like he had paid for the right. He sighed. "There are ships that bring goods and ships that bring questions. And questions are often sharper than swords." Jon stared out over the gray water, feeling the wind like a warning. Somewhere far away, in a city of red stone, Eddard Stark stood among snakes. Here, on these docks, other snakes moved too. He felt the leather wolf at his belt bump against his thigh, and he clenched his jaw. Hide in snow, he thought. That was what Wyman had said. But snow melted, and when it melted, whatever it had hidden would be laid bare. Peter Baelish walked King's Landing as if he owned it. He moved through narrow alleys and crowded streets with easy confidence, nodding to whores and bakers, exchanging quick words with gold cloaks, smiling at beggars like they were useful furniture. Eddard Stark followed, cloak pulled tight, eyes scanning shadows. The city felt like a living thing trying to swallow him. Walls too close, noise too constant, the air thick with heat and rot. "You don't like it here," Littlefinger observed cheerfully, as if they were discussing weather. Eddard's jaw tightened. "I don't trust it," he said. Littlefinger's smile widened. "Trust is for fools and children," he said. "This city runs on coin and desire. If you understand those, you don't need trust." Eddard looked at him sharply. "You said you'd help me," he said. "You said you'd tell me what Jon Arryn was investigating before he died." Littlefinger spread his hands. "And I will," he said. "But understanding takes time and time." He glanced at a gold cloak passing by. "Is what your honorable friend Jon Arryn ran out of." He led Eddard past a brothel with red lanterns glowing behind silk. Laughter spilled out, coarse and drunk. Eddard's stomach twisted. "This is your idea of investigation?" he asked coldly. Littlefinger chuckled. "This is my idea of knowing where men hide their truths," he said. He leaned in slightly. "Jon Arryn came here. Not for pleasure." His eyes glittered. "He came looking for something that would break the realm." Eddard's pulse quickened. "What?" he demanded. Littlefinger stopped outside a forge. Heat poured out, carrying the smell of iron and sweat. Inside, a young man hammered a blade, his arms strong, his hair dark. He looked up briefly, eyes meeting Eddard's. Eddard's breath caught. The boy's face, broad cheekbones, strong jaw, the unmistakable look of Robert Baratheon, was like a punch of memory. Eddard saw Robert at 18, laughing with a warhammer on his shoulder, eyes bright with youth. "That," Littlefinger murmured, voice soft as silk, "is what Jon Arryn found." Eddard stared at the boy, heart pounding. "Robert's bastard," he whispered. Littlefinger smiled. "One of them," he said. "The king plants seeds wherever he goes. Jon Arryn was counting them." He leaned closer, eyes gleaming. "Do you know why?" Eddard's mind raced. Counting bastards, lineages, hair. He thought of the Lannister children, gold hair, green eyes. He thought of Robert, black hair, blue eyes. He thought of stories whispered about Cersei and Jaime. His stomach clenched. "Because the children," he began, then stopped, the implication too heavy to speak aloud in the street. Littlefinger's smile was sharp. "Because the heirs might not be the king's," he finished lightly, as if stating the price of bread. "And if the heirs are not the king's, then everything is a lie built on another lie, and the realm is standing on a rotten plank." Eddard's throat tightened. He forced himself to look away from the forge before the boy noticed too much. He turned his gaze to Littlefinger. "If you knew this," he said, voice low with anger, "why didn't you tell Robert?" Littlefinger's eyes sparkled with amusement. "Tell Robert," he echoed, "and have my head on a spike by nightfall?" He shrugged. "Besides, the realm doesn't reward truth. It rewards those who know when to keep it." Eddard's jaw clenched so hard it ached. He thought of Jon's face again. A truth that could get a boy killed. A truth he was keeping. "You're enjoying this," Eddard said flatly. Littlefinger's smile did not falter. "Enjoying?" he repeated.
No, I'm surviving.
He leaned closer, voice lowering. "You're the hand now, Lord Stark. That means you're going to learn something this city teaches quickly. Honor is a fine cloak, but it doesn't stop blades." Eddard stared at him, anger and disgust swirling. "I didn't come here for lessons," he said. Littlefinger's eyes gleamed. "Yes, you did," he said softly. "You just don't know it yet." Eddard turned away, the forge's heat on his back. The boy's Baratheon face burned into his mind. Jon Arryn had been killed for counting bastards. Eddard felt the noose tightening around his own neck. And somewhere far north, a different bastard. No, not a bastard at all, held a different truth in his hands. Eddard walked on, feeling the city's gaze on him like 100 knives. The letters looked like knives. Maester Theomore laid the parchment flat and tapped it with a thin finger. "Again," he said patiently. "Do not force the line. Let it flow." Jon stared at the inked symbols. Curves and hooks and sharp little marks that seemed to shift when he blinked. High Valyrian was a dead tongue, the maester said, but death did not make it simple. It made it stubborn. It resisted being owned. Jon dipped the quill and tried again, drawing the first letter carefully. His hand was steady from sword practice, but ink demanded a different kind of steadiness, a kind that came from patience rather than strength. He hated it. "Your tongue will want a trip," Theomore said, voice mild. "Valyrian punishes haste, like dragons did." Jon's jaw tightened. "Dragons punished everything," he muttered. Wyman Manderly chuckled from his chair. "Good," he said. "A little bitterness keeps a man awake." Jon's eyes flicked to Wyman. The Lord looked comfortable, cup in hand, but Jon had begun to notice things. How Wyman always positioned himself with a wall behind him. How his guards were never more than a few steps away. How his eyes never stopped measuring. "I don't need Valyrian," Jon said, frustration spilling. I need to know how to keep myself alive." Theomore's gaze was calm. "Words keep men alive as often as swords," he said. "Sometimes more." Wyman leaned forward slightly, heavy rings glinting. "And you need to know your own history," he said softly. "Not the kind sung in taverns. The kind written in blood." His eyes rested on Jon. "A ruler who cannot speak to the past will be ruled by it." Jon's throat tightened at the word ruler. He forced himself to breathe. "I'm not," he began, then stopped. The lie felt too thin in this room. Wyman's smile was faint. "Not yet," he said. Jon looked down at the parchment, anger and fear twisting together. The quill hovered above the page like a poised dagger. He wrote the next letter, slower, careful. The ink bled slightly, but the shape held. Theomore nodded approvingly. "Better," he said. Outside the window, gulls cried over the harbor. The sound was harsh, hungry. Jon imagined ravens instead, black wings carrying news south and north, carrying names that could kill. A knock came at the door. A guard entered, bowed to Wyman, and murmured something. Wyman's expression did not change, but his eyes sharpened. "Later," Wyman said to Theomore. "Leave us." The maester gathered the parchments, bowing, and slipped out. Jon remained seated, heart tightening. Wyman set his cup down and regarded Jon for a long moment. "You're angry," he said. Jon's mouth tightened. "I'm tired," he said, choosing a safer truth. Wyman nodded as if that satisfied him. He said, "tired of being moved like a piece, tired of being told to hide, tired of carrying a name you didn't choose." His eyes were steady. "That tiredness will either make you reckless or make you wise." Jon swallowed. "And if it makes me reckless?" he asked. Wyman's smile returned, thin. "Then it will make you dead," he said simply. Jon stared at him, then looked down at the leather wolf charm at his belt. Arya's crude carving, piece of home. A reminder that whatever name the world might someday give him, there were people who had loved him before crowns ever touched him. Wyman's gaze followed Jon's. "The wolf," he said softly. "Hold on to it. It will keep you from becoming what men fear." He leaned closer. "But do not let it blind you. Wolves can be hunted too." Jon's pulse quickened. "The man on the docks," he said. "You think someone's looking for me?" Wyman's eyes narrowed. "I know someone's asking," he said. "A sailor came in from a southern ship 2 nights ago. He bought ale and he asked careless questions. He asked about Eddard Stark's bastard. He asked whether you looked like your father." Wyman's voice remained calm, but there was steel beneath. Men who ask such questions are never just curious. Jon's throat tightened. "What did you do?" he asked. Wyman's smile did not reach his eyes. "I fed him lies," he said. "I let him hear that you were sickly, that you'd gone soft from comfort, that you were no threat to anyone." He tilted his head. "And then I had him watched." Jon's skin prickled. "And?" he asked. Wyman's gaze held his. "And he met with a man who wore no colors," he said. "A man who paid in Lannisport silver." Jon's stomach dropped. "Lannisport, lions." He forced himself to breathe. "So Cersei knows," he whispered. Wyman shook his head slightly. "Not yet," he said. "Knowing is hard. Suspecting is easy." He leaned back. "But suspicion spreads. And when it reaches the right ears, it becomes an order." Jon's hands curled into fists. "What do we do?" he asked. Wyman's eyes gleamed. "We do what the sea does," he said softly. "We move quietly. We prepare." He nodded toward the desk. "Write letters. Practice speech. Learn numbers. Learn men. And learn this above all. You are not allowed to panic. Panic is for prey." Jon's jaw clenched. "I won't panic," he said, though fear crawled in his gut like a living thing. Wyman studied him. "Good," he murmured, "because the first storm is coming. I can smell it." He glanced toward the window, toward the gray waves. "When it hits, you will either drown or you will learn to swim." Jon looked at the ink-stained parchment, at the Valyrian letters half-formed under his hand. They seemed less like knives now and more like keys to doors he had never wanted opened. He set the quill down carefully, as if laying a blade aside. "Teach me," he said quietly. Wyman's smile widened, satisfied. He said, "that's the right kind of hunger." "You will do it," Robert roared, voice shaking the walls. "You will send the knife." Eddard Stark stood across the table, hands braced on the carved wood, knuckles white. "No," he said, and the word came out like a blade drawn clean. Robert's face twisted, veins standing in his neck. "No," he mocked. "No, no, no. Always no with you. Gods, I made you hands so you could stop me from being a fool, not so you could stop me from being a king." "A king does not murder children," Eddard said, voice low and fierce. Varys's hands folded calmly in his sleeves. Littlefinger's mouth curved in faint amusement, as if watching a play. Ser Barristan Selmy's eyes were troubled, but he did not speak. Pycelle trembled, lips pursed, pretending not to exist. Robert slammed his cup down so hard wine splashed. "The Targaryen girl isn't a child," he snarled. "She's a dragon with a womb. Today it's a child in her belly. Tomorrow it's an army at my shores." Eddard's throat tightened. He saw Jon's face again. Dark hair, gray eyes, watching him from the crypts. A dragon with a womb, Robert had said. A dragon with a name. Robert's hatred made no distinctions. "She's a girl sold to a savage," Eddard said, and he forced himself to keep his voice controlled, to speak his hand, not as a man whose secrets were bleeding. "If you send assassins after her, you make her a martyr. You give the world a reason to pity dragons again." Robert's eyes were wild. "Let them pity," he snarled. "They'll pity from their graves." Cersei Lannister stepped into the doorway then, her presence cooling the room. She moved like a queen in a story, beautiful, poised, eyes like green ice. Jaime followed a step behind, white cloak gleaming. "What is this?" Cersei asked softly, and her voice was more dangerous than Robert's roar. Robert rounded on her. "It's my counsel," he snapped. "My hand thinks he can tell me what to do." Cersei's gaze slid to Eddard, cool and measuring. "The hand should advise," she said, "and the king should decide." Eddard felt the words like a tightening net. Cersei's eyes held too much calm, too much certainty. Robert jabbed a finger at the map. "We decide to kill the Targaryen girl before she births another rebellion," he growled. "And Lord Stark refuses." Cersei's expression did not change. "Then perhaps the hand should be reminded," she said smoothly, "that his duty is to the realm, not to his own conscience." Eddard's jaw clenched. "My duty is to justice," he said, and the room seemed to still. "If you call murder justice, then your realm is already dead." Robert's face went purple. "Get out," he roared. "If you cannot do what I command, get out of my counsel. Get out of my sight." Eddard straightened slowly. He felt every eye on him. Varys's curiosity, Littlefinger's amusement, Cersei's cold interest, Jaime's lazy watchfulness. He felt the city holding its breath. He pulled the hand's pin from his chest and set it on the table with deliberate care. The metal clicked softly, a small sound that carried like thunder. "As you command, your grace," Eddard said, voice flat. "I will not be party to this." Robert's eyes burned with fury. "Go," he spat, and turned away as if Eddard had become invisible. Eddard bowed stiffly and walked out, spine straight, heart pounding. The corridor outside felt colder, despite the heat of the keep. His steps echoed. Behind him, he heard Littlefinger's soft laugh, as if the realm were a joke only he understood. Eddard's hands shook slightly as he reached his chambers. He closed the door and leaned against it, breathing hard. His honor had made him resign. His honor had also made him keep Jon's secret. Honor, he thought bitterly, and wondered if it would kill them all. The man smelled of cheap ale and fear. He knelt on the floor between two guards, hood pulled back to reveal lank hair and a face that tried too hard to look dull. His eyes flicked around the room like rats searching for a crack. Wendell Manderly stood with arms crossed, jaw tight. Wyman sat heavy in his chair, hands folded, gaze steady. Jon stood beside Wyman, trying to keep his breathing even. On the table lay a silver coin, its edges worn, a lion faintly visible beneath scratches. "Tell me," Wyman said softly, voice almost kind, "why you paid for your ale with that?" The man swallowed. "It's just coin," he muttered. "Coin spends the same." Wyman's smile was patient. "Coin spends," he agreed. "But coin speaks too. Lannisport silver does not often find its way into my docks unless someone brings it with purpose." He leaned forward slightly, the candlelight glinting off his rings. "So, who brought you?" The man's eyes darted to Jon, then away. His mouth worked. "No one," he said quickly. "I'm just a sailor. I heard there was work." Wendell stepped forward, boot thudding on stone. "You asked the dockmaster about Eddard Stark's bastard," he said, voice hard. "You asked whether he had gray eyes. That's not work, that's spying." The man's face flushed. "I was curious," he insisted. "A bastard in a lord's hall. People talk." Wyman's hand lifted, silencing him. "Curiosity is expensive," Wyman murmured, "and you are a cheap man. So I suspect someone paid for your curiosity." His gaze sharpened. "Who?" The man's throat bobbed. His eyes glistened with panic. He began, then stopped as if words failed him. Jon watched, heart hammering. Part of him wanted to step forward, to grab the man by the collar and shake the truth out. Another part remembered Eddard's lesson. Watch before you swing. Wyman's eyes flicked to Jon. "What do you think?" Wyman asked quietly. Jon stared at the man. "He's afraid," Jon said slowly. "Not of you, of whoever hired him." Wyman's smile was faint. "Good," he murmured. "So what does that tell you?" Jon's mind raced. If the man was too afraid to speak, threats would only harden him. If he was loyal to coin, perhaps more coin could loosen him. If he was loyal to survival, perhaps mercy could. Jon took a step forward and crouched so he was eye level with the kneeling man. He kept his voice low. "What's your name?" Jon asked. The man blinked, startled by the question. "Rusk," he muttered. Jon nodded. "Rusk," he repeated, making it sound like something real. "If you tell us who hired you, you live. You go back to whatever miserable life you had, and you keep breathing." He paused. "If you don't, you die. Maybe here, maybe later, but you die." Rusk's eyes widened. He licked his lips. "They'll kill me," he whispered. Jon's throat tightened. "Maybe," he said honestly, "but if you keep working for them, you're dead anyway. At least if you talk, you have a chance." Rusk stared at Jon as if seeing something unexpected. "Why should I believe you?" he rasped. Jon's jaw clenched. "Because I'm telling you the truth," he said, and the simplicity of it felt strange in this room full of games. Wyman's soft chuckle sounded behind Jon. Jon ignored it, keeping his gaze on Rusk. Rusk's shoulders sagged. "A man in a brown cloak," he whispered. "He met me in a tavern by the river. He paid in Lannisport silver. He said the queen likes to know what the north hides." The air in the room went colder. Wendell's face tightened with fury. "The queen," he spat. Wyman's expression remained calm, but his eyes sharpened like drawn steel. "Did he name her?" Wyman asked softly. Rusk shook his head quickly. "No," he whispered. "He just said the lions don't like surprises." Jon felt his stomach twist. The lions don't like surprises. A simple truth, a deadly one. Wyman leaned back, sighing as if tired. "And what did he want you to learn?" he asked. Rusk's gaze flicked to Jon again, fear and pity mixing. "Whether the bastard looks like the dragon," he whispered. Jon's breath caught. Wendell swore under his breath. The guards shifted, uneasy. Wyman's eyes held Jon's for a heartbeat. An unspoken question, a warning, a reassurance all tangled together. Then Wyman looked back at Rusk. "You've done well," Wyman said softly. "Better than most men like you." He gestured slightly to the guards. "Feed him, warm him, and when he's rested, put him on a ship heading east. Give him coin enough to start fresh. If he returns, I'll have him drowned." Rusk stared, disbelief and relief warring. "You're letting me go?" he whispered. Wyman's smile was thin. "Mercy is also a weapon," he said. "Go. And remember, White Harbor is not as soft as it smells." The guards hauled Rusk up and dragged him out. The door closed. Silence lingered, heavy. Wendell rounded on Jon. "You should have let me break him," he growled. "We'd have had more names." Jon's hands clenched. "And we'd have had a dead man who couldn't speak," Jon said. "Or a man who lied just to make you stop." Wendell's jaw worked, but he said nothing. Wyman exhaled slowly, then turned to Jon. "You chose mercy," he said softly. Jon met his gaze. "I chose a chance," he said. Wyman's smile warmed slightly. "Good," he murmured. "Because ruling is choosing chances, again and again, until the realm becomes what you've chosen." He tapped the lion coin lightly. "Now we send a raven. Your Lord Father must know the lions are sniffing north." Jon stared at the coin, its faint lion staring back. He felt the ring's weight in his pack like a heartbeat. He was no longer hiding from shadows. Shadows were coming to find him. Cersei Lannister did not like questions she had not asked. She stood by a narrow window where cold air seeped in, the torchlight behind her painting gold into her hair. Jaime leaned against the stone beside her, posture loose, expression bored, as if the realm's troubles were a minor inconvenience between justs. Cersei held a small scroll, one of her own reports, brought by a man who knew how to whisper. Her fingers crumpled the parchment slightly without meaning to. "The Stark bastard," she said quietly. Jaime's mouth twitched. "Still thinking about him?" he asked. "God's sister, we rode 1,000 leagues. Must you collect northern strays too?" Cersei's eyes flashed. "Don't be stupid," she hissed. She stopped, forcing her voice smooth. He looked at the king like a man, not like a boy, and the king looked at him. Her jaw tightened. Robert does not look at bastards that way. Jaime shrugged. Robert looks at anything with legs, he said. If he stared, it's because the boy reminded him of someone he once bedded. Cersei's gaze sharpened. No, she said flatly. It was not lust. It was recognition, like a thorn under the skin. She lifted the scroll slightly. And now my men in White Harbor tell me the bastard is gone northeast. Fostered with Wyman Manderly. Her mouth tightened. Why would Eddard Stark send his bastard away the moment we leave? Jaime's eyes flicked to her, interest finally stirring. Because the boy is trouble, he said lightly. Bastards often are. Cersei's voice dropped. Because the boy is a secret, she said, and her certainty made the words feel like steel. Eddard Stark has always been too proud of his honor. Too proud to keep a bastard unless he had a reason. And there was something in the boy's face. Jaime's smile faded slightly. Rhaegar is dead, he said flatly. We saw to that and Robert finished it. There is no dragon in Winterfell. Cersei's gaze held his. Dragons leave bones, she murmured, and bones leave heirs. She unfolded the scroll and read aloud, voice careful. A man paid in Lannisport silver asked questions about the boy. My man says the bastard has gray eyes. Gray. Her mouth twisted. That's Stark. But he also says the boy's face is wrong. Jaime's jaw tightened slightly, the first real sign of irritation. Your man is a dock rat, he said. Dock rats see wrong things all the time. Cersei's eyes narrowed. And yet Jon Arryn died sniffing for wrong things, she said softly. And now Eddard Stark comes south and starts asking about Jon Arryn's last days. Her lips curved in a smile that held no warmth. Eddard Stark does not move without purpose. Jaime pushed off the wall, standing straighter. What are you thinking? He asked, and his voice was calmer now, more attentive. Cersei's gaze drifted toward the distant doors of the council chamber, where men plotted and pretended. I think, she said softly, that Eddard Stark has a secret big enough to ruin him. She looked back at Jaime. And I think the bastard is part of it. Jaime's mouth tightened. Even if he is, he said. What then? A bastard is not a threat to Joffrey. Not unless you're inventing dragons from dock gossip. Cersei's eyes gleamed. Threats are born, she murmured. They are raised. They are protected. Eddard Stark protected that boy. That alone is reason enough to cut the thread before it becomes a rope around our necks. Jaime's gaze went distant for a heartbeat, as if he remembered a different boy with different eyes, a different secret in a different tower. Then he shook it off. You want him dead, Jaime said. Cersei's smile was thin. I want him understood, she corrected. And if understanding requires a knife, she shrugged, elegant. Jaime's mouth twisted. You're afraid, he said, and there was mild contempt in it. Cersei's eyes flashed. I am cautious, she snapped. Fear is for people without claws. Jaime studied her for a long moment, then sighed. Do what you like, he said. Just don't drag me into northern nonsense. I have tourneys to win. Cersei watched him turn away, white cloak swaying. Her fingers tightened around the scroll until it crumpled more. A bastard in the north, she thought. A secret in Winterfell. A wolf who came south smelling blood. Cersei lifted her chin and looked toward the Iron Throne's hall, toward power. No surprises, she decided. Not from wolves, not from ghosts, not from dragons. Wyman Manderly's feasts were not like Winterfell's. Winterfell feasted with a kind of stern honesty. Meat and ale, laughter that came from warmth carved out of cold. White Harbor feasted like a port city that had once been southern and refused to forget it. Spices, sweet wines, candles in glass, minstrels with harps. Even in winter, Wyman insisted on a little decadence, as if daring the cold to take it. Jon sat among northern lords and captains, feeling a dozen eyes on him. They drank and boasted, voices loud, cheeks red. Some looked at Jon with the familiar contempt reserved for bastards. Others looked with curiosity, weighing him as if he were a blade for purchase. Wyman smiled at them all like a man who enjoyed watching men show their true faces. A lord with a hooked nose leaned toward Jon, cup in hand. "So," he said, voice thick with ale, "the Stark bastard learns coin now. Will you count coppers while the wolves fight?" Jon's jaw tightened, but he kept his voice calm. "I'll learn what Lord Manderly teaches," he said evenly. "Coin buys swords, swords buy peace. I'd rather know both." The lord blinked, then snorted. "A clever bastard," he said, half amused, half irritated. Wyman's laughter boomed from the high table. "Hear that?" he called. "The boy speaks like a lord. Careful or he'll steal your tongues too." More laughter. Jon forced a faint smile, feeling the pressure of performance. He was Jon Snow here. He had to be, and yet Wyman's gaze on him felt like a hand at his back, steadying him, pushing him toward a posture he had never been allowed to claim. The minstrel began a new song, soft at first, then swelling. It was a tale of a prince with silver hair and a harp, a prince who loved too well and died too young. Rhaegar. Jon recognized the bones of the story even through the minstrel's careful words. Jon's stomach tightened. He kept his face still, but the song crawled under his skin, stirring something tender and raw. He wondered if Rhaegar had ever laughed like these men. He wondered if he had ever sat at a table like this and felt watched. Wyman noticed Jon's stillness. His eyes narrowed slightly, then softened, just a fraction. He lifted his cup toward Jon in a gesture that could have meant nothing to anyone else. To Jon it felt like a reminder, hold steady. The song ended. Applause rose, loud and drunken. The captain bellowed for another. Wyman waved the minstrel away, then stood, wobbling slightly with the performance of drunkenness. Jon had begun to suspect Wyman's cups were not as full as they looked. "My lords," Wyman boomed, "White Harbor stands." He spread his arms as if embracing the room. "We stand through winter and war and all the realm's nonsense. We stand because we remember who we are." His eyes swept over the tables, lingering briefly on Jon. "We stand because we keep our oaths." Murmurs rose. Oaths were a language the North understood. Wyman lifted his cup higher. "To the North," he declared. "To House Stark, which holds it together like the spine holds a man. And to," he paused, smile widening, "to all the wolves, even the ones the world calls snow." Some laughter, some murmurs, some eyes sharpened. Jon felt the room's attention tighten around him. He lifted his own cup, hand steady. "To the North," he said, voice clear enough to carry. Wyman drank, and the hall roared approval, the tension breaking into noise. Jon drank too, tasting spice and heat. Later, as the feast thinned and men stumbled off, Wyman beckoned Jon to the side, into a quieter corridor where the music became distant. "You did well," Wyman said softly. Jon exhaled slowly. "I answered a drunk lord," he said, trying to make it sound smaller than it felt. Wyman's smile was faint. "You answered without making an enemy," he corrected. "That is harder than killing a man." He leaned closer. "And you didn't flinch at the song." Jon's throat tightened. "I flinched," he said quietly. "Inside." Wyman's gaze held his. "Inside doesn't matter," he said. "Not until you're alone. A ruler is allowed to bleed in private. In public, he stands." Jon swallowed. "And what am I in public?" he asked, voice low. Wyman's eyes gleamed. "In public," he murmured, "you are whatever the moment needs. Bastard, fosterling, wolf." His voice dropped further. "But in private, you are the thing they fear waking." Jon's pulse hammered. He glanced down the corridor as if the stones themselves might be listening. "They're already hunting," he whispered. Wyman nodded once. "Aye," he said, "which means you must learn faster." He placed a heavy hand on Jon's shoulder. "Tomorrow you rise before dawn. We go to the Wolf's Denver." Jon's breath caught. The Wolf's Den. White Harbor's old fortress, where Manderly justice was said to be colder than the sea. "What for?" Jon asked. Wyman's smile was thin. To remind you, he murmured, that mercy and fear are both tools, and you must learn to hold them without dropping either. Jon nodded slowly, stomach tight. When Wyman left, Jon stood alone in the corridor, the feast's warmth fading behind him. He felt the leather wolf at his belt and the heavier secret in his pack. Somewhere, across the sea, a girl named Daenerys carried the last visible dragons. Somewhere, in King's Landing, Eddard Stark held the realm's rotten plank in his hands. Somewhere, in the shadows, lions whispered. Jon stared into the dim torchlight and wondered how long the snow could hide fire. Night on the docks was a different world. The day's noise faded, leaving only the groan of ropes, the slap of waves, the distant cries of gulls that never truly slept. Lanterns swung on posts, casting pools of light that did not quite reach the shadows between barrels and crates. Snow fell in thin, drifting sheets, melting where it touched wet wood. Jon walked with Wendell and 2 guards, cloak pulled tight, breath steaming. Wyman had insisted on an evening inspection. To see who works when honest men sleep, he had said. Jon had thought it another lesson in vigilance. Now he felt the dock's silence like a held breath. Wendell spoke quietly, voice low. "Father says the city's full of ears tonight," he muttered. "So keep yours sharp." Jon nodded, fingers brushing his sword hilt. He had been drilling more in White Harbor than he had in Winterfell. Not because Wyman demanded it, though he did, but because Jon's fear had grown teeth. Fear became training when you refused to let it become panic. They passed a row of stacked barrels. The lantern light flickered. Jon's eyes swept the shadows. Tar, rope, broken boards. A shape moved. Jon's instincts screamed before his mind could name it. He turned too late to avoid the lunge entirely. A man erupted from between barrels, hood up, face half hidden, dagger flashing in the lantern glow. The blade aimed for Jon's ribs with practiced speed. Jon twisted, the dagger scraping across his cloak instead of sinking deep. Pain flared hot, sharp along his side. He stumbled back, boots skidding on wet planks, and drew his sword in the same motion. Steel rang as the assassin's dagger met Jon's blade. The man moved like someone trained for killing, not brawling. He darted in, stabbing quick, trying to slip past Jon's guard. Jon's heart hammered, breath ragged. He had fought boys in yards. He had fought men in practice. This was different. This was a man who wanted him dead. Jon parried step by step, forcing space. The assassin pressed, eyes glinting from under the hood. Jon saw no hesitation there, no fear, only purpose. "Wendell!" Jon shouted, but Wendell was already moving. Wendell slammed into the assassin from the side, shoulder first, knocking him off balance. The dagger slashed wild, cutting Wendell's sleeve. Then the assassin twisted away like an eel. A guard lunged, sword raised. The assassin's dagger flicked, and the guard cried out as blood spattered the snow-dusted planks. The guard fell, clutching his throat. Jon's stomach lurched, but his grip tightened. He stepped forward, forcing the assassin back toward the barrels. The assassin's eyes flicked, calculating escape routes. Jon feinted high, then drove his sword low, aiming for the assassin's leg. The man jumped back, but the blade kissed his thigh, slicing cloth and flesh. Blood darkened the wood. The assassin hissed, then lunged again, faster, desperate. The dagger flashed toward Jon's throat. Jon raised his blade, caught the dagger arm and shoved hard. The assassin stumbled. Wendell grabbed him from behind, arms locking around his chest. "Now!" Wendell snarled. Jon did not hesitate. He drove the flat of his blade into the assassin's wrist. Bone cracked. The dagger clattered to the planks. The assassin snarled and twisted, trying to bite, trying to slip free. His free hand fumbled at his belt, reaching for something else. A small object fell from his palm as he struggled. A token, gold glinting in torchlight. It landed on the wet planks with a soft clink. A lion. For a heartbeat, the world narrowed to that tiny golden beast staring up at Jon. Wendell slammed the assassin down, knee in his back. More guards rushed in, drawn by the shout, torches flaring, steel shining. They pinned the man, tearing the hood back. He was young, too young. A boy pretending to be a killer, face pale, eyes wild. He spat blood and tried to laugh. "Too late," he rasped. "Too late. The lions." Wendell punched him hard, silencing him. Jon stared at the boy, chest heaving, pain burning along his side. He looked down at the lion token again, then slowly bent and picked it up. It was warm from the assassin's hand. Warm gold, warm threat. Wyman Manderly arrived with a cloak thrown over his shoulders, face set hard. He took in the dead guard, the blood, the pinned assassin, the lion token in Jon's hand. For a moment Wyman's jovial mask was gone entirely. What remained was a lord who had survived storms by being colder than the sea. "So," Wyman said softly, voice like iron, "they've decided." Jon's throat tightened. "They want me dead," he said, the words flat with shock. Wyman's gaze held his. He said, "or scared, or moved. Dead is simplest." He looked down at the assassin boy. "Who sent you?" he asked calmly. The boy laughed weakly, spit and blood on his lips. "A queen," he rasped. "A lioness who hates surprises." Wyman's eyes narrowed. "And who pays you?" he asked. The boy's eyes flicked, fear flashing now. He began, then swallowed hard as if he'd realized what he'd said. Wyman nodded once, as if confirming something he already knew. "Take him," he ordered the guards. "Put him in the wolf's den, keep him alive. I want his whole story, not his last words." The guards dragged the assassin away, boots scraping on planks. The dead guard lay still, eyes open to snow. Jon stared at the body, stomach tight. A man had died because Jon existed, because of a secret name, because lions did not like surprises. Wyman stepped closer, voice lowering. "You're hurt," he observed. Jon looked down. Blood seeped through his cloak along his ribs, dark in the lantern light. The cut was not deep, but it stung, a sharp reminder of how close death had come. "I'm fine," Jon said automatically. Wyman's mouth tightened. "Lies," he said softly. "But you're alive." He nodded toward the lion token. "Keep that. Let it remind you what you face." Jon's fingers closed around the token until its edges bit into his skin. "What now?" he asked, voice low. Wyman's eyes gleamed. "Now," he said, "we send ravens. To Winterfell. To the Hand." His expression hardened. "And now you learn a lesson most men learn too late. The game has begun, whether you wanted to play or not." Jon stared out over the black water, the lantern lights trembling in the wind. Snow fell steadily, soft as ash. Somewhere in the south, Eddard Stark stood alone against a king's rage and a queen's suspicion. Somewhere in White Harbor, a boy had tried to kill Jon Snow with a lion token in his hand. Jon felt the leather wolf at his belt, and the lion token in his fist, and the unseen dragon ring in his pack. Wolf, lion, dragon. The realm was already choosing its beasts. Jon lifted his chin into the cold wind, letting it sting his face, letting it strip away the last comfort of denial. His voice, when he spoke, was quiet, but it held the first edge of something harder than fear. "Then teach me to win," he said. Dawn in White Harbor was gray and mean, the sea light bleeding through cloud like a wound that refused to close. The wolf's den squatted at the edge of the city like an older memory, its stones darker than new castles, its halls narrower, its air damp with salt and old fear. Jon followed Lord Wyman Manderly down winding steps that seemed to lead not only beneath the fortress but beneath the world's easy lies. The torches guttered as they passed, the flames bending as if the place inhaled. "Feel it," Wyman murmured without turning. "The den remembers." His voice carried no humor now. The lord who feasted and laughed was left above with the music. Down here, Wyman's weight became something else. authority stripped to bone. Jon's hand brushed the bandage beneath his cloak. The cut at his ribs pulled when he breathed. The sting reminded him to stay present. A man could drift when he was safe. Jon could not afford drifting. They came to a cell where iron bars held back a darkness that seemed thicker than shadow. A guard opened the door, and torchlight pushed inside. The boy sat bound to a chair, wrists tied behind him, ankles roped to the legs. His face was pale beneath bruises. One eye had swollen half shut. His lips were cracked, a smear of dried blood at one corner. He stared at them with a fury that looked practiced, something he had learned to wear, like the hood he'd worn on the docks. Wendell Manderly stood to one side, arms crossed, his face hard. Two guards waited behind the boy, silent as carved stone. Wyman stepped forward and regarded the boy as if he were a ledger entry. "You have a name," he said softly. The boy's jaw worked. "Names don't matter," he rasped. Wyman's smile was thin. "They matter to men who plan to survive," he said. "What is it?" The boy spat weakly. The spit hit the stone and vanished into damp. Wendell's fist twitched, but Wyman lifted a hand, and the younger man stilled, breathing hard through his nose. Jon watched the boy's throat bob. Fear lived there, not fear of pain he'd already tasted, but fear of what waited beyond this room if he spoke. Jon had seen that fear in Rusk's eyes, and he recognized it now as the same beast wearing a different skin. Jon stepped closer, stopping just beyond the reach of the boy's feet. He kept his voice calm. "You tried to kill me," Jon said. The boy's one open eye burned. "I should've," he hissed. Jon nodded as if accepting it. "Maybe," he said, "but you didn't." He let the silence stretch. In the silence, the boy's breathing grew louder. "Who taught you to hold a dagger like that?" The boy's gaze flicked, just for a heartbeat, to Wyman, then away. That small movement was answer enough. Wyman's rings glinted in torchlight as he folded his hands. "You're quick," he said mildly, as though complimenting Jon's penmanship. "Ask again." Jon crouched slightly, bringing his face closer to the boy's level, not looming, not pleading. "Who taught you?" he repeated. The boy's lips trembled despite himself. "A man," he muttered. "Which man?" Jon said. The boy swallowed. His eye darted to the torch as if the flame might offer a route out. Wyman's voice stayed soft. "I will not flay you," he said, almost conversational. "That's a Bolton's sport. I will not take fingers one by one and ask you questions between screams." He leaned closer, and the air seemed to tighten around his words. "But I will send you east in a sack. In the sea, sacks fill with water." The boy's bravado cracked. His eye widened. Jon watched the crack form, watched the boy scramble to patch it with hatred. Hatred was easier than terror. Hatred made you feel strong. Jon spoke quietly. "Tell us the chain," he said. "Not the queen, not the lion. The hands between. The hands that touched your coin before it touched you." The boy's breathing hitched. His gaze flicked again, and Jon saw it. He wanted to speak. He wanted to survive. But he had been trained to believe silence was survival too. Wyman's shadow fell over the boy like a closing door. "You think you're loyal," Wyman murmured. "You think the lions will reward you." His mouth curled. "Lions don't reward. Lions eat." The boy's voice came out as a whisper, brittle. "A man in brown," he said. He gave the token. He said, "If I failed, I never existed." Wendell swore under his breath. Jon kept his expression still. "Where?" he asked. "By the fish market," the boy whispered. "Under the rope walk," he said to watch the bastard. "To wait until the guards were bored," Jon finished, and the boy flinched at the accuracy. Wyman straightened slowly. "Good," he said, and there was satisfaction in it, cold and contained. "Now we have a place." He glanced at Jon. "And you have learned the first truth of rule, boy." Jon's throat tightened. "What truth?" he asked. Wyman's eyes gleamed like wet stone. "Men will die to keep secrets that aren't even theirs," he said softly. And you must decide which secrets are worth that price. The hand's pin lay on the table like a severed thing. Eddard Stark stared at it as if it might crawl back onto his chest of its own will, as if duty were a living creature that refused to be cast off. Outside, King's Landing moved on. Shouts in the yard, the clatter of hooves, distant laughter that did not know the shape of danger. Within the chamber, the air felt too still. A raven had come at dusk. The wax seal bore a merman, and the sight of it made Eddard's stomach tighten before he even broke it. He read the letter once, then again, slower the second time, as if the meaning might change if he stared hard enough. A lion token, a knife in the dark, Jon's blood on dock planks. Eddard's hand shook as he folded the parchment, then unfolded it again. He felt as though he were back in the Tower of Joy, his hands slick with blood that did not belong to him, swearing oaths to the dying. A soft sound made him turn. Varys stood by the hearth, hands folded, eyes bright as polished stones. He had come without announcing himself, which in King's Landing was either discourtesy or warning. "You read that as if it might bite," Varys said gently. Eddard's jaw tightened. "It already has," he said. Varys's smile held no mockery. "White Harbor," he murmured. "Lord Wyman Manderly is cautious. He does not send ravens for small things." Eddard's gaze sharpened. "Did you see it before me?" he demanded. Varys lifted a hand, as if calming a nervous horse. "No," he said softly. "I did not touch your raven, Lord Stark. I only noticed your door remained shut longer than usual, and you are not a man who lingers over love letters." Eddard's mouth twisted. "This city has taught you to listen to hinges," he said coldly. Varys's smile widened faintly. "Hinges tell you which doors lead to knives," he replied. His eyes flicked to the folded parchment in Eddard's hand. "Is it about your son?" The word son landed like a stone. Eddard's face went harder. "It is about my household," he said. Varys's gaze did not waver. "Of course," he murmured. "And your household is of great interest. Wolves are always of great interest." He paused, letting the silence press. "Especially wolves who shelter unusual pups." Eddard's blood went cold. He stepped closer to Varys, stopping just within arm's reach. "If you know," he said lowly, "and you speak." Varys's eyes softened, almost sad. "If I know," he said, "then speaking would be foolish." He glanced toward the fire, as if consulting its dancing answers. "The king speaks loudly about dragons, does he not?" "He speaks loudly because he fears quietly." Varys looked back at Eddard. "Fear makes kings do ugly things." Eddard's throat tightened. "Then why are you here?" he asked. Varys's voice dropped. "Because someone else is afraid too," he said. "And she does not roar. She does not need to." His smile thinned. "Queens move with whispers." Eddard's mind flashed to Cersei's eyes, cold and measuring. He saw again the way her gaze had followed Jon in Winterfell as if she had caught a scent. "My honor cost me the handship," Eddard said bitterly. "Perhaps it will cost more." Varys tilted his head. "Honor is not the coin this city spends," he said softly. "But it is a coin some men still recognize." He leaned in slightly, voice like silk drawn over steel. "If you are not hand, you are unprotected. If you are unprotected, you cannot protect others." Eddard's jaw clenched. He hated the logic because it was true. A faint sound from beyond the door, soft laughter, light footsteps, told him Peter Baelish lingered nearby like a shadow that pretended it belonged to him. Eddard looked down at the parchment again. The words were plain. The meaning was not. Jon was being hunted. The lions were reaching north with hands that did not wear claws. "If I return the pin," Eddard said slowly, "I become a target again." Varys's smile was small. "You never stopped being one," he said. Eddard lifted his head. "And if I do not return it," he said, voice tight, "my son dies in some alley of the north while I sit here pure." Varys's eyes held his, steady. "Purity is a luxury," he murmured. Eddard Stark stared at the hand's pin until it blurred slightly, and he realized his eyes were wet. Outside, the city kept breathing. Inside, Eddard took the pin in his hand. The metal was cold. He did not yet fasten it, but he did not leave it on the table either. Winterfell had quieted after the king left, but it was not the quiet of peace. It was the quiet of waiting. Waiting for ravens, waiting for winter, waiting for pain to decide where it would land next. Catelyn Stark had not left Bran's side for days. The boy lay pale beneath furs, his lashes dark against his cheeks, his mouth slightly open as if he were trying to speak and could not find the path. His fall had broken more than bone. It had broken something in the castle's rhythm. Even the hearth seemed to burn lower in that chamber, as if the fire itself mourned. Maester Luwin moved with careful hands, grinding herbs, whispering of fevers and swelling and the uncertain mercy of the gods. His words were meant to soothe. They did not. Robb stood by the window like a young lord carved out of grief. His jaw was clenched. His hands opened and closed at his sides, as if searching for a sword hilt that wasn't there. The boy in him wanted to howl. The air in him kept the sound locked behind his teeth. "We should have stopped him climbing," Robb said hoarsely, voice barely above a whisper. Catelyn did not answer at once. If she spoke, she feared the words might come out as something ugly: blame, despair, a scream that would not stop. Instead, she kept her hand on Bran's, feeling the faint warmth, the stubborn life. "He has always climbed," she said finally. Her voice sounded distant to her own ears. "He climbed before he could run." Robb's eyes were red-rimmed. "And now he may never run again," he said, and the words trembled. Catelyn's throat tightened. She brushed Bran's hair back, tender, as if the act could smooth the world. "He will wake," she whispered, not to Robb but to herself, to the walls, to the old gods who watched from the godswood. "He will wake." A sound made them both go still. Soft footsteps in the corridor. A whisper of cloth. The door eased open. Ser Roderick Castle entered, face grim, his cane tapping softly. Behind him, a guard dragged a struggling man, small, wiry, his eyes wild with panic. The man wore rough clothes, smelled of sweat and fear. A dagger had been knocked from his hand, and it lay now in a guard's grip. Catelyn's stomach turned. "What is this?" she demanded, her voice suddenly sharp enough to cut. Roderick's face was hard. "We caught him creeping toward the boys' chamber," he said, "with a knife." Robb's hand went to his sword out of instinct, then remembered he was unarmed and cursed under his breath. The man thrashed. "I wasn't," he began. Roderick struck him across the mouth with his cane. The man's head snapped sideways, and blood spattered his lip. Catelyn rose slowly. Her knees ached. She did not care. She looked at the dagger. It was not like the rough northern knives she'd seen 100 times on belts and tables. Its blade was slim and dark as midnight, so sharp the candlelight seemed to slide off it. The hilt was pale, carved from something that looked like bone. Dragon bone, her mind whispered, though she did not know how she knew. The thought made her skin prickle. "Where did you get it?" Catelyn demanded. The man spat blood, eyes darting. "I found it," he stammered. "You found Valyrian steel," Robb said, voice low and deadly. "In the snow." The man sobbed, shaking. "They paid me." He blurted, the words bursting out like bile. "They said the boy's suffering was mercy. They said." "Who?" Catelyn hissed. Her heart hammered so hard she could taste it. The man's eyes squeezed shut. "A tall man," he cried. "No face, just a hood. He gave me the knife. He said to finish what was started. He said the wolves would howl, but no one would hear." Catelyn felt the room tilt. Finish what was started. Bran's fall. Not an accident, then. Not only a child's foolishness. Someone had wanted her son dead. Robb lunged forward, grabbing the man by the collar. "Say their name," he snarled. "Say it." The man whimpered. "I don't know," he sobbed. "I swear I don't." Catelyn's gaze went back to the dagger. Dragonbone, Valyrian steel, not a common man's weapon, not a Northman's purchase. Her mind flashed. Lions and gold, cold green eyes, a queen's smile that never warmed. Jaime Lannister's white cloak. The way he'd looked at Winterfell as if it were something he might one day burn. And then, unbidden, another face rose. Jon Snow's, in the corridor, saying, "I've been nothing my whole life." The words cut differently now. Jon had been a threat without knowing it. Bran had been a threat without knowing it. In Winterfell, threats bloomed like mold in damp stone. Catelyn's hands trembled. "Take him," she said, voice tight. "Put him in a cell. Keep him alive." Roderick nodded, grim. The guards dragged the sobbing man away. Robb stared after him, breathing hard. "We should send word to father," he said. Catelyn's gaze lingered on the dagger, on the way the candlelight trembled on its edge. She thought of King's Landing, of Eddard Stark alone among snakes, of Jon Snow in White Harbor hunted, and she realized with a sick certainty that winter had come early, not in snow but in knives. Catelyn Stark had not planned to leave Winterfell. Leaving felt like tearing her own skin away. Every instinct in her screamed to stay beside Bran's bed until he opened his eyes and spoke her name. But the dagger lay on her table now, wrapped in cloth like a venomous thing, and the feel of it pressed against her mind more heavily than grief. Someone had paid to murder her son with a weapon fit for a lord. That meant a lord, or someone who played at being one, had set their sights on House Stark. And if that was true, then Eddard Stark needed to know. Not later. Not when ravens could carry words that were already too late. He needed to know now, with a living breath in his ear and the dagger on his table where he could see it. Robb argued when she told him. "No," he said fiercely. "You can't go south. Father needs you here. Bran needs you here. Bran needs answers," Catelyn said, and her voice surprised her with its steadiness. "And if I wait, the answers will bury him." Robb's jaw tightened. "I'll go," he said. "I'm the Lord now. I should go." "You are not the Lord," Catelyn snapped, and then softened because she saw the boy in his eyes. "Not yet. And even if you were, you cannot leave Winterfell now. The North will watch you. The Lords will test you. And your brothers." Her throat tightened. "They need you." Robb's hands clenched. "And what about you?" he demanded. "Who needs you?" Catelyn's mouth went dry. In her mind she saw Jon Snow again, leaving Winterfell with a pack on his back, eyes too old for his face. She had begged him to be nothing. Now she understood how foolish that had been. Nothing was not safety. Nothing was only weakness. She swallowed. "I need to do this," she said quietly. "If I cannot protect my children here, I will protect them by cutting the hand that reaches for them." Robb's gaze went hard. "The Lannisters," he said. Catelyn did not say the name. Speaking it aloud felt like inviting it into the castle. "We have suspicions," she said, careful. "Eddard Stark will decide what to do with them." Robb looked away, fury shaking him. He was a wolf straining at a leash, and Catelyn hated herself for being the one holding it. But she could not send him south into a nest of vipers. She could not watch another child die from a cliff she could have avoided. So at dawn she rode out. Ser Roderick Castle rode beside her, his face grim, his cane strapped behind his saddle. A small escort followed, trusted men, quiet, eyes scanning the woods. The King's Road stretched south like a scar. At the gatehouse, Robb stood rigid, cloaked in dark wool, his hair whipping in the wind. His eyes were red-rimmed, but his chin was lifted, trying on lordship like a heavy cloak. Catelyn reined in for a heartbeat, looking up at him. "Rule while I'm gone," she said softly. "Not with swords. With steadiness. With patience." Robb's jaw worked. "And if the lions come?" he asked, voice low. Catelyn's hands tightened on her reins. "Then you howl," she said, "and the North will hear." Robb nodded once, sharp. His gaze flicked to her saddlebag as if he could see through leather and cloth to the dagger hidden within. "Bring father back," he he whispered. Catelyn's throat tightened. "If I can," she murmured. She turned her horse's head and rode. Snow drifted in thin sheets. The wind carried the smell of pine and smoke and something colder beneath. Fear. As Winterfell's towers faded behind her, ravens circled above like dark thoughts that would not land. Catelyn Stark rode toward the south, carrying grief in her chest and a Valyrian blade at her side. In her mind, wolves and lions and dragons moved on a board she could not fully see. But she would learn. The ravens smelled of feathers and ink and old secrets. Jon stood in White Harbor's Ravenry with a letter in his hand, the direwolf seal broken, the words inside smearing as his vision blurred. The noise of the birds, croaks and rustling wings, felt suddenly too loud, like laughter in a room where someone had died. Bran had fallen. The words were plain, written in Robb's hand with the stiff care of a boy trying to sound like a lord. Bran had climbed. Bran had slipped, or been pushed, the letter did not say, but the ink shook slightly where Robb wrote of it, as if his hand had trembled with rage. Bran lay unconscious. Maester Luwin said he might wake. Maester Luwin said he might not. Jon's throat tightened until breathing hurt. He saw Bran as he'd been in the Godswood, eyes bright, asking questions like arrows. He saw Bran perched on the wall walk, dreaming of the south. He saw Bran's small hand waving as Jon rode out of Winterfell, asking for a mermaid from the sea. Jon's fingers clenched around the parchment until it crumpled slightly. "I left," he whispered, and the words tasted like guilt. Maester Theomore watched him quietly, face lined with concern. Lord Wyman Manderly stood behind them, hands clasped, his expression unreadable. He had read the letter first, Jon knew. He had watched Jon's face when he handed it over, measuring the boy beneath the name. Jon swallowed hard and forced himself to unfold the parchment again, smoothing it with shaking fingers. There was more. A man had come in the night with a knife. Jon's blood turned to ice. The letter described the assassin in broken sentences. Caught near Bran's chamber, dagger in hand, weeping and swearing he'd been paid. The dagger was Valyrian steel, dragonbone hilt, dragonbone. Jon stared at that word until the raven's croaks became distant. Dragonbone was not a Northman's purchase. It was a lord's toy, a king's trophy, a rich man's threat. Wyman's voice broke the silence. "That's a message," he said softly. Jon looked up, eyes burning. "To kill a child," he rasped. "They send a blade worth more than Wintertown." Wyman's gaze stayed steady. "To kill the idea of safety," he corrected quietly. "That blade says, nothing is out of reach." Jon's hands trembled. "Who?" he demanded, and he heard the wildness in his own voice. "Who would?" Wyman did not answer at once. He stepped closer, his bulk quiet in the Ravenry's dimness. "You want a name," he said. "Names are satisfying. Names are simple." His eyes narrowed. "But the world is rarely simple." Jon's jaw clenched. "It's the lions," he said, and his voice shook. "It has to be." Wyman's expression did not change, but something colder moved behind his eyes. "Perhaps," he said, "or perhaps someone wants the wolves to think so." He tilted his head slightly. "In war, the first casualty is truth. The second is trust." Jon stared down at the letter again. Robb's words blurred with tears he refused to let fall. "I should be there," Jon whispered. Wyman's voice was firm. "No," he said. Jon's head snapped up. "He's my brother," Jon said fiercely. Wyman's gaze held him, unflinching. "And you are hunted," he said. "If you ride back now, you lead the hunters to Winterfell like a torch in the dark." He stepped closer until Jon could smell spice and salt on his breath. "Do you think they would stop at Bran? Do you think they would stop at Robb? At Arya? At Rickon?" Wyman's voice lowered. "At you." Jon's throat tightened. The answer was no. The answer was knives. Wyman's hand landed heavily on Jon's shoulder. The weight steadied and pinned him at once. "Grief makes men reckless," Wyman said softly. "And reckless men die before they can protect anyone." Jon's fists clenched. "So I do nothing," he spat. Wyman's eyes narrowed. "You learn," he said. "You sharpen. You prepare." His voice was quiet, but it carried iron. "And when the day comes that you can act without destroying what you love, you act then, with force that ends the need for more acting." Jon swallowed hard, breathing through pain. He looked at the ravens in their cages, at the way they watched with bright, indifferent eyes. Ravens carried words. Words could save or kill. Jon's life had become a message passing from hand to hand. He folded Robb's letter carefully, smoothing the creases as if smoothing the boy himself. He pressed it to his chest for a heartbeat. "I won't forget," he whispered, and he did not know whether he meant Bran or Winterfell or the life he'd been forced to leave behind. Wyman's voice was softer now. "Good," he murmured, "because forgetting is how men become monsters." Jon lifted his chin, blinking hard. "What do we do?" he asked, voice steadier. "About the dagger?" Wyman's gaze sharpened. "We watch who benefits," he said. "We watch who moves, and we send our own messages." His mouth curved faintly. "The sea teaches this. If you cannot stop the tide, you learn to ride it." Ravens croaked overhead, restless in their cages. Outside, the gray sea rolled on, indifferent to broken boys and Valyrian blades. Wyman Manderly did not let grief linger long. The day after Robb's raven arrived, Wyman called Jon into a private chamber where the windows looked out over the harbor. The sea was slate gray, cut by ships moving like dark knives. Charts lay across the table, trade routes, coastal currents, lists of cargo and coin. Over them, Wyman had laid a map of Westeros as if the land itself were another ledger to balance. Wendell stood at the table's edge, placing a small pouch down with a soft clink. When he loosened the tie, silver spilled out. Lannisport coin, scraped and worn, lions dulled by use. "Found on him," Wendell said, jerking his chin toward the door. A man stood there in shackles, guarded by 2 Manderly men. He was older than the last spy, face-lined, eyes wary. He kept his mouth closed, but his gaze flicked constantly, searching for weakness. Jon's ribs still hurt when he breathed too deep. The pain kept him sharp. Wyman's fingers tapped the map lightly. "We have a problem," he said. Jon's gaze stayed on the shackleman. "We have more than one," Jon replied. Wyman's mouth curved faintly. "Good," he said. "Now you're speaking like a lord." He nodded toward the spy. "This one didn't come with a token. He came with patience. He watched the docks for 2 days. He asked no questions." Wyman's eyes narrowed. Men who ask no questions are often the most dangerous. Jon stepped closer to the spy, studying him. The man met Jon's gaze and held it, defiant. Not fear then, or fear buried deeper. Jon spoke quietly. "You weren't sent to kill," he said. "You were sent to count." The spy's jaw tightened. Wyman's eyes glittered. "Count what?" Wyman prompted. Jon looked back to the map. "Ships," Jon said. "Men. How many guards. How often I walk. Where I sleep." He pointed toward the harbor's mouth. "And how fast a ship could leave if it had to." Wyman nodded once, satisfied. He murmured. "So." He looked at Jon as if offering a blade hilt first. Jon understood. "Bring him in," Jon said to the guards. They dragged the spy forward. The chains rasped against stone. The man's face remained stubbornly blank. Jon sat opposite him at the table, letting the map lie between them like a battlefield. "What's your name?" Jon asked. The spy snorted. "Names don't matter," he said, and Jon felt the old echo of the assassin boy in the den. Jon leaned back slightly. "They matter to me," he said evenly. "Because I'm deciding whether you live." The spy's eyes narrowed. "You're a bastard," he said contemptuously. "You don't decide anything." Jon felt the insult slide off him like cold water. Bastard. Snow. Those words had once been hooks in his ribs. Now they were only sounds. He looked at the pouch of Lannisport silver, then at the spy. "You're paid," Jon said calmly, "which means you can be bought." The spy's mouth tightened. Wyman's heavy presence filled the room, silent as stone. Jon continued, voice steady. "Here is your choice," he said. "You tell us your route and your handler, and we send you away alive with coin. Or you keep your mouth shut, and you become an example that warns the next man." He paused. "And there will be a next man." The spy's gaze flicked, just once, toward Wyman. Flinch. A calculation. Jon pressed. "You think the lions protect you," he said. "But you're here. You're already outside their reach. If you die, they lose nothing. If you live, they don't care." Jon's voice lowered. "You are disposable." The spy's nostrils flared. Anger, then. Anger at being seen for what he was. Wyman spoke softly. "He's right," he said. "I've watched lions eat their own before." Silence stretched. Outside, a gull screamed over the waves. The spy's shoulders sagged slightly. "A man," he muttered, "in a wine sink by the river gate. He calls himself RM." Jon's pulse quickened. "ORM," he repeated. The spy nodded once, bitter. "He pays. He listens. He sends letters on ships." He swallowed. "He told me to watch the bastard, to see if he was worth more effort." Wendell's jaw clenched. "And is he?" he growled. The spy looked at Jon with a strange mixture, resentment and reluctant respect. "You're still breathing," he said. "So, maybe." Jon's fingers tightened on the edge of the table. "Worth more effort, more knives, more coins." Wyman's voice was low. "We can use this," he said. Jon looked at the map again, at the lines of sea routes and roads. He saw them differently now, not as paths people walked, but as veins. Cut the right vein and a body bled. "We send him back," Jon said slowly. Wendell blinked. "Back?" he demanded. "After he tried to." "Not to Winterfell," Jon said, eyes cold. "Back to ORM." He met Wyman's gaze. "With a message." Wyman's smile returned, thin and pleased. "What message?" he asked. Jon felt something settle in him, heavy and calm. The thing Wyman had been trying to forge. "That Jon Snow is frightened," he said softly. "That Jon Snow is weak. That White Harbor is divided." He paused. "And that, if the lions want him, they can take him easily." Wendell stared. "That's madness," he said. Jon's eyes did not leave Wyman. "It's bait," he said. Wyman's gaze gleamed. He murmured. "And when they bite?" Jon looked down at the lion coin, then closed his fingers around it until its edges bit. "Then we see which hand holds the line," he said. "And we cut it." Catelyn's ride south felt endless, the cold giving way to damp, the trees thinning, the air turning sour with civilization. By the time she reached King's Landing, the city stank of too many lives crammed together and rotting slowly in their own heat. She kept her hood up and her eyes down, moving through crowds like a shadow that didn't belong. Peter Baelish found her before Eddard did. He appeared in an alley with a smile as if he had been waiting there for years. "Lady Stark," he purred, and the sound of her name in his mouth made Catelyn's skin crawl. "You look like trouble." "I am trouble," Catelyn said coldly. Littlefinger's smile widened. "How fortunate," he murmured. "I do so love trouble." He led her through twisting streets and quiet doors to a tavern that smelled of spilled wine and cheap perfume. In a back room lit by a single candle, Eddard Stark waited. When Catelyn stepped inside, Eddard rose so quickly his chair scraped. For a heartbeat, his eyes went not to her face but to her hands, as if he feared she carried blood. "Cat?" he breathed, voice raw with relief and alarm. "Why are you here?" Catelyn pulled back her hood. Her hair was wind-tangled, her cheeks hollow from sleepless nights. "Because our son lies broken," she said, and watched the words hit him like a blow. "Because someone came to finish him." Eddard's face went gray. "Bran," he whispered. Catelyn nodded once. She reached into her cloak and drew out the wrapped bundle. Her fingers trembled as she loosened the cloth. The dagger gleamed darkly in candlelight. Valyrian steel drank the light rather than reflecting it. The dragonbone hilt felt obscene in her hands now, beautiful and cruel. Eddard stared at it, his mouth tightening. "Gods," he murmured. Littlefinger leaned in the doorway, shadowed, watching with bright interest. "A rare piece," he said softly. "Very expensive." Catelyn's gaze snapped to him. "Do you know it?" she demanded. Littlefinger's smile was lazy. "I know many things," he said, "but perhaps Lord Stark should speak with his lady without an audience." He spread his hands. "I'll wait outside. I would not miss this for the world." He slipped out, leaving the room heavier. Eddard stepped closer, eyes fixed on the dagger. "A man tried to kill Bran with this," he said, voice tight. "Yes," Catelyn whispered, "and he said he was paid." Eddard's jaw clenched. "Paid by whom?" Catelyn hesitated. Saying the name felt like throwing a spear in the dark. "The Lannisters left Winterfell and Bran fell," she said carefully. "Then a man came in the night with a blade worth a lord's ransom." She swallowed. "Who else has such coin? Such cruelty?" Eddard's eyes closed briefly, pain flickering across his face. When he opened them, there was a cold steadiness there. "This city," he said quietly. "This city has many hands with coin and knives." Catelyn leaned forward, voice low and fierce. "Eddard Stark, stop speaking like you're afraid to name a monster," she hissed. "Our son is bleeding in his bed while you weigh words." Eddard flinched, then nodded once, grim. "You're right," he said. His gaze lifted to her, and in it she saw fear. Fear not only for Bran, but for Jon, for the secret that sat like a dagger between them. "And there is more," he added softly. Catelyn's throat tightened. "Jon," she whispered. Eddard's eyes flicked to the door as if expecting walls to speak. "White Harbor," he said, voice barely audible. A knife came for him, a token gold. "Lions." Catelyn felt the room tilt. Jon hunted too, her stomach clenched with a strange twist that felt like guilt. She had begged him to be nothing. Now nothing had not saved him. Nothing had only made him easier to reach. "He's just a boy," she whispered. Eddard's expression tightened with something like grief. "He is not allowed to be," he said softly. Catelyn stared at the dagger again. Dragonbone, Valyrian steel. She thought of Jon's secret name and felt a sick chill. Dragons and wolves tangled together, whether they wished it or not. "What do we do?" she asked, voice trembling despite herself. Eddard's jaw tightened. "We find who paid," he said. "We find who benefits." He looked at the dagger as if it were a map. "And we move carefully. If we strike wrong, we start a war we cannot stop." Catelyn's eyes flashed. "War may already have started," she whispered. Outside the room, Littlefinger laughed softly, as if he'd heard her. Eddard Stark reached out and took the dagger from Catelyn's hands. His fingers closed around the hilt carefully, as though he feared it might cut him through cloth and bone. "Go back north," he said quietly. Catelyn stiffened. "No," she said. "Not until I know Bran is safe." Eddard's gaze held hers. "Bran will not be safe if you are caught here," he said. "If the Queen learns you slipped into this city with a Valyrian blade, she will turn it into treason. And then Robb will be forced to raise banners just to breathe." His voice lowered. "Please." Catelyn's chest tightened. She saw the truth in his eyes, how thin their margin was, how quickly it could be torn. She nodded once, sharp and reluctant. "I will go," she said, "but I will not be blind. Not anymore." Eddard's mouth tightened. "Neither will I," he murmured. The candle flickered between them, and the shadows seemed to lean closer, listening. Cersei Lannister listened without moving. The messenger knelt on her carpet, head bowed, voice careful. He spoke of White Harbor. He spoke of a boy with dark hair and gray eyes. He spoke of a knife that had missed its heart. He spoke of a token lost on wet planks and a man taken alive. Cersei's fingers did not tighten on her cup. She did not spill wine. She did not shout. Rage was loud. Cersei preferred precision. When the messenger finished, Silence lingered long enough that the man's breathing became a kind of confession. Jaime stood near the window, gaze drifting lazily over the city as if its dangers were beneath him. Lancel lingered by the door, pale and sweating, as though afraid he might be ordered to do something he could not undo. Cersei set her cup down with delicate care. "So," she said softly, "my first hand reached north and came back bloody." The messenger swallowed. "Yes, your grace," he whispered. Cersei's eyes flicked to the map on her table. Westeros spread beneath candlelight, the north a vast white dream of distance. White Harbor was marked with a small ink dot like a bruise. "Manderly," she murmured. "Fat fish." Her mouth tightened. "He protects the bastard." Jaime shrugged. "Let him," he said. "Send another." Cersei's gaze snapped to him, cold. "And the second will fail too if we keep throwing boys with knives," she said. "We need men who do not fail." Jaime's mouth twitched. "You mean men who don't exist," he said. Cersei's smile was faint. "I mean men who don't talk," she replied. Lancel shifted, nervous. "Sister, your grace," he stammered. "It's only a bastard. Even if he what?" Cersei asked softly. Lancel swallowed hard. "Even if he looks wrong," he whispered. Cersei's eyes narrowed. Wrong. The word tasted like a splinter. She remembered Winterfell. The way the boy had stood, not cringing like a bastard should, but watching Robert Baratheon as if he were measuring him, watching her as if he understood she was danger. And she remembered Robert's pause, the flicker of recognition he'd tried to swallow. Recognition was poison. "Eddard Stark sent him away," Cersei said quietly, mostly to herself. "Eddard Stark does not waste affection. He does not collect bastards like Robert collects whores." Her gaze returned to the map. "So the bastard is either a weakness or a shield." Jaime sighed. "You're inventing stories," he said. "You always do." Cersei's eyes glittered. "Stories become truth when men believe them," she said. "That is how crowns stay on heads." She turned back to the messenger. "The boy was taken alive?" "Yes," the messenger whispered. "The one with the token. Manderly has him." Cersei's mouth tightened. "Then Manderly will learn what tokens mean," she murmured. She looked at Jaime. "I want eyes in White Harbor that do not wear our coins," she said. "No leons. No Lannisport silver. I want men who blend." Jaime's brows lifted slightly. "Smugglers," he said. Cersei nodded once. "Smugglers," she agreed. "And priests and merchants and singers. Anyone can hide a knife." Her gaze sharpened. "If the boy is only a bastard, then he dies and the problem ends. If he is something else," she paused, letting the words hang like a blade above a neck, "then he dies faster." Lancel's face went paler. "Should we tell the king?" he asked, voice thin. Cersei's eyes flashed. "Tell Robert?" she scoffed softly. "And have him bellow about dragons until half the realm hears?" She leaned back, folding her hands. "No, we do not wake sleeping beasts with loud bells." Jaime's expression darkened slightly. "And what about Eddard?" he asked. Cersei's smile returned, cold and smooth. "Eddard Stark is sniffing around old bones," she murmured. "He thinks his honor will protect him." Her eyes gleamed. "We will show him what honor is worth." She turned her gaze to the window, to the Red Keep's walls, to King's Landing sprawled below like a living wound. Somewhere in that city, Eddard Stark walked with a secret in his chest and a dagger in his hand. Cersei's voice softened, almost tender. "Send word," she said, "to our friends." She looked back at the messenger, and her eyes were the color of deep water. "Tell them the North is hiding something worth killing for." The messenger bowed, trembling, and hurried out. Cersei picked up her cup again and drank. The wine tasted of warmth and conquest and lies. On the table, the map lay open, and on the map, White Harbor waited like a throat. Eddard Stark did not trust the Red Keep silence. It was never truly quiet. There were always footsteps behind doors, whispers behind curtains, the soft scrape of a guard's boot shifting as if he were listening for the wrong word. But the keep could be silent in a particular way, a silence that meant something had already been decided. Ser Barristan Selmy walked beside him, white cloak brushing stone. The old knight's face was drawn, his eyes troubled. He had not spoken much since Eddard resigned, but he had followed Eddard through corridors today without being asked, as if honor recognized honor and refused to let it walk alone. Eddard kept the dagger hidden beneath his cloak, wrapped in cloth. He could feel its weight against his ribs. Valyrian steel, dragon bone, a message meant for wolves, carried into the lion's den. "You should not be carrying that here," Barristan murmured quietly as they passed a pair of guards. Eddard's jaw tightened. "I should not have to," he replied. "But here we are." Barristan's eyes flicked toward the cloth-wrapped shape beneath Eddard's arm. "A dangerous thing," he said softly. "A child's bed is more dangerous," Eddard said, and his voice sharpened despite himself. He remembered Bran's small hand in Catelyn's, remembered her face. White with grief, hard with fury. "Someone paid to kill my son." Barristan's mouth tightened. "Then the realm is sicker than I feared," he said. Eddard stopped near a narrow window where sunlight fell weakly over stone. He looked out at the city below, at the mass of roofs and smoke, at the Blackwater's dull gleam. "It is sick," he said, "and it is rotting from the inside." Barristan's gaze was steady. "You believe the Queen," he said carefully. Eddard's eyes narrowed. He could hear Varys's words in his mind. Queens move with whispers. He could hear Littlefinger's laughter. He could see Cersei's cold composure. "I believe someone with power," he said. "Someone with coin." He paused. "And someone who wants Stark blood spilled quietly." Barristan's jaw worked. "If you accuse without proof," he began. "I am not here to accuse," Eddard cut in. "I am here to prevent more dead children." Barristan's face softened slightly, grief flickering. "I have seen dead children," he said quietly. "In the sack of this city, in the ruins of war." His eyes lifted. "If you move against the Queen, you must be certain." Eddard's throat tightened. Certain. Certainty was a luxury. He had a dagger. He had a dead hand. He had a king who hated dragons and a boy in the north with dragon blood hidden under snow. He forced himself to breathe. "I need time," he said, "and I need access." Barristan studied him for a long moment. Then, very slightly, he nodded. "The king still trusts you," he said. Eddard's mouth tightened bitterly. "The king trusts me until I stand in the way of his rage," he replied. Barristan's gaze grew harder. "Then do not stand in its path," he said quietly. "Guide it." Eddard stared at him. "Guide a storm," he murmured. Barristan's expression did not change. "A storm can be turned," he said. "Not by shouting at it, by steering the ship." Eddard felt the dagger's weight again and thought of ships. White Harbor's harbor mouth, Wyman Manderly's quiet strength, Jon Snow's blood on wet planks. A storm was coming. He could feel it in the keep's air. As they walked on, Eddard caught a glimpse of Varys in an archway, pale silk blending with shadow. The eunuch's eyes met his, and in them Eddard saw something like warning. Not about Daenerys, not about the realm's coin, about his own. Eddard Stark walked on, cloak heavy, knife hidden, honor bruised but unbroken. He told himself he still had time. He did not know whether the city agreed. White Harbor vanished behind them like a dim cluster of lanterns swallowed by fog. The galley cut through the black water with a steady rhythm, oars dipping and rising, the sea slapping the hull like an impatient hand. Salt spray stung Jon's face. The wind tugged at his cloak. Above, the sky was a lid of cloud with no stars to guide it. Wyman Manderly stood on the deck as if he belonged to the sea as much as the stone. His men moved around him with quiet competence. Sailors hauling rope, guards watching the dark beyond lantern light, a captain barking soft orders that vanished into wind. Jon gripped the rail, feeling the ship's living motion beneath his boots. The sea was not like land. On land, you could pretend the world was steady. Here, everything moved whether you wished it or not. "Why are we sailing?" Jon asked, voice raised slightly over the wind. Wyman did not look at him immediately. He stared out at the black horizon as if measuring it. "Because you need to learn what it means to command men who can drown," he said. "And because staying in one place makes you easy to find." Jon's ribs pulled as he breathed. "So we're running," he said, bitterness slipping in. Wyman's eyes flicked to him, sharp. "No," he said. "We're moving." He paused. "There is a difference." Jon stared out at the darkness. Somewhere behind them, White Harbor's walls held his bed, his books, his lessons. Somewhere far behind that, Winterfell held Bran's broken body and Robb's clenched fists. Somewhere far south, a red keep held his father. His father, whatever blood said, walking among knives. A sailor approached, holding a small cylinder sealed with wax, sea salt crusted around the edges. "Raven," the sailor said, voice tight. Jon's throat tightened. The last raven had brought Bran's fall. The next raven could bring anything. Wyman took the cylinder first, weighing it, then handed it to Jon without speaking. The gesture felt deliberate, an instruction disguised as trust. Jon broke the seal with careful fingers. The wax cracked. He slid the parchment out. The writing was cramped, hurried. King's Landing. Eddard Stark. Jon's breath caught as he read. Eddard wrote of danger tightening, of Catelyn's arrival, of the dagger, of the suspicion that the lions were moving on multiple fronts. He wrote of the king's fury, of the queen's cold watchfulness. And beneath the careful words, Jon felt Eddard's fear. Fear held tight behind honor. Fear turned into ink because it had nowhere else to go. Jon read the last line twice. "Stay hidden. Stay alive. If the storm breaks, you will be the wall." Jon's fingers tightened on the parchment until it trembled. The wall. He thought of ice and stone and men in black cloaks staring into endless dark. He thought of himself as a wall and felt the absurdity of it. How could one boy be a wall against a realm's hunger? Wyman watched him, expression unreadable. "What does he say?" Wyman asked. Jon swallowed hard. "He says the city is turning," Jon said quietly. He says I might be needed sooner than we want." Wyman's mouth tightened. He murmured. "That is what storms do. They ignore what we want." Jon looked down at the parchment again. Eddard's handwriting was a familiar thing, like Winterfell stones, steady, stubborn. Jon felt a surge of longing so sharp it hurt. To be back, to stand beside him, to do something. But wanting did not change the sea. Wanting did not stop knives. Jon folded the letter carefully and tucked it into his cloak. He turned his face into the wind until his eyes watered. "What happens?" Jon asked, voice low. "If the lions find proof?" Wyman's gaze held his. In the lantern light, the Lord's eyes looked darker, older. "Then the realm bleeds," he said simply, "and you either drown in it, or you become the kind of man who ends the bleeding." Jon's jaw clenched. He looked out at the black water, at the way the lantern light died a few paces from the ship and left only nothing. He felt, for a heartbeat, the shape of a crown that was not made of gold but of duty, heavy, cold, unwanted. The raven cage near the mast rattled softly as the ship rolled. The bird inside shifted, impatient, a messenger waiting for the next lie or truth to carry. Jon Snow stood on a ship's deck with the sea beneath him and war on the horizon. He did not know what the next raven would bring. He only knew he would be ready when it came. Fog gathered in folds along the water, thick enough to swallow lantern light and spit it back as a weak, trembling glow. The galley's oars dipped without splash. Men trained to move like ghosts when Wyman Manderly asked it. Jon felt the ship's slow glide in his knees, the hush of rope and wood under a sky that offered no stars. The cove appeared as a darker bruise in the gray. Jagged rocks, a narrow tongue of shingle, a line of pines clinging to the slope above like watchers that refused to sleep. A rowboat waited near the rocks, its oars laid across it as if it were only a fisherman's craft abandoned in bad weather. Wyman lifted 2 fingers. The captain leaned close, whispering orders. The galley drifted nearer, then held, oars stilling. The sea slapped the hull softly, impatient. Jon watched the man they'd taken, Orem's watcher, the one who counted without speaking, standing under guard near the mast. His chains were gone, replaced by men. That was Wyman's lesson too. Iron was honest, but loyalty was cheaper. "You're sure?" Wendell muttered, voice low. His anger had cooled into something harder. "If he runs." "He won't," Jon said quietly. He did not know it for certain. He only knew that if he spoke like he knew, men would move as if it were true. "He wants to live. Let him believe this is how." The spy's eyes flicked toward Jon. Hatred there and fear behind it. A man could hate you and still follow the path that kept him breathing. Wyman Manderly studied Jon sidelong, the faintest curve at his mouth. Not approval. Measurement. Jon stepped closer to the spy. "You'll row in," Jon said. "You'll speak to ORM. You'll tell him what we want him to hear." He nodded toward the fog where the rowboat waited. "And you'll come back." The spy's lips twitched. "Why would I?" he rasped. "You think I fear you more than the men who paid me?" Jon held his gaze. "No," he said simply. "I think you fear dying for nothing. And that's what you are to them, nothing." The spy swallowed, jaw working. Jon leaned closer, lowering his voice so only the spy could hear. "If you run, I don't hunt you," Jon murmured. "Wyman Manderly does. The sea is kind to some men. It is not kind to traitors." He paused. "If you return, you walk away with coin and a new name on a ship heading east. Somewhere lions don't reach." The spy's nostrils flared. He glanced at Wyman's bulk, at Wendell's hard eyes, at the soldiers who did not fidget. He looked back to Jon and, for the first time, seemed to see him as something other than a bastard boy in borrowed authority. "What do I say?" he muttered. Jon did not look at Wyman when he answered. "Say I'm frightened," he said. "Say my cut is deep. Say Manderly argues with his own men. Say I sleep with a knife under my pillow and still wake sweating." Jon's voice stayed even. "Say I want to run." The spy blinked. "And ORM will believe it?" "He doesn't need to," Jon said. "He only needs to repeat it." Wyman's voice rumbled behind him. "Go," he said to the spy, and the word carried the weight of judgment. "Row in quiet. If you shout, you drown. If you lie to me, you drown. If you return with the truth, you live." The spy stared at Wyman, then nodded once, stiff. A guard handed him the oars. Another shoved him toward the rowboat. Jon watched him climb in, hands trembling as he pushed off into the fog. For a long moment, there was only the soft grind of water against rock and the low creak of the galley settling. Jon's heart hammered, but he held his face still. Every instinct screamed for action, for certainty. There was none. Wyman stepped beside him, broad shoulders like a wall. "What do you feel?" Wyman asked, voice quiet. Jon's fingers tightened on the rail. "Anger," he admitted. "That I have to do this. That men in the South can reach into my life with coin and expect me to bleed." Wyman's breath fogged. "Good," he said. "Anger's a fire, but it burns down houses if you let it lead." He nodded into the fog. "Now you learn the sea's second lesson. Patience. If you cannot wait, you cannot win." The fog swallowed the rowboat's last shadow. Jon stared into it until his eyes ached, feeling the leather wolf at his belt and the lion token in his pocket, and the unseen dragon ring like a heartbeat he could not quiet. The red keep's godswood was smaller than Winterfell's, but it carried the same old silence. Trees that had watched kings rise and rot, earth that remembered blood better than prayers. Eddard Stark stood beneath the weirwood's pale limbs and listened to the trickle of water into the dark pool. The sound should have soothed. It did not. Robert Baratheon looked wrong here, too large for the quiet, too loud even when he did not speak. The king's eyes were bloodshot, his face heavy with sleep he never took. He held the hand's pin in his palm like a piece of himself he had dropped. "I was angry," Robert said at last, voice low. He did not look at Eddard, only at the pin. You make me angry, Ned. You always did. You make me remember the man I was supposed to be. Eddard's jaw tightened. A man who does not kill children, he said, and the words tasted like iron. Robert's mouth twisted. A man who wins, he muttered. A man who keeps the throne. He closed his fist around the pin, then opened it again as if it burned. Gods, I hate this city. I hate these councils. I hate... He trailed off, and for a heartbeat he looked not like a king but like a tired man drowning in his own crown. Eddard held himself still. He thought of Catelyn's dagger wrapped in cloth. He thought of Bran's broken body. He thought of Jon's blood on dock planks. The realm's rot was not far from his children's beds. You sent me away, Robert said suddenly, eyes snapping up. You put the pin down like I was no better than a butcher. I put it down because you asked me to murder a girl, Eddard replied, voice controlled. If you want a butcher, find one. If you want a hand, you need a man who will stop you when you're wrong. Robert's lips pulled back over his teeth. Anger flared, then faltered. He exhaled hard, a gust of breath that fogged in the cool air. Then take it, he said, thrusting the pin toward Eddard. Take it and be damned. Stop me. Guide me. Gods know no one else will. Eddard stared at the pin. It was small. It felt heavier than any sword he had carried. Your Grace, Eddard said slowly. If I take it, I will not flatter you. I will not bend my neck to your rage. And I will not be silent when your queen moves against my house. Robert's eyes narrowed. My queen, he repeated, and the words were sour. Always my queen. He glanced away, toward the pool, toward the tree's red eyes. Say what you mean. Eddard's throat tightened. A knife came for my son, he said quietly, in Winterfell, with a blade fit for a lord. And another knife came for Jon Snow in White Harbor. He watched Robert's face carefully. Someone is reaching for Stark blood. If that someone sits beside you on the throne, I need to know you will not turn your back. Robert's eyes flashed. They tried to kill your boy? He growled. Eddard nodded once. Yes. For a heartbeat, something old stirred in Robert's gaze. Fury like the young warrior he'd been, the man who'd smashed men for less. If it was the Lannisters, Robert began, and his hand tightened. If, Eddard said sharply, I will not accuse without proof, but I will not ignore a dagger either. Robert stared at him, chest heaving, then spat into the grass. Find your proof, he snarled. And if it's them, gods help them. Eddard took the pin from Robert's palm. The metal was cold against his fingers. He did not fasten it yet. Robert's gaze flicked to the pin, then to Eddard's face. You always did look like you were walking to your own hanging, he muttered. You and your damned honor. Eddard's mouth tightened. Honor is all I have, he said. Robert laughed once, harsh and humorless. Then you're poor, he said. His eyes softened, just a fraction. But you're mine. Take the pin. Be my hand. And...
Ned.
His voice dropped. Find out who's trying to kill your children before they make me kill mine. Eddard's jaw clenched at the bitter irony of it. He pinned the hand's badge to his chest. Somewhere beyond the godswood, Varys's pale shape lingered among the paths, watching like a man who counted storms before they broke. Steel had a smell when it was old, not the sharp tang of a fresh-forged blade, but something deeper, oil and leather and history. The Red Keep's armory was warm from torches and furnaces, yet Eddard felt cold as the dagger lay bare on the table. Dragonbone, Valyrian steel. Grand Maester Pycelle bent over it with trembling hands, his chain clinking softly. His eyes were watery, his mouth pursed as if tasting the air. Ser Barristan Selmy stood rigid beside Eddard, white cloak pristine, expression carved from duty and disgust. A rare thing, Pycelle murmured, voice quavering. Very rare. It was in a man's hand in my son's chamber, Eddard said flatly. Rare does not interest me. Origin does. Pycelle blinked, offended by the bluntness. The blade is Valyrian, he began, as if Eddard were a child. I know what it is, Eddard snapped. Then, more controlled, I need to know who could have afforded it. Who would have owned it? Who would have thrown such a thing away to kill a boy? The old maester's fingers hovered over the hilt, reverent and greedy at once. Dragon bone, he whispered. A fine grip, not common at all. The balance. Oh, the balance. Barristan's voice cut in, quiet and sharp. Maester, focus. Pycelle flinched slightly, then cleared his throat. There are lists, he said, eager to retreat into paper. In the Citadel, records of Valyrian blades held by great houses. He glanced at Eddard as if expecting praise for the idea. I do not have months, Eddard said. I have a child in a bed and another hunted in the north. Pycelle's eyes flicked, startled. Another? He echoed. Eddard's jaw tightened. He had spoken too much. He forced his tone flat. My household, he said. Barristan's gaze slid to Eddard, understanding without asking. Then Barristan looked back at Pycelle. Who in the city boasts of such a blade? He demanded. Who wagers with such things? Who shows them off? Pycelle hesitated. His eyes darted, as if searching the room for a safer answer. Many lords, he said weakly. The Lannisters have coin. The Tyrells have coin. Eddard's voice was low. Coin buys steel, he said. But coin does not buy discretion. If this dagger belonged to someone who gambles, someone would know. Pycelle's lips trembled. Lord Peter would know, he blurted. Peter Baelish keeps track of wagers, of debts, of men's foolishness. He is master of coin, after all. Eddard felt the words settle in his gut like a stone. Barristan's mouth tightened. Little finger, he said, and there was contempt there like old bile. Pycelle bobbed his head eagerly, grateful to have a name to offer. Yes, he said, Lord Peter has a talent for such knowledge. Eddard stared down at the dagger again. He remembered Peter Baelish's smile, easy, bright, as if the world were a game he already knew the ending of. He remembered Catelyn's face tightening at the sound of Peter's name, old memories sharp as thorns. Wrap it, Eddard ordered. A young armorer stepped forward with cloth and careful hands. Pycelle looked mournful as the blade disappeared beneath linen, as if someone had put a veil over a beautiful corpse. Barristan leaned closer, voice low. If Baelish is in this, he murmured, then you are walking into deeper water than lions. Eddard's jaw clenched. I have been in deep water since the day Robert rode north, he said. Barristan's eyes were steady. Then learn to swim, he said quietly. Eddard took the wrapped dagger under his arm. His weight felt like accusation. As he left the armory, torchlight flickered over stone. The keep's corridors stretched ahead, full of doors and listening shadows. He had a name to test now, and in King's Landing, testing a name was how men died. The brothel was a warm lie, perfume and laughter, silk and candlelight. Everything designed to make men forget the cold truth of who they were when no one watched. Catelyn Stark sat in Peter Baelish's private office behind a curtain and tasted none of it. Her hands were steady, but her heart beat like a drum under her ribs. The dagger lay on the desk between them, wrapped no longer. The dark blade drank the candlelight. Peter stared at it with open appreciation, as though it were a jeweled trinket rather than an instrument meant for Bran's throat. My, Peter murmured, swirling his wine. That's a serious message. Catelyn's eyes were hard. It was meant for my son, she said. Peter's smile softened, almost sympathetic. Yes, he said quietly, and the man who sent it wants you to know he can reach you. He leaned back, gaze flicking over her face. You rode all this way for this? I rode all this way because my children are being hunted, Catelyn snapped, and because my husband walks blind in a city that eats honorable men. Peter's smile returned, faintly amused. Eddard Stark has never been blind, he said. He just refuses to see what he doesn't like. Catelyn's fingers tightened on the desk's edge. Do you know this dagger? She demanded. Peter's gaze lingered on the blade. I know of it, he said, I've seen it at tables where men wager with more pride than sense. He lifted his cup and sipped. It once belonged to. Say the name, Catelyn said, voice low. Peter's eyes glittered. Tyrion Lannister, he said smoothly. The name hit Catelyn like a slap. Roderick Castle shifted behind her. A soft scrape of boot on wood. Catelyn's mouth went dry. You're certain, she said, forcing control into her voice. Peter shrugged lightly. As certain as any man can be in a city built on lies, he replied. His smile tilted. But yes, I'd stake my life on it. Catelyn's stomach twisted. Tyrion Lannister, the small man with sharp eyes. The one who had looked at Winterfell as if it were a story he could read. The one who had spoken to Jon Snow on the wall walk, toasting hidden things. Hidden things. Catelyn's throat tightened. Why would he do it? She whispered. Peter's smile turned almost gentle. Because you are a Stark, he said, and Starks are inconvenient when they start asking questions. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. And because a war between wolves and lions is profitable. For some. Catelyn's eyes narrowed. For you, she said. Peter laughed softly. For everyone, he corrected. Chaos is a ladder, Cat. Some climb, some fall. His gaze lingered on her face. Too intimate, too old. I would rather see you climb. Catelyn felt something cold crawl up her spine. Old affection could be another chain. A whisper of cloth made her glance toward the far drapes. For a heartbeat she caught a pale shape, Varys' silhouette half seen, as if the eunuch had been listening like a spider in a corner. Then the drape shifted, and he was gone, leaving only the sense of being watched. Catelyn dragged her gaze back to Peter. If it was Tyrion, she said carefully, then he must be stopped. Peter's smile was slow. Now you understand, he murmured. Eddard will need proof. You have a dagger. You have a name. He leaned closer. But you also need leverage. A man like Tyrion does not confess because you glare at him. Roderick's voice rumbled. Lady Stark, he warned softly. This is dangerous. Catelyn swallowed. Her mind ran like a wolf in snow. Fast, sharp, hunting. If Tyrion had sent the knife, then Tyrion was enemy. If Tyrion was enemy, then any meeting with him was a chance to seize him. Seize him, and Eddard would have something solid. Something he could put before Robert's roar. Peter watched her thoughts move and smiled as if he'd placed them there himself. I will return north, Catelyn said, voice tight. Quietly, Peter's brows lifted. North? He echoed, amused. Not to your husband? Not through the main roads, Catelyn corrected, eyes narrowing. If the lions are hunting, I will not walk into their jaws. Peter's smile widened. Wise, he murmured. If you need men. I need no men from you, Catelyn said sharply. Peter laughed, unoffended. As you wish, he said, and raised his cup in a mocking toast. Be careful, Cat. The road is full of accidents. So are inns. Catelyn stared at him, then wrapped the dagger again with careful hands, hiding dragonbone and steel beneath cloth like a sin. As she stood, she felt the brothel's warm air pressing in, thick with secrets. Outside, the city waited, and somewhere in that waiting, a knife was already moving. The fog thinned near shore, turning into a low, crawling mist that clung to rocks and boots like wet wool. Jon crouched behind a boulder with Wendell and 2 guards, the salt air sharp in his lungs. Pain tugged at his ribs when he shifted, but he ignored it. Pain was honest. Fear could lie. Below them, the rope walk stretched along the shore. A crude line of posts and tarred coils where fishermen and shipwrights came to steal rope by rope, or trade secrets that traveled faster than rope ever could. The spy stepped out of the mist first, shoulders hunched, hands empty, moving like a man who expected a blade in his back. He stopped beneath a hanging lantern and waited, breathing hard, eyes darting. Minutes passed. The sea hissed against stones. Somewhere in the pines, something small moved. A fox, perhaps, or a rat. Jon held still, letting the world show itself. Then a man appeared. brown cloak, hood up. His steps were calm, unhurried, as if the shore belonged to him. Two rough men drifted behind at a distance, loose and ugly, hands near belts. Not guards, not soldiers, men who killed in alleys. Orem stopped within arm's reach of the spy. He did not greet him. He simply watched. "What did you see?" Orem asked, voice low. The spy swallowed hard and delivered the lies like a prayer. "He's hurt," he said. "The bastard." Manderly's men argue. The fat lord's scared. They talk about sending him east. His voice shook at the right places, convincing enough to be true. "He sleeps badly. He watches the doors." Orem listened without expression. Then he lifted a hand and brushed something at his collar, an almost idle movement. Jon's eyes narrowed. A pin glinted briefly in lantern light. A small mockingbird. Wendell's breath hissed through his teeth beside Jon, quiet but furious. Jon felt cold spread through his gut. Not lions. A mockingbird wore many masks. Orem leaned closer to the spy. "He's frightened then," he murmured. The spy nodded quickly. "Yes." Orem's mouth curved faintly. "Good," he said. "Then we finish it before he learns to be brave." He turned his head slightly toward the two rough men. "Bring a boat. Tonight." The rough men nodded and melted back into the mist. Jon's fingers tightened on his sword hilt. His heartbeat was loud in his own ears. A mockingbird, Peter Baelish's sigil, coin and ladders and lies. Wendell shifted, ready to spring. Jon lifted a hand, stopping him. "Not yet. Let the snake show more of its body." Orem turned back to the spy. "You did well," he said. "There will be more coin." The spy's shoulders sagged with relief. Orem reached into his cloak as if for a purse. Jon moved. He rose from behind the rock with his sword drawn, stepping into lantern light like a shadow hardening into flesh. Wendell and the guards surged with him, blades out, boots pounding wet stone. Orem's head snapped up. His eyes widened just for a heartbeat, then went cold. He dropped the purse and sprang backward, hand flashing toward his belt. Too slow. Wendell slammed into him, knocking him sideways. The spy yelped and stumbled away, face white with terror. Orem twisted like a man who had fought before, drawing a dagger. He slashed upward, catching Wendell's forearm. Blood spattered the mist. Jon closed the distance and struck, steel ringing as his blade met Orem's dagger and knocked it aside. Jon's ribs screamed, but he drove forward, forcing Orem back toward the posts. Orem's eyes flicked to Jon's face, sharp and appraising. "Stark bastard," he spat. Jon's voice was low. "Not your coin," he replied. Orem's mouth tightened. He tried to dart past, but a guard blocked him. Orem spun, slashing, and the guard grunted, staggered. Orem lunged again. Wendell caught him from behind, locking his arms. Jon stepped in and drove his fist into Orem's jaw hard. Orem's head snapped back. His dagger clattered onto stone. For a heartbeat, Orem sagged. Then he spit blood and laughed softly. "You don't know what you've grabbed," he rasped. Jon stared at the mockingbird pin as it glinted on Orem's cloak. "I know enough," Jon said. Behind them, the sea hissed like a voice. The mist curled around their feet, trying to hide what had been revealed. But the lantern above them burned, and the truth burned with it. Orem bled less than Jon expected. Not because the fight had been gentle, but because men like Orem learned how to fall without breaking. His lip was split. One eye was swelling. Yet he sat bound to the cabin chair as if it were a throne he had chosen. Shoulders back, chin lifted, watching Jon with a smile that dared him to do worse. The cabin smelled of tar and salt and blood. A lantern swung overhead, casting shadows that moved like nervous hands. On the table, Wyman Manderly had placed the mockingbird pin. It looked harmless there, small, delicate, almost pretty. Jon stared at it and felt the way a tiny thing could hide a poison big enough to kill a house. Wendell stood to one side, his forearm wrapped in cloth already darkening. He had not complained. His eyes were bright with rage. Wyman's voice was calm. "Your name is ORM," he said. ORM smiled wider, showing blood on his teeth. "Names," he murmured. "So important to lords." "Important to men who plan to live," Jon said, echoing Wyman's earlier words. He leaned forward slightly. "Who do you serve?" ORM's gaze slid to the pin, then back to Jon. "A bird," he said softly. "A song." He shrugged as much as ropes allowed. "A man who understands that stories are more useful than swords." Wendell snarled. "Peter Baelish," he spat. ORM's smile did not falter. "If you want a name," he said, "say it. Names feel powerful in your mouth." Jon's stomach tightened. In King's Landing, Peter Baelish smiled at Catelyn like an old lover and offered her a path. In White Harbor, a man wearing Baelish's bird sent knives toward Bran Stark's throat and Jon's ribs. Jon kept his voice level. "Did Baelish send you to kill Bran?" he asked. ORM's eyes flickered, quick as a fish's fin. "A boy fell," he said lightly. "Boys fall." Jon's hand tightened on the table's edge. "Answer," he said. Wyman's heavy presence pressed in. "He won't confess to a crime he didn't commit," Wyman rumbled. Jon looked at Wyman, then back to ORM. "Then tell me the truth," Jon said quietly. "What did he want?" ORM's smile softened into something almost pitying. "To move pieces," he said. "To make wolves bite lions and lions bite wolves. To make a realm so busy tearing itself apart that no one notices who climbs." He leaned forward as far as the ropes allowed. "Your existence is inconvenient. It makes the board too simple." Jon's breath caught. "Because I'm a Stark," he said. ORM laughed softly. "Because you're a question," he corrected. "And questions make kings nervous." Wendell's voice was thick with fury. "He used lion tokens," he snarled. "He sent men saying the queen wanted to know. That was his doing." ORM's eyes gleamed. "Would you have listened if the message came with a bird?" he asked. "Lions are loud. Everyone blames lions. It saves time." His gaze sharpened on Jon. "And it saves the man who truly profits." Jon felt cold spread through him. The lions were still dangerous, but the Mockingbird was worse because it smiled while it cut. Wyman leaned forward, rings glinting. "How many men does Baelish have in White Harbor?" he asked. ORM's smile returned. "Enough," he said. Wyman's eyes narrowed. "Names," he said softly. "List them." ORM's gaze held Wyman's, defiant. "Drown me," he said. "Hang me. Beat me. It changes nothing." His eyes slid to Jon. "You're learning, boy. This is what power looks like. It isn't a sword. It's 1,000 hands doing one man's will." Jon stared at him. The urge to strike rose hot and wild. Anger for Bran, for Eddard trapped in a city of snakes, for every time Jon had been called bastard while other men decided his worth. He forced the urge down, swallowing it like poison. "You wanted me dead," Jon said quietly. ORM's smile thinned. "Dead men are silent," he murmured. "Silent men don't become banners." Wyman's hand landed on Jon's shoulder, steady and heavy. "Now," Wyman said softly. "You choose." Jon looked at ORM. A rope could end him. A blade could end him. It would feel clean. It would feel satisfying. And it would solve nothing, because another ORM would rise from the fog with another smile. Jon picked up the Mockingbird pin and held it between finger and thumb. "You're going to live," Jon said, voice calm. Wendell's head snapped toward him. "What?" he demanded. ORM's eyes narrowed. "Am I?" he murmured. Jon leaned closer to ORM, letting him see the cold certainty settling into him. "You're going to live," Jon repeated, "and you're going to carry a message back." ORM's smile returned, wary now. "To whom?" Jon held the pin up. "To the man who thinks he can climb forever," Jon said. "Tell him, Jon Snow is not falling." Wyman's eyes gleamed with quiet approval. ORM stared at Jon for a long heartbeat, then laughed softly, as if delighted despite himself. He murmured. "There's something in you after all." Jon did not smile. There is, he said, and he doesn't get to decide what it becomes. Catelyn had expected Eddard to deny it, to insist there must be another explanation, to cling to the hope that the lions were only arrogant, not murderous. But when she and Eddard met again, this time in a cramped room above a stable with hay, dust in the air and horses stamping below, he did not deny anything. He only looked older. The dagger lay wrapped between them. A raven's letter lay open beside it. White harbor seal, ink still dark, the hand steady but urgent. Catelyn read it once, then again, and felt the blood drain from her face. A mockingbird. Her mouth went dry. "Peter," she whispered. Eddard's jaw clenched. "Wyman believes so," he said quietly. His eyes stayed on the letter as if it were a wound. He caught a man wearing Baelish's pin. The man admitted the lion tokens were meant to mislead. Catelyn's hands trembled. Old memories flared. Peter as a boy in Riverrun, sharp-eyed and eager, bleeding on Brandon's sword, swearing love like it was an oath. Peter as a man in King's Landing, smiling and offering help as if help was ever free. "He told me Tyrion," Catelyn said hoarsely. Eddard's eyes lifted, hard. "I know," he said. "Pycelle said Baelish would know the dagger, and now White Harbor sends this." He tapped the raven letter once, controlled. "He wanted us to grab the wrong throat." Catelyn felt rage rise so hot it made her dizzy. "He used my son," she hissed. "He used Bran like a stone to throw at lions." Eddard's voice was low. "And he used Jon," he said, and Catelyn flinched at the name. Not because she hated it now, hate felt too small, but because guilt sat there, heavy. Jon hunted because of secrets she had begged him to bury. "Why?" Catelyn demanded. "Why would Peter?" Eddard's eyes were cold. "Because chaos suits him," he said. "Because he climbs on broken things." He looked at her, and his voice softened only slightly. "And because if Jon is revealed, if the truth ever comes, Baelish loses the kind of game he knows how to play." Catelyn's throat tightened. "He knows," she whispered. Eddard's jaw flexed. "He suspects," he said, "and suspicion is enough to send knives." He glanced toward the door where Roderick stood listening, tense. "This city reeks of ears. We cannot say more here." Catelyn leaned forward, voice fierce. "Then we move," she said. "We strike first." Eddard's eyes closed briefly. When he opened them, there was steel there. "We cannot strike Baelish openly," he said. "Not yet. He's threaded into the city's coin and whispers. If we miss, we die." He held Catelyn's gaze. "But we can protect our own." Catelyn's breath hitched. "How?" she demanded. Eddard slid the raven letter toward her. "You return north," he said quietly. "Not through the King's Road. Not with banners. Quiet. You warn Robb. You tighten Winterfell." His voice lowered. "You keep Bran alive. You keep our children together." Catelyn shook her head, anguish and fury twisting. "And you?" she demanded. Eddard's mouth tightened. "I stay," he said. "I play Baelish's game until I can break his fingers." He paused. "And I send word to Wyman. I want ORM alive long enough to point at the right man." Catelyn's nails dug into her palm. "If Peter did this," she whispered, "then Tyrion may be innocent." Eddard held her gaze. "Perhaps," he said. Catelyn's stomach twisted. The thought of seizing the wrong man felt like swallowing ash. Yet the dagger had still been real. The attempt on Bran had still been real. And the Lannisters, whatever Peter had done, were still dangerous beasts with claws. Catelyn rose abruptly, pacing the tiny room. "If I meet Tyrion on the road," she said, voice shaking, "do I let him pass?" Eddard's silence was answer enough. There were no clean choices. He stood too, stepping closer, voice low. "If you are seen here," he warned, "Baelish will turn it into a net. He will make you the spark he needs." He reached out and gripped her hands, hard. "Go, before the city notices you've breathed." Catelyn stared at him, eyes burning. "Bring our children through this. she whispered. Eddard's grip tightened. "I will," he said, and the promise sounded like a vow to the gods themselves. Outside, a horse screamed, startled by something unseen. Catelyn pulled her hood up, wrapped the dagger again, and felt the city's breath on her back as if it were already closing teeth. Peter Baelish did not look surprised when the whisper reached him. He stood in the small council chamber after dark with only one candle burning, the carved map table shadowed like a pit. His fingers rested on the edges as if he might push the realm's pieces with a gentle nudge and watch them topple into place. Varys lingered in the doorway, soft as a ghost, smiling as if he carried no weight at all. "A bird flew back from the north," Varys murmured. "It brought an odd little song." Peter's mouth curved. "Did it?" he said. Varys's eyes glittered. "It said Jon Snow is not falling," he murmured. Peter's smile widened slightly. "A pretty line," he said. "Dramatic. It would sell well in a tavern." Varys drifted closer, silk whispering. "Your man was captured," he said, still smiling. "And yet he lives. That is unusual." Peter's fingers tapped the table once, thoughtful. "Unusual is interesting," he murmured. "The North is supposed to be stupid. Wolves are supposed to charge when you wave meat." Varys's smile softened, almost sympathetic. "Perhaps your meat was not fresh," he suggested. Peter laughed softly. "Oh, it was fresh," he said. "A boy in a bed, a mother's grief, a father's honor." His eyes gleamed, fresh enough to make kingdoms bite. "And yet," Varys said gently, "you have been bitten." Peter's smile did not fade. "A nip," he corrected. "A reminder." He leaned back, the candlelight glinting on his pin. "White Harbor is fatter than I gave it credit for. And Jon Snow." He paused, eyes narrowing as if tasting the name. "Jon Snow is becoming inconvenient." Varys folded his hands. "Inconvenient boys have a way of becoming kings," he murmured. Peter's gaze flicked to him, amused. "Do they?" he said. "Or do they become corpses before anyone learns their names?" Varys's smile remained. "That depends," he said softly, "on who wants them dead." Peter's eyes gleamed. "Everyone should," he murmured. "A boy with the North's love is dangerous. A boy with a secret." His voice trailed, sweet as poison. "Secrets are ladders too." Varys watched him quietly. "Lady Stark visited you," he said. Peter's smile warmed, almost fond. "She did," he admitted. "Still beautiful when she's angry, still honest enough to be useful." He tilted his head. "Did she tell you what she carries?" Varys's eyes glittered. "She carries fear," he said. "And a blade." Peter chuckled. "She carries exactly what I wanted," he said. "A reason to hate lions." He turned his gaze to the candle flame. "And now perhaps a reason to hate birds." Varys stepped closer, voice gentle. "Be careful," he murmured. "Birds are fragile." Peter's smile sharpened. "Fragile things break," he said. "And when they break, they cut whoever holds them." Varys's smile did not change, but his eyes cooled. "Jon Snow sent you that message," he said softly. "A boy you tried to frighten." Peter's gaze went distant for a heartbeat, then returned, bright and calm. "Then Jon Snow is learning," he said. "Good." He spread his hands lightly. "Let him learn. The higher he climbs, the farther he can fall." He leaned forward, voice lowering. "Send new whispers," he murmured. "Not to White Harbor. Not yet." His smile returned, smooth as oil. "Send them to the roads, to inns, to crossroads where wolves meet lions and forget there are birds watching." Varys watched him, silk-soft smile steady. "As you wish," he said. Peter Baelish stared at the carved map and imagined wolves and lions tearing at each other while he climbed above them, smiling. Outside, the city slept uneasily, and in the north, a boy with blood on his ribs and fire under his name was learning to smile back. They brought ORM back to White Harbor under a hood. Not as mercy, and not as triumph. Wyman made a point of moving him like cargo, quiet and uncelebrated. Men who thought themselves clever loved attention. Wyman fed ORM none. The courtyard of Newcastle was empty except for torchlight and the thin hiss of falling snow. The sea wind pushed flakes sideways, making them glitter and vanish. Jon stood near the steps with the Mockingbird pin in his palm, feeling its sharp point press into his skin. ORM stood a few paces away, hands bound but not chained, hood shadowing his bruised face. A pouch of coin hung at his belt, enough to make him tempting to thieves, enough to make his story believable. Wendell watched with his wrapped arm held close, jaw tight. He still wanted to break ORM's neck and be done with it. Jon could see it in the way Wendell's fingers twitched. Wyman Manderly's bulk filled the top step, his breath fogging. He looked down at Jon, waiting. This was the choice. Not whether ORM lived or died, Jon had already decided that. The choice was whether Jon could hold his anger in his hand like that pin and not let it drive the point into his own flesh. Jon stepped closer to ORM. "You will go back," Jon said quietly. ORM's smile flickered beneath the hood. "To die," he murmured. Jon shook his head once. "To speak," he said. "To tell Peter Baelish what you saw." ORM's eyes narrowed. "And what did I see?" he asked. Jon lifted the pin between finger and thumb. "You saw a bastard frightened," Jon said softly. "You saw Manderly unsure. You saw a boy bleeding and ready to run." He leaned in slightly, letting ORM feel his voice. "You saw exactly what Baelish wants to believe." ORM's smile widened, amused despite himself. "And if he doesn't?" he murmured. "Then you improvise," Jon said. "You've made a living doing it." Wendell made a sound like a growl. Jon did not look at him. ORM's voice lowered. "You think you can play him," he said. "He plays everyone." Jon's eyes were cold. "He hasn't played me yet," he replied. ORM's smile thinned. "Not for lack of trying," he said. Jon's fingers closed around the pin, letting it bite. "Tell him this," Jon said quietly. "Tell him Jon Snow is desperate to survive. Tell him he should send help." A friendly hand. A man with a comforting smile. Jon paused. "Tell him, I want to speak with him." ORM's brows lifted slightly under the hood. "You want to invite the spider into your bed," he murmured. Jon's mouth tightened. "I want him close enough to cut," he said. Wyman's voice rumbled from above. "Remember," he said softly, "cutting the right hand matters more than cutting any hand." Jon nodded once without looking back. He stepped away from ORM and gestured to the guards. They untied ORM's hands, leaving only a rope loose enough to keep the illusion of restraint. They placed the hood properly, then turned him toward a side gate that opened onto narrow streets and the smell of sea. ORM paused at the gate and glanced back, head slightly tilted. "You're not a bastard," he murmured softly, as if tasting the words. "Not in the way they mean." Jon's blood went cold, but he kept his face still. "Walk," he said. ORM chuckled under his breath and disappeared into the night with the coin pouch and the lie Jon had wrapped around him like a cloak. When the gate shut, Wendell finally exhaled hard. "If he betrays you," he began. Jon looked down at the pin in his palm, then closed his fist. "Then we learn faster," he said. Wyman descended the steps, heavy boots crunching snow. He stopped beside Jon, gaze steady. "You did not kill him," Wyman said. Jon's jaw tightened. "Killing him would feel good," Jon admitted. Wyman's mouth curved faintly. "And feeling good is often the first step toward feeling dead," he murmured. He looked out into the dark where ORM had vanished. "Now we wait." Jon stared into the night, feeling the sea wind sting his face and the weight of the next move pressing in his chest like a second heart. Somewhere south, his father wore the hand's pin again. Somewhere in a bed in Winterfell, Bran Stark lay between waking and death. And somewhere in King's Landing, a mockingbird smiled and listened for the sound of wolves snarling at lions. Jon opened his hand and let the snow fall into his palm, melting instantly. "I won't be moved," he whispered, and the words were for the night, for Baelish, for himself. The city waited until Catelyn was alone. Not truly alone. Roderick Castle walked with her, his hand never far from his sword, but alone enough. Alone enough that no banners protected her. No hall's eyes watched. No northern men filled the street with the quiet threat of wolves. They took the back ways, moving through damp alleys where the stones sweated and the air smelled of river rot. Catelyn kept her hood up and her face down, her heart hammering in a steady, relentless rhythm. The dagger was wrapped tight beneath her cloak. She felt its weight with every step. A sound behind them, soft, quick. Roderick turned first, cane forgotten, sword half-drawn. "Lady," he began. Two men came out of shadow like thrown knives. They were not armored. They wore plain cloaks and hoods pulled low, faces half-hidden. Their blades were short and dark, meant for ribs and throats in tight spaces. One lunged for Catelyn without a word. Roderick moved between them, steel flashing. His sword caught the first blade with a harsh ring. The second man darted wide, trying to slip behind. Catelyn's breath caught. Fear tried to seize her knees and make her fold. She forced it down. She had been a lady in halls. She had been a mother beside a sickbed. Now she had to be something else. The first attacker slashed again. Roderick parried, but the man's second strike was quicker, skimming Roderick's shoulder and drawing a spray of blood. Roderick grunted but did not fall. The second attacker rushed Catelyn. Catelyn stepped back, stone slick under her boot. She felt the wrapped dagger under her cloak and yanked it free by instinct, cloth and all. The attacker's blade flashed toward her face. Catelyn swung the bundled dagger like a club, smashing it into the man's wrist. He hissed, blade clattering to stone. Roderick drove his sword into the first attacker's gut with a brutal thrust. The man gasped, eyes widening, blood spilling fast. He sagged, then collapsed. The second attacker snarled and lunged barehanded now, trying to grab Catelyn's throat. His fingers closed on her cloak. Catelyn's fear turned to fury. She tore the cloth from the dagger in one motion, bearing Valyrian steel to torchlight. The blade looked almost black, as if it drank the alley's shadows. The attacker froze for a heartbeat. Surprise, recognition. That heartbeat saved her. Catelyn drove the dagger forward, hard, into the man's side. He gasped, eyes wide, breath spilling out in a wet rasp. She yanked the blade free. Blood poured dark over his cloak. He stumbled back, hands shaking, trying to hold himself together. His hood slipped, revealing a hard, narrow face. For an instant, torchlight caught something on his cloak near the collar. A small pin, a mockingbird. Catelyn's blood went cold. The man's eyes met hers, and there was hatred there, and something like apology, as if he did not care who she was, only that someone had paid. He tried to run. Roderick caught him with a desperate slash, cutting across his back. The man stumbled, crashed against the wall, then slid down, leaving a smear of blood on wet stone. Silence fell suddenly, broken only by Roderick's ragged breathing and the distant murmur of the city pretending nothing had happened. Catelyn stood shaking, dagger dripping. Roderick turned to her, eyes wild. "Lady Stark," he rasped. "We must go. Now." Catelyn stared at the dead man's pin as if it were a serpent coiled in blood. Peter. The thought flashed through her like lightning. "This wasn't the lions," she whispered, voice thin. Roderick's face was pale. "Whoever it was," he said, "they wanted you quiet." Catelyn swallowed hard, forcing air into her lungs. The city had tried to cut her out like a loose thread, and now she understood. She could not simply run back north and hope Winterfell held. She had to strike in a way the city would feel. Her gaze lifted, hardening. "We leave tonight," she said, voice steady now. "And we do not take the main roads." Roderick nodded, bleeding, grim. "Aye," he said. Catelyn wiped the Valyrian blade on the attacker's cloak with a cold, practiced motion that surprised her. Then she wrapped it again, hiding dragonbone and steel as if hiding her own rage. As they hurried through the alley's mouth toward crowded streets, Catelyn Stark felt the realm's board shift beneath her feet. If a mockingbird could send knives into her path, then no one in this city was friend. And if Petyr Baelish wanted wolves and lions to tear at each other, then perhaps she would give him the first bite. King's Landing did not sleep. It only shifted its hunger from bright streets to dark ones. Catelyn Stark kept her hood low and her steps measured as Jory Castle led them through a narrow postern by the Rivergate, a door meant for servants and barrels, not lords' wives fleeing knives. The stones were slick with damp. Somewhere close, water lapped against pilings, the Blackwater breathing like a beast in its chains. A gold cloak's laugh echoed from the main road beyond the corner. Too close, too careless. Catelyn's heart hammered, but she did not run. Running made noise, and noise drew men who wanted credit for catching you. Jory Castle's face was hard in torchlight. He had not asked questions when Eddard sent him. He only said, "Lady," and offered his arm as if she were stepping down from a dais rather than out of a city that had tried to cut her throat. Ser Roderick Castle's shoulder was soaked through where he'd been nicked in the alley. He insisted he was fine, but his breathing told another story. Controlled, tight, stubborn. Catelyn hated the city for making even Roderick bleed. 3 horses waited in the small yard beyond the postern, their breaths steaming, their ears twitching at distant noise. 2 more Winterfell guards stood ready, cloaks pulled tight, hands near hilts. They looked like shadows trying to remember they were men. "Ride hard until the road turns," Jory murmured. "There's a fisher's lane that runs north of the river farms. We'll take it before dawn breaks." Catelyn nodded once. Her fingers tightened around the wrapped dagger beneath her cloak until her knuckles ached. The dragonbone hilt seemed heavier tonight, as if it carried not only steel but every lie she'd swallowed since the day she left Winterfell. Roderick leaned close, his voice a rasp. "Lady Stark," he said, "if they knew we were leaving, they would be here," Catelyn finished. She lifted her gaze, scanning the darkness beyond the yard. "Which means Petyr Baelish is not as all-seeing as he pretends, or he wants me to run." Jory's eyes narrowed. "Baelish," he repeated, disgust curling the name. Catelyn swung up into the saddle without waiting for assistance. Her legs protested, stiff from days of travel and nights without true sleep. She ignored it. Pain was honest. Pain meant she was still moving. Roderick mounted beside her with a grimace he tried to hide. Jory took the lead, turning his horse with a gentle pull and a quiet word. The small party slipped out through a service lane that smelled of river rot and refuse, hooves muffled by wet dirt. Behind them, King's Landing loomed, red walls, black rooftops, torchlights like watchful eyes. Somewhere within, Eddard Stark wore the hand's pin again, trying to steer a storm with bare hands. Somewhere within, Petyr Baelish smiled and listened for wolves to howl at lions. Catelyn rode on, keeping her breath steady, her hood low, the dagger wrapped and hidden like a sin. She did not know what waited on the road. She only knew she would not be the prey again. They left the stink of the city behind, but the city did not let go easily. The riverlands around King's Landing were flat and uneasy, stitched with muddy lanes and thin hedges, dotted with farmhouses that huddled like frightened animals against the cold. Mist crawled low over the fields, turning fence posts into ghosts. The moon hung behind cloud, pale and sickly, offering light that felt more like spying than comfort. Catelyn rode with her shoulders tight beneath her cloak. Every shadow looked like a man stepping out with a blade. Every bend in the lane felt like a mouth waiting to close. Jory kept them off the main roads, choosing lanes where carts rarely rolled and patrols grew lazy. Still, once they saw the glow of a watchfire near a bridge ahead, and Catelyn's breath caught. "Gold cloaks?" she whispered. Jory shook his head slightly. "River guards," he murmured. "Or bandits pretending." His hand went to his sword. "We don't test it." He turned them into a stand of bare willows along the bank, the branches hanging like thin fingers. The horses waded through shallow mud, hooves sucking softly. Water whispered against reeds. Catelyn's heart hammered in her throat, but she kept her face still. A lady could not afford to look like a frightened thing, not even when she was. Roderick's breath rasped beside her. He leaned close, voice tight. "If they catch us," he said, "I can make a hole." Catelyn glanced at him. The old knight's eyes were bright with stubbornness, but his skin was pale beneath his beard. He was bleeding under his cloak. He would not say it. He would die before he admitted weakness. "They won't catch us," she said, and the certainty in her voice was a lie she chose to make true. They waited until the watchfire's glow dulled behind willow trunks, until distant voices drifted away on the wind. Then Jory guided them back to the lane, moving like a man who knew how easily a life could be lost to one wrong decision. The further north they rode, the colder the air became. Frost began to bite the grass at the field edges. The smell of river rot faded, replaced by damp earth and wood smoke. It should have felt like returning. It did not. Returning implied safety, and safety had become a story told to children, not a thing grown people could hold. Catelyn's mind kept circling the Mockingbird pin in the alley, how it had flashed like an insult in torchlight. Peter had always liked to be clever. He had always liked to win. But to send knives after her? To send lies after her children? The memory made something harden in her chest, a knot pulling tight. She had trusted him once, long ago, because he had been small and eager and wounded, and she had been young enough to believe kindness made men good. She had learned since then that kindness could be bait. Ahead, the King's Road waited like a long scar through the land. Once they joined it, there would be inns and travelers and eyes. Eyes meant stories, and stories meant trouble. "We ride until dawn," Catelyn said softly, more command than request. Jory nodded. "Aye," he murmured, "and we pray we meet no one worth remembering." Catelyn did not pray. She listened instead. To the horses' breaths, to the wind through bare branches, to the faint distant hum of a world that did not care whose children lived. And she rode, carrying a dagger and a new understanding. The enemy was not always the loud beast with claws. Sometimes the enemy sang. Eddard Stark learned quickly that in King's Landing, truth was a thing you carried like a hidden blade. He found Varys where the corridor narrowed and the torches sputtered in a draft, a place where servants rarely lingered and where whispers traveled cleanly. The eunuch seemed to appear rather than arrive, pale silk soft against stone, hands folded as if he carried no weapon at all. Eddard kept the dagger wrapped beneath his cloak. He felt its weight as if it were an extra rib. "You wear the pin again," Varys observed softly, eyes flicking to Eddard's chest. "I wear a target," Eddard replied. Varys's smile was small. "In this city, they are the same thing." Eddard's gaze stayed hard. "Baelish," he said quietly. He did not ask. He stated. Varys's eyes glittered. "A name," he murmured. "Names are very dangerous here." Eddard's mouth tightened. "A mockingbird on a killer's cloak," he said, voice low. "White Harbor's message. My wife nearly dead in an alley. My son nearly dead in his bed. If Baelish sits behind it." Varys lifted a hand gently. "If," he reminded. Eddard's jaw clenched. "Then I will prove it," he said. Varys studied him for a long heartbeat, then produced a folded slip of parchment as if from nowhere. "If you are walking toward a snake," he said softly, "it helps to know where it hides its eggs." Eddard took the parchment. Names, not high lords, small names. Odok Clerk, a singer, a gold cloak with a taste for debt. A stable boy in the Red Keep who listened too hard. "Your little birds?" Eddard asked, voice bitter. Varys' smile did not change. "My little ears," he corrected. "They hear things. Sometimes they hear other birds." Eddard's fingers tightened on the list. "This is Baelish's web?" "Part of it," Varys said. "Enough to pull a thread." Eddard's eyes narrowed. "Why help me?" Varys' gaze softened in a way that felt almost human. "Because children are being used as stones," he murmured. "And I do not like stones thrown at children." His smile thinned. "Also, because Peter Baelish is very fond of ladders, and ladders become dangerous when they reach too high." Eddard glanced toward a distant doorway where faint laughter drifted, Peter's voice, light as a flute, carrying amusement like a perfume. Even his laughter sounded like someone counting coin. "I need proof that holds," Eddard said. "Not whispers." Varys nodded slightly. "Then you must tempt him," he said. Eddard's stomach tightened. "Tempt him with what?" Varys's eyes flicked to Eddard's face, sharp. "With you," he said softly. "With your honor. With your predictable outrage." He leaned closer, voice lowering. "Tell him something you would only tell a friend." Eddard felt a cold anger stir. "Baelish is not my friend." Varys's smile turned faintly sad. "No," he agreed, "but he believes everyone is his eventual tool." Eddard's mind moved, slow and careful, like a man stepping on ice. "If I tell him I am sending my daughters away," he said quietly, "he will tell the queen." Varys's eyes gleamed. "Perhaps," he murmured, "or perhaps he will tell someone else who benefits." Eddard's throat tightened. "Sansa Stark. Arya Stark." His girls sleeping in the Red Keep under Lion's eyes. If he misstepped, they would pay. He forced himself to breathe. "I will not use my daughters as bait," he said, and the steel in his voice surprised even him. Varys inclined his head. "As you wish," he said softly. "Then use yourself. Tell him you are about to move against the Lannisters. Tell him you have proof. Tell him you will go to the king tomorrow." Eddard's mouth tightened. "And when he runs to warn them, I catch him." Varys smiled. "Or," he murmured, "he runs to profit. Both are useful." Eddard folded the list and tucked it into his sleeve. "If you betray me," he began. Varys's smile widened slightly. "I will not," he said, and his voice carried no offense, only a quiet certainty. "Betrayal is a loud act. I prefer quiet." Eddard stared at him, then turned away, cloak heavy, dagger hidden, list of names burning in his sleeve like a coal. Behind him, Varys's silk whisper followed. "Be careful, Lord Stark," he murmured. "The higher a ladder climbs, the more men look up and decide they'd like to kick it." Eddard walked on toward his own chambers, and with each step, the Red Keep's walls felt less like protection and more like the inside of a throat. Jon's hand cramped, but he did not stop. The candle burned low, its flame bending in drafts that smelled faintly of sea. Ink stained Jon's fingers. Salt crusted at the edge of the window where wind had kissed the glass. Across the table, Wyman Manderly watched in silence, his bulk still, his eyes sharp. Maester Theomore stood at Jon's shoulder like an old ghost of patience. "Slow," he murmured. "Do not let anger pull your letters crooked." Jon forced his breath to steady. He dipped the quill again and wrote the next line, high Valyrian curves and hooks forming like a secret door he was learning to build. He did not write Peter Baelish's name in plain tongue. Wyman had insisted. "Ravens get stolen," the Lord had said, "and stolen ravens get read by men who think ink belongs to them." So Jon wrote of a bird that was not a lion, a bird that wore laughter like a mask. He wrote of coin that wore a lion's face to fool wolves. He wrote of a man called Orem and the pin they'd torn from his cloak. He wrote of the rope walk and the fog and the words, "Bring a boat." Tonight, when his hand trembled, he tightened his jaw and made the letters cleaner. Theomore nodded approvingly. "Better," he said quietly. Jon's ribs pulled as he leaned forward. He ignored it. Pain meant the world was still real. Wyman reached out and slid the Mockingbird pin and lion token closer to Jon's inkpot. "Place them in your mind," Wyman murmured. "Let the symbols teach you. Men worship symbols more than truth." Jon's gaze flicked to the tiny bird and the tiny beast. Harmless shapes, murder hidden in metal. He finished the final line, then paused, staring at the words as if they might change. "What do you say?" Wyman asked softly. Jon swallowed. "That the lion claws are real," he said, "but the bird's beak is sharper." He hesitated. "That my father, Eddard Stark, must not trust Baelish." Wyman's mouth tightened. "And do you tell him you live?" he asked. Jon's throat tightened unexpectedly. I tell him I'm learning, Jon said quietly. Wyman nodded once, satisfied. Seal it, he murmured. Jon folded the parchment carefully, hands steady now. He pressed wax over the edge. Manderly wax, a merman stamped into red. Then he hesitated, and with a second seal he pressed a small direwolf mark into the wax beside it. A private sign Wyman had allowed. Loyalty braided to secrecy. A guard took the cylinder and carried it to the Ravenry. Jon watched it leave as if watching a piece of himself walk away. Now, Wyman said, voice low. We wait. Jon's mouth tightened. Waiting is hard, he admitted. Wyman's eyes gleamed. Hard is good, he said. Hard means you're changing. He leaned forward slightly. One day, boy, you will give orders that send men to death. If you cannot wait now, you will send them too soon. Jon stared at the candle flame, watching it shiver. Somewhere far south, that raven would cross hundreds of leagues and land on stone where knives listened. Somewhere far south, Eddard Stark would read strange letters and know his son had found the real enemy behind the wrong mask. Jon looked down at his ink-stained fingers and felt something settle deeper in him. An understanding that messages were weapons, and he was learning to aim them. When the raven cage rattled in the next room, Jon did not flinch. He simply whispered, to no one and to everything, fly true. Orem knelt as if kneeling were a habit. Peter Baelish watched him with relaxed curiosity, fingers turning a mockingbird pin as though it were a coin he might flip. The brothel's private chamber was warm, perfumed, soft enough to make men forget they were mortal. Peter sat in that softness like a spider in velvet. You were caught, Peter said mildly. Orem's bruised mouth twitched. I was, he admitted. And yet, Peter murmured, you are here. Orem kept his eyes lowered. They let me go, he said. Peter's smile widened slightly. How very interesting, he murmured. He leaned forward. Tell me about the boy. Orem's voice was careful. Jon Snow is not falling, he said. Peter laughed softly, delighted. Dramatic, he purred. He's learning to speak like a man who wants to be remembered. Orem hesitated just long enough to be noticed. He also said, Orem added, that he wants to speak with you. Peter's eyes glittered. Does he murmured. A bastard asking to speak with me. He leaned back, considering the ceiling as if it held answers. Or a lordling pretending to be a bastard. Orem stayed still. Peter's gaze returned, sharp as a blade hidden behind a smile. You lost your pin, Peter said softly. Orem's jaw tightened. I did. Peter's smile did not fade. Then they know, he murmured. Or they think they know. Both are inconvenient. He reached to the table where a map lay spread. Riverlands sketched in ink, roads like veins. A small mark sat at a familiar crossroads. An inn, a choke point, a place where men met without planning to. Wolves travel, Peter said thoughtfully. So do lions. His fingertip tapped the crossroads mark lightly. And when wolves meet lions, claws come out even if no one wants them to. Orem's voice stayed low. You want war, he said. Peter's smile turned almost tender. I want movement, he corrected. War is simply a kind of movement that everyone notices. He tapped the crossroads again. Lady Catelyn is leaving the city. Orem's head lifted slightly. You tried to kill her, he said quietly. Peter's eyes gleamed. I tried to stop her from thinking too clearly, he replied. Alive or dead, she serves as long as she reacts the way I expect. He tilted his head. But perhaps she is learning too. Orem swallowed. Peter's voice softened. If she reaches an inn, he murmured, and she finds Tyrion Lannister there. Orem's eyes flicked. Coincidence, he said flatly. Peter's smile widened. Coincidence is what fools call planning when they don't see the hands, he said. He turned the mockingbird pin once more between finger and thumb. If she takes him, lions roar, wolves howl, and my ladder gets another rung. Orem's mouth tightened. And if she doesn't? He asked. Peter's smile thinned. Then I give her a reason, he said softly. He reached for a small bell on the table and rang it once. A girl appeared at the door, eyes downcast, waiting. "Send word," Peter said gently, "to our friends on the roads." He smiled as if offering charity. "Tell them the Lady Wolf needs a push." The girl vanished. Peter looked back at ORM. "You did well," he murmured. "Even bruised, you delivered your song." ORM's voice was bitter. "The boy let me live," he said. "He thinks he can play you." Peter's eyes warmed with amusement. "Let him try," he murmured. "It will make the fall sweeter." He leaned forward, voice lowering. "And if he truly wants to speak with me," Peter's smile turned sharp, "then I will speak. I love speaking with boys who think they are men." ORM's eyes stayed down. Peter Baelish tapped the map's crossroads one last time, as if sealing fate with a fingertip. Outside, King's Landing breathed and stank and pretended it was stable. On the roads, wolves rode north. And in the soft warmth of silk and lies, Peter Baelish smiled and planned to turn every step into a stumble. The inn smelled of smoke and wet wool and men who believed roads belonged to them. Catelyn Stark stepped inside with her hood up and her shoulders hunched, trying to be smaller than she was. The common room was loud with rough laughter and the clatter of cups. A fire blazed in the hearth, throwing light over faces that turned out of habit. Travelers always measured new arrivals, deciding whether they were threat, profit, or nothing at all. Then Catelyn saw him. Tyrion Lannister sat near the fire with a cup in hand, one boot propped on a stool as if he owned the room. A big man with a hard face. Bronn, though Catelyn did not know his name yet, leaned nearby like a guard dog that pretended it was only a drunk. Two other men sat with them, listening more than laughing. Tyrion's mismatched eyes flicked up, sharp as knives. For a heartbeat, the noise in the inn seemed to thin. Recognition struck across the room like a thrown blade. "Lady Stark," Tyrion's gaze said without words. Lannister, Catelyn's gaze answered. Roderick stiffened beside her. His hand moved slightly, not to draw, but to be ready. Catelyn's mind raced. Peter Baelish's map. His warning, like a joke. "Inns are full of accidents." This was not accident. Not here. Not now. Tyrion smiled faintly, as if delighted by the meeting. He raised his cup a fraction in a silent toast. Hidden things his eyes seemed to whisper. Catelyn forced herself to breathe. If she arrested him, she would ignite the very blaze Peter wanted. If she let him pass, she risked letting a genuine enemy walk free. If Peter had lied, then Tyrion was not the knife. If Peter had not lied, then Tyrion sat here with a cup as if nothing in the world mattered. Catelyn moved toward a table in the corner, keeping her face angled down. Roderick followed, tense. She could feel eyes on her, travelers curious at the sudden stillness in her steps. Tyrion's voice carried, light and amused. "If it isn't the Lady of Winterfell," he said. "What a surprise. I didn't know the North had grown fond of southern inns." Catelyn did not answer immediately. She sat, removing her gloves slowly, deliberately. Each motion was control. Each motion was a warning. Roderick remained standing, looming like a shadow in armor hidden beneath cloth. Tyrion watched them with open interest. He did not rise. He did not reach for a weapon. He simply waited, as if the room itself were his. Catelyn leaned forward slightly and spoke low, keeping her voice from carrying. "You were in Winterfell," she said. Tyrion's smile widened. "I was," he agreed. "Cold place, but honest in its way." "My son fell," Catelyn said. Tyrion's expression flickered, brief, genuine surprise. "I heard rumors," he said softly.
I'm sorry.
Catelyn's nails dug into her palm. "A man came with a Valyrian dagger to finish him," she whispered. Tyrion's brows lifted. "Valyrian steel," he murmured. "To kill a child. That's extravagant." Catelyn's eyes sharpened. "Peter Baelish says the dagger is yours," she said, and watched Tyrion's face like a hawk watches a mouse. For the first time, Tyrion's smile faltered. Not fear, not guilt, but a quick flash of understanding. as if pieces clicked into place. "Does he?" Tyrion murmured. Catelyn's throat tightened. "Is it?" she demanded. Tyrion stared at her for a long heartbeat, then leaned forward, voice dropping. "No," he said simply. "And if Peter Baelish told you it was, then Peter Baelish is trying to make you do something very foolish." Catelyn's breath caught. The certainty in Tyrion's voice felt different from Peter's smooth confidence. Peter always sounded like he was selling you something. Tyrion sounded like a man pointing at a trap he'd seen before. Roderick's voice rumbled. "How do we know you speak truth?" he demanded. Tyrion's mismatched eyes slid to Roderick. "Because if I wanted your son dead," he said calmly, "I'd have done it with a cheaper knife and a better plan." He looked back at Catelyn, and his voice softened just a fraction. "And because your grief is making you easy to steer." Catelyn's jaw clenched. "Who steers me?" she whispered, though she already knew the answer. Tyrion's mouth curved faintly. "A mockingbird," he said. Catelyn's blood went cold. She held Tyrion's gaze, searching for mockery. There was none. Only intelligence and something like irritation. "You're leaving King's Landing," Tyrion observed, quietly, which suggests you've learned something ugly. Catelyn's fingers closed around the edge of her cloak where the wrapped dagger rested beneath. "Peter Baelish sent knives," she whispered, and the admission tasted like betrayal of a younger self. Tyrion exhaled softly. "Of course he did," he murmured. "He would set the realm on fire to warm his hands." Catelyn's heart hammered. She could arrest Tyrion and make herself Peter's weapon. Or she could do something else, something colder. She rose slowly, drawing her hood up again. Roderick tensed, expecting a command. Catelyn leaned close to Tyrion, voice like winter. "If you want to prove you are not my enemy," she whispered, "then watch Peter Baelish for me." Tyrion's eyes glittered. "I've been meaning to," he murmured. Catelyn stepped back. For a moment, the room held its breath, waiting for drama, for steel, for screaming. Catelyn gave it nothing. She turned and walked toward the door with Roderick beside her, boots steady on wood, refusing to look like prey. Behind her, Tyrion's voice followed, soft and amused and sharp. "Lady Stark," he called, "be careful on the road. Inns have a way of becoming stories." Catelyn did not look back. She pushed out into the cold air and mounted her horse with hands that shook only once. If Peter Baelish wanted a war between wolves and lions, she would not give him the easy kind. She would give him something worse. A wolf that learned to bite the hand behind the leash. Snow made the yard cruel. It slicked the ground. It numbed fingers. It turned breath into smoke that stole vision at the wrong moment. Wyman Manderly swung his practice blade like a man trying to hammer the world into obedience. His shoulders broad, his stance heavy. Jon met him with steel and timing, moving lighter, faster, refusing to be driven into a corner. Pain tugged at Jon's ribs every time he twisted. The cut had begun to heal, but healing was slow, and Wyman did not allow slow. "Again," Wyman called from under the canopy, voice calm, watching like a judge who enjoyed the trial. Wendell attacked. Jon parried, the shock ringing up his arms. Wendell pressed harder, forcing Jon back. Jon slipped once, catching himself, then ducked under a wide swing and drove his blades flat against Wendell's shoulder with a sharp smack. Wendell growled, half laugh, half anger. "You're getting annoying," he panted. Jon's mouth tightened. "Good," he said. Wendell lunged again, faster now, and Jon had to give ground, boots biting into slush. He felt the old reflex. Anger rising, reckless, hot. He swallowed it. Anger made you strong for a heartbeat. Then it made you dead. He feinted left, stepped right, and caught Wendell's blade near the guard, turning it just enough to open Wendell's side. Jon struck, hard enough to be felt, not hard enough to break. Wendell staggered back, breath steaming. For a moment, respect flickered across his face, unwilling but real. Wyman's voice carried. "Stop," he called. They lowered blades, both breathing hard. Snow clung to their hair and shoulders. Maester Theomore stood beside Wyman, holding a Valyrian text open as if words and swords were the same lesson written in different ink. Wyman looked at Jon. "What did you learn?" he asked. Jon swallowed, forcing his lungs to steady. "That Wendell Manderly wants to win," Jon said. Wendell scoffed. "Everyone wants to win," he spat. Wyman's eyes gleamed. "Yes," he murmured, "but not everyone knows what winning costs." He nodded toward Jon's ribs. "What did it cost you?" Jon's hand drifted unconsciously to the bandage beneath his padding. "Pain," he said. Wyman's mouth curved faintly. "Pain is cheap," he replied. "What else?" Jon hesitated. Then he understood. "Restraint," he said quietly. Wyman's smile widened slightly. He murmured. "You could have chased him, struck harder, proved yourself. And then you would have slipped, and he would have crushed you." He tilted his head. "You chose not to prove. You chose to win." Jon's throat tightened with something like pride he did not allow himself to show. Wendell wiped snow from his brow, scowling. "Father, he fights like a..." He stopped, searching for an insult that didn't sound like praise. "Like a man who has something to lose," Wyman finished calmly. Jon looked away, snow melting on his lashes. Wyman gestured to Theomore. "Read," he ordered. Theomore cleared his throat and began to speak Valyrian aloud, the syllables harsh and beautiful, like flame-licking stone. Jon listened, forcing the sounds into his mind. He did not know why he needed them. He only knew the language felt like a door he had been born behind, a door he was finally touching. As Theomore read, Jon stared into the falling snow and imagined it melting into water, imagined water steaming into mist, imagined mist hiding ships and knives and secrets. Somewhere on a road in the Riverlands, Catelyn Stark rode north with truth in her mouth and fury in her chest. Somewhere in King's Landing, Eddard Stark held a dagger and a list of names. And here, in White Harbor's yard, Jon Snow learned to fight without becoming what men feared. He lifted his blade again when Wyman nodded. "Again," Wyman said softly. Jon stepped forward into the snow, and this time he did not flinch at the cold. The Red Keep's Ravenry sat high enough that the city's stink thinned, but it never vanished. Even up here, smoke and sweat climbed the stone like ivy, clinging to every crack. Ravens rustled behind iron bars, impatient as gossip, their dark eyes bright with the simple hunger of creatures made to carry other men's urgency. Eddard Stark climbed the stairs slowly, the hands pinned cold against his chest, the folded list in his sleeve burning like a coal. His footsteps echoed, and each echo reminded him how much stone listened in King's Landing. Ser Barristan Selmy waited on a landing where a single lantern hung from a hook, its flame shivering in a draught. The old knight's white cloak was hidden beneath a dark traveling cloak, as if even honor needed disguises here. He looked at Eddard with the steady disappointment of a man who had seen too many kings choose wrong. "You should not be here alone," Barristan said. Eddard's mouth tightened. "I'm not," he replied and tapped his sleeve. "I brought names." Barristan's brows knit. "Names?" Eddard pulled the folded parchment free and opened it in the lantern light. The ink looked sharper than it should, black as a cut. Barristan read without moving his face, but Eddard saw the shift in his eyes. "Stable boy," Barristan murmured. "Duk Clerk." "Gold cloak." He looked up. "This is Varys." "It is," Eddard said, "and it points toward Peter Baelish." Barristan's jaw tightened. "You have proof?" he asked, and his voice held the careful weight of a man who did not want to be used by suspicion. Eddard's hand drifted under his cloak where the wrapped dagger pressed against his ribs like a second heart. "I have a blade meant for my son," he said quietly, "and I have a message from White Harbor, a mockingbird on a killer's collar." Barristan's eyes hardened. "Baelish would set the realm on fire to watch it burn," he said. Eddard replied. "And he would call it warmth." The ravens above them croaked, a chorus of harsh laughter. Barristan studied the names again. "What do you intend?" he asked. Eddard's gaze slid down the stair, toward the city below. toward doors and corridors and the places where men smiled while they sharpened knives. "I intend to pull a thread," he said. "Not with steel. Not yet." He lifted the list slightly. "If Baelish is paying a gold cloak, that cloak spends coin somewhere. If he is paying a stable boy, that stable boy meets someone." He looked at Barristan. "I need eyes that cannot be bought." Barristan's expression did not soften. "Eyes can be bought," he said. "They only cost more." Eddard's mouth tightened. "Then I'll spend," he said. Barristan's gaze held his for a long moment, weighing him. "You are walking into water you do not understand," he murmured. "I understand enough," Eddard said. "If I do nothing, my children die one by one." His voice lowered. "And there is another child, far away, hunted because a queen and a man with a bird think he should not breathe." Barristan's eyes flicked, sharp. "Your household," he said carefully. Eddard did not answer. Silence was sometimes the only shield a man had. Barristan looked back at the ravens, at the cages, at the restless wings. "The king hunts tomorrow," he said. Eddard's throat tightened. "I know." Barristan's voice was rough with something like disgust. "He drinks too much. He laughs too loudly. He is reckless." His eyes returned to Eddard. "A reckless king makes cowards brave and brave men desperate." Eddard's mind flashed with Sansa's bright eagerness, Arya's sharp stubbornness, both girls sleeping in a castle full of lions. "I know," he said quietly. Barristan's hand closed on Eddard's forearm, grip surprisingly strong. "Then do not give him your daughters," he said. Eddard's jaw clenched. "I won't," he promised, though he did not yet know how to keep it. A raven slammed its wings against bars, rattling iron. The sound rang through the stair like a warning. Barristan released Eddard and stepped back into shadow. "If you need steel," he said quietly, "you will not find me far." Eddard nodded once. "And if you hear the city whisper my name," he said. "No, it's not because I want it whispered." Barristan's mouth tightened. "In King's Landing," he murmured, "names are always whispered before they are shouted." Eddard turned and descended the stairs, the lantern light shrinking behind him, the raven's eyes following like 100 black coins. The road north narrowed into a lane that should have been empty. That was what made the men so obvious when they stepped out between the pines, blades bare, faces hidden by hoods that did not quite conceal the shape of their intent. Bandits, a traveler might have thought, hungry men with cold hands and colder eyes. But Catelyn Stark had seen knives up close now. She had felt a city's hand try to close around her throat. She knew the difference between desperation and assignment. Jory Castle's horse snorted and shifted. Jory's hand went to his sword with the speed of a man who had buried friends. "Hold!" Jory snapped, voice like a whip. The two men did not hold. One lunged toward the lead horse, Jory's, blade aiming for a hamstring. The other came straight for Catelyn, as if drawn by a thread. Catelyn's horse reared, startled by the sudden violence. Her stomach lurched, but she kept her seat. She had been thrown from comfort too many times to be thrown from a saddle by fear. Roderick Castle's sword flashed out, catching the first man's blade with a crack of steel. The old knight grunted, pain pulling at his wounded shoulder, but he held. The second attacker darted around Roderick's reach, quick and practiced. Catelyn felt the wrapped dagger under her cloak. She yanked it free one-handed, cloth and all, swinging it at the man's face like a club. The attacker jerked back just enough to avoid a broken nose, then came in low, reaching for her leg. Jory moved like a wolf, slashing down at the man's arm. The blade bit cloth and flesh. Blood darkened the man's sleeve. He hissed and stumbled, and the hood slipped enough for Catelyn to see a flash at his collar. Pin. A small mockingbird, glinting cold even in the dim pre-dawn. Her blood turned to ice. "Not bandits," she breathed, and the words tasted like fury. Roderick drove his sword forward, catching the first man in the gut. The man folded with a wet gasp, dropping his blade. He fell into the mud and did not get up. The second attacker backed away, eyes wild now, no longer performing confidence. He looked at the dead man, then at Catelyn, then at the trees as if searching for an escape route that did not exist. Jory stepped in, sword leveled. "Drop it," he snarled. The attacker's grip tightened on his blade. He tried to lunge. Catelyn tore the cloth from the dagger with a snap, bearing Valyrian steel. The blade drank what little light there was. For a heartbeat, the man froze, startled by the sight of something too valuable to belong on a muddy road. That heartbeat was enough. Jory kicked the man's knee sideways, hard. The attacker collapsed with a sharp cry. Roderick's sword pressed to his throat. "Who sent you?" Catelyn demanded, her voice low and shaking with rage. The man's eyes darted to the pin, as if he wished it weren't there. "No one," he rasped. Catelyn leaned closer, letting him see her face under the hood. "I saw your bird," she said softly. "Lie again and I'll carve it into your skin." The man swallowed hard. His bravado crumbled into fear. "A man in silk," he whispered. "A man with kind eyes." He swallowed again, as if the memory itself made him sick. He said to make it look like lions. He said the wolves would howl and the lions would roar and no one would notice the bird. Catelyn's throat tightened. "Peter." Always Peter, smiling while he lit fires. Jory's face twisted with disgust. "King's Landing filth," he muttered. The attacker's breathing hitched. "He paid in gold," he whispered. He said if I lived, I'd have more. If I died," he swallowed. "He said I'd be remembered." Catelyn's laugh was bitter and sharp. "He lies," she said. "He remembers nothing that doesn't profit him." She straightened, hand tight on the Valyrian dagger. For a heartbeat, she considered ending the man then and there, letting the road drink his blood like any other. But she forced herself to breathe. A corpse was silence. A living man could speak. "Bind him," she ordered. Roderick nodded, grim. Jory's men hauled the attacker up, roping his wrists and gagging him before he could scream. Catelyn stared down at the dead man's Mockingbird pin, torn loose in the struggle. She picked it up with 2 fingers as if it were filth. Peter Baelish wanted a wolf to bite a lion. Instead, she would carry the bird's feather back to Winterfell and show Robb Stark exactly which throat deserved the first bite. The raven arrived on a day when the sea was white with teeth. Wind drove waves into the harbor wall hard enough to shake the stones. Ships bobbed and groaned, their ropes straining like men in chains. Inside Newcastle's war room, candles fought drafts, their flames bending as if even fire wanted to flee. Jon stood at the table with Wyman Manderly, Maester Theomore, and Wendell Manderly, charts spread beneath their hands. Lines of trade routes cut the page like veins. Marks of ports and crossings and roads looked suddenly less like ink and more like wounds waiting to open. A guard entered and placed the raven cylinder on the table. Jon's throat tightened before he even touched it. He had begun to associate ravens with falls and knives. Wyman did not speak. He only nodded once. Jon broke the seal carefully. The wax bore the hand's mark. Familiar, heavy. Beside it, the small direwolf stamp they'd agreed upon pressed quietly into the wax like a promise. Jon unrolled the parchment. His eyes moved fast, then slower as the meaning settled. Eddard Stark wrote of the hand's pin returned, of Robert's rage tempered into a dangerous kind of gratitude, of a list from Varys, small names like hooks in a web, of a plan to tempt Baelish into moving, and then the line that made Jon's stomach go cold. Littlefinger's game touches the roads. Inns, crossings. Jon's fingers tightened on the parchment. He thought of the inn at the crossroads. He thought of Catelyn Stark riding north through lanes full of shadows. He thought of Bran Stark's bed and the dagger meant to finish him. "He's turning the realm into a trap," Jon whispered. Wendell's jaw clenched. "Who?" he demanded, though he already knew. Jon's eyes flicked to the Mockingbird pin on the table, its metal glinting in candlelight like a small, patient insult. "Peter Baelish," Jon said quietly. Wyman exhaled, slow. He murmured. "And now your father knows it too." Maester Theomore's brows knit. "The handwrites of Rhodes," he said carefully. "He expects something to happen far from King's Landing." Jon folded the letter once, then unfolded it again, hunting the words for hidden teeth. Eddard's hand remained steady, but Jon could feel the strain beneath it, like a man writing calmly while a knife hovered behind his shoulder. "He's baiting Baelish," Jon said, voice tight. "He wants him to move." Wyman's eyes stayed on Jon. "And will he?" Wyman asked softly. Jon's mouth went dry. "He already has," Jon said. "He's sending knives into places where wolves and lions meet. He wants a bite that can't be undone." Wendell slammed a fist onto the table. "Then we send men," he snarled. "We send ships. We." Wyman lifted a hand, and Wendell's rage stilled, barely. "We cannot be everywhere," Wyman said quietly. "Not yet. Not without showing our hand." Jon stared at the map, the neck, the riverlands, the King's Road. All those thin lines where a man could die without anyone noticing until the crows came. Jon's mind moved the way Wyman had taught him, like a tide, not a storm. "We can protect one thing," Jon said slowly. "Winterfell." Wyman's gaze sharpened. "How?" he asked. Jon looked at the sea routes, at the ships that could outrun ravens. "We send a fast boat to the Fever River mouth," he said. "A ship that can reach the neck and send riders to Winterfell before road news does." He tapped the map. "We send a warning about Baelish, about the Bird's men on the roads." Wendell's eyes narrowed. "And if we're too late?" he asked. Jon's throat tightened, but his voice stayed steady. "Then Robb Stark learns what I'm learning," he said. "That mercy without strength is just permission for men like Baelish to keep cutting." Wyman watched Jon for a long heartbeat, then nodded once, satisfied. "Do it," Wyman said. Jon's pulse jumped. A command had just been given, by a lord to a boy. Yet it felt like something else too, like a weight passed hand to hand. Jon folded Eddard's letter carefully. "And what about Baelish?" Jon asked quietly. "If he wants to speak with me, through ORM." Wyman's mouth curved faintly. "Then we decide what he hears," he murmured. "And we decide where." Jon stared at the Mockingbird pin again. A small bird, a big shadow. He tucked Eddard's letter into his cloak and felt his ribs pull with the movement. Pain reminded him he was still flesh. The rest, this web, this game, was becoming bone. "Send the ship," Jon ordered the guard at the door, and felt the strange twist of it, how the words came easier now. The guard bowed and hurried out. Outside, the sea hammered stone. Inside, Jon Snow stared at ink lines on a map and understood that, in a realm built on roads, the man who controlled the crossings controlled the war. Peter Baelish greeted Eddard Stark as if welcoming him into a feast. The brothel's private corridor smelled of perfume and sweat and money. Curtains muffled laughter. Footsteps upstairs creaked in a rhythm too practiced to be innocent. Eddard moved through it with Jory Castle at his side and 2 guards behind. Men in dark northern wool whose eyes did not soften in warm rooms. Peter sat behind his desk with an open ledger, quill in hand, smiling as if the world were never anything but amusing. "Lord Stark," Peter purred. "I didn't realize the hand's duties included inspecting my little establishment." Eddard's jaw tightened. "The hand's duties include finding who paid to murder my son," he said flatly. Peter's smile did not falter. "Your son?" he echoed, eyebrows lifting in elegant surprise. "How dreadful. Which one? The handsome heir, or the—" Eddard slammed the wrapped dagger onto Peter's desk hard enough to make ink jump in the pot. The room went very still. Peter's eyes flicked to the bundle, then up to Eddard's face. The smile softened, sharpening at the edges. "That," Peter murmured, "is a dramatic entrance." Eddard unwrapped the dagger with careful hands and let the Valyrian steel lie bare in candlelight. The blade drank the room's warmth, turning it cold. Dragonbone gleamed pale at the hilt. Peter's gaze lingered on it like a man admiring a lover. "A beautiful piece," he said softly. "Very expensive." "It was in a man's hand at my son's bed," Eddard said. And another man wore your bird in White Harbor while he sent knives north. Peter's eyes glittered. My bird? He repeated, as if delighted by the accusation. Lord Stark, I have birds on my collars and coin in my coffers. Birds fly everywhere. He leaned back, folding his hands. Are you telling me every bird in Westeros is my pet? Jory Castle shifted, anger flickering on his face. Eddard lifted a hand slightly, stilling him. He would not win this with rage. Eddard's voice stayed calm. Varys gave me names, he said. Small names, men you pay, men who listen for you. He held Peter's gaze. And I will learn the rest. Peter's smile turned almost tender. Oh, Ned, he murmured. You're new to this. You think names are ropes. He tapped his ledger. Names are ink. They smear. Eddard leaned forward, eyes hard. Then I will catch you with something that does not smear, he said. Coin, debt, the trail of your payments. Peter laughed softly, genuinely amused. Debt? He purred. My lord, debt is the spine of this city. Pull it out and everything collapses. His eyes warmed as if he were offering advice. Do you really want collapse? You'll have very little to hold your honor up. Eddard felt the trap in the words. Peter was always offering help while he sharpened the hook. I want my children alive, Eddard said, and his voice hardened. Everything else is dust. Peter's smile thinned. Then keep them close, he murmured. Children wander. Children listen. Children. His gaze flicked briefly toward the curtain as if he could see through it to the red keep itself. Get taken when their fathers make powerful enemies. Eddard's blood went cold. The threat was soft, almost polite. That was what made it deadly. You didn't have to say it, Eddard said quietly. But now you have. Peter's brows lifted. Innocent. Say what? He asked. Eddard straightened. That you're watching my daughters, he said. That you're willing to use them. He rewrapped the dagger with careful hands, hiding steel again. You are a coward, Peter. Peter's smile returned, bright. Cowards live, he said gently. Honorable men become stories. Eddard stepped closer to the desk, lowering his voice. If you touch them, he said, each word measured, I will kill you. Peter's eyes glittered with delight, as if Eddard had finally begun to speak the language of the city. There, he murmured. That sounds like King's Landing. Eddard turned away, jaw clenched so hard it hurt. He could not strike here, not without proof that would hold in Robert's hands. Proof that would matter when Cersei and Baelish both smiled and denied and let the city swallow the truth. But he had seen something tonight. The ease with which Peter threatened, the casual way his eyes drifted toward Sansa and Arya as if they were pieces on his table. Eddard left the brothel office with the dagger hidden again and Peter Baelish's laughter following like perfume that would not wash off. The hunt had always been Robert Baratheon's truest throne. In the woods, no one asked him to read ledgers or listen to counsels or pretend he loved a queen he barely tolerated. In the woods, he was simply a man with a spear and a laugh loud enough to make birds flee. The smell of damp leaves and horse sweat seemed to wake something old in him. Eddard Stark watched from the edge of the clearing, not as a hunter, but as a man watching a storm walk toward the sea. Ser Barristan Selmy rode close to Robert, steady as ever, white cloak bright even beneath trees. Renly Baratheon lingered with a grin and a pretty cloak, pretending the whole thing was sport. Ser Lancel Lannister rode near the king's shoulder with a wineskin that never seemed to empty, his face pale with nervous devotion. Robert laughed and slapped Lancel hard enough to make the boy sway. More, Robert bellowed. If I'm to kill a boar, I'll kill it drunk. Eddard's stomach tightened. He had tried to speak to Robert before the hunt, tried to slow him, to warn him. Robert had only waved him away, calling him a mother hen, telling him the realm could not fall apart in a day. But the realm did not need a day. It needed a moment, a single wrong step, a single spear that landed too deep. Eddard moved closer as the riders broke through brush, following the trail. Fresh churn in mud, snapped twigs, a musky stink that made horses nervous. The boar was big, they said. Big enough to gore a man who underestimated it. Robert did not underestimate anything when he was sober. That was the problem. Lancel offered the wineskin again. Robert drank long, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, laughing. Barristan's gaze flicked briefly toward Eddard, troubled. He could not forbid the king. A knight served, a hand advised. Neither could chain a king to safety. Renly leaned in, smiling. "Let him enjoy it," he murmured to Eddard, voice light. "It's the only time he looks alive." Eddard's eyes stayed on Robert's broad back. "A king cannot afford to look alive only when he's in danger," Eddard said quietly. Renly shrugged, a boyish gesture that carried no true innocence. "Kings can afford whatever they like," he said. "They make the rules." Eddard thought of Bran's broken body and the dagger that had come for him. Kings did not make rules. They only pretended. A sudden crack ahead, brush bursting. The boar appeared as if conjured from mud and rage, massive and dark, tusks like curved knives, eyes small and furious. It charged without hesitation, a living wall of muscle and death. Robert shouted with joy and spurred forward. Eddard's breath caught. "Robert!" he began, too late. The king's spear thrust went wide, drunken timing betraying him. The boar slammed into his horse, and the horse screamed, rearing. Robert barely held the saddle. Barristan moved instantly, shouting orders, men surging to intercept. Renly's face lost its grin, going pale. The boar wheeled, tusks slashing. Robert roared and swung his spear again. This time it landed, sinking into flesh. The boar screamed, a sound like tearing wood, and kept coming anyway. It hit Robert before anyone could stop it. Tusks drove into Robert's belly, ripping through leather and flesh like paper. Blood burst dark and hot. Robert's roar changed, pain flooding it, shock cracking it. Eddard felt the world slow. Barristan's sword flashed, cutting the boar's neck. Other hunters stabbed and slashed. The beast thrashed, then collapsed, twitching in mud. Robert sagged in the saddle, one hand clutching his belly. Blood seeped between his fingers, too much, too fast. His face went gray. Lancel sat frozen, wineskin dangling, eyes wide with horror. Eddard rode forward, heart hammering. He reached Robert just as the king's legs slipped, just as his body began to slide from the saddle. "Hold him," Eddard barked, and men grabbed Robert under the arms, lowering him to the ground. Robert's breath came in wet gasps. His eyes found Eddard's face, and in them Eddard saw fear, real fear, not the loud kind. "Ned," Robert rasped, blood bubbling at the corner of his mouth. "You look like you told me." Eddard's throat tightened. "Save your strength," he said fiercely. Robert laughed weakly, a broken sound. "Strength," he wheezed. "I drank it away." Eddard glanced at Lancel, whose face was white as milk. The boy stared at the wineskin as if it were a snake. Eddard's mind sharpened with cold clarity. This was not only accident. This was opportunity, someone's opportunity. He turned back to Robert, gripping his shoulder. "We're taking you back," Eddard said. "You will live. You will name your heir with your own mouth." Robert's eyes fluttered, then fixed on Eddard again with sudden ferocity. "My heir," he rasped. "Not," he coughed, blood spraying. "Not hers." Eddard leaned closer, listening. Robert's fingers clenched on Eddard's sleeve, slick with blood. "Promise?" he whispered, and the whisper was heavier than any command he'd ever roared. Eddard swallowed hard. "I promise," he said, though he did not yet know what that promise would cost. Above them, the forest stood indifferent, leaves trembling in wind like silent hands applauding a king's fall. News traveled faster when men bled. The messenger arrived at White Harbor in the middle of a meal, soaked through, mud on his boots, hair plastered to his forehead. He pushed past guards with the wild-eyed urgency of a man who had ridden until his horse nearly died, and perhaps it had. He fell to one knee before Wyman Manderly's table, breathing hard. Wyman set his cup down with careful calm. "Speak," he said. The messenger swallowed, throat bobbing. "King Robert Baratheon," he rasped. "Gored on the hunt. He's dying." The hall's warmth seemed to thin, replaced by a cold that had nothing to do with winter. Wendell Manderly's hand went to his sword instinctively, as if steel could cut news out of the air. Men around the table shifted, murmurs rising like a tide. Jon Snow did not move at all. For a heartbeat, he saw Robert's face in Winterfell's yard, booming laughter, bright blue eyes, the pause when he'd looked at Jon too long. Jon saw the hate in that pause, and the grief beneath it, and understood with sick clarity what Robert's death meant. A king dying meant chaos. Chaos meant men reaching for crowns. And men who reached for crowns would reach for dragons too, whether to kill them or to ride them. Wyman's eyes flicked to Jon, just once, quick, measuring, warning. "How long?" Wyman asked the messenger. "They say hours," the messenger whispered. "The hand is with him. The queen," he swallowed. "The queen is watching." Wyman's mouth tightened. "Of course she is," he murmured. Jon's ribs pulled as he breathed. He forced his voice steady. "What did my father say?" he asked. The messenger blinked at him, startled that a bastard would ask after the hand like that. "Lord Eddard Stark," he began, then glanced to Wyman, uncertain. Wyman's voice was calm. "Answer him," he said. The messenger swallowed. "Lord Eddard Stark sent ravens," he said. He said to hold the north steady. He said the realm may crack." Jon's fingers tightened around the edge of the table. Hold the north steady. That was Eddard's instinct. Make Winterfell a rock in a storm. But storms did not respect rocks. They went around them, wearing them down. Wyman stood slowly, the movement deliberate. The hall quieted at once. "My lords," Wyman said, voice carrying. "A king bleeds. That means the realm will start sharpening knives." His gaze swept the room. "No one leaves White Harbor without my word. No one speaks of this beyond these walls until we decide who benefits from their fear." Murmurs rose, but men nodded. Wyman's authority was not loud. It was absolute. Wyman looked at Jon again. "Come," he said softly. Jon followed him into a smaller chamber where the noise faded to a distant hum. The door shut. Candlelight flickered. Wyman's face was grave now. "If Robert dies," he said, "Eddard Stark will be surrounded." Jon's throat tightened. "And my sisters," he whispered. Wyman nodded once. "Aye." Jon's mind raced, fast and sharp. "Send the ship," he said immediately. "The one to the neck. Send a second south fast. To pick up my sisters if..." Wyman lifted a hand, stopping the rush. "You cannot save everyone by shouting at water," he said calmly. "Think." Jon forced himself to breathe. He pictured King's Landing. Red walls, golden lions, Baelish smiling, Cersei watching. He pictured Eddard with the hand's pin and a dagger under his cloak. He pictured his sisters. Sansa's bright naivety, Arya's wild defiance. Caught in a castle full of men who valued them only as leverage. "What do I do?" Jon asked, voice tight. "If Eddard Stark falls?" Wyman's eyes held his, steady as stone. "Then you become what he was trying to keep you from being too soon," Wyman said quietly. "A banner." Jon's stomach twisted. "I don't want," he began. Wyman's voice cut gentle and firm. "Wanting doesn't matter," he said. "Only choosing when the moment forces your hand." He leaned closer, lowering his voice. "If the city turns on him, they will reach for anything that can break him. They will reach for his daughters. They will reach for the north. And some," his eyes sharpened, "will reach for you if they smell what you are." Jon's blood went cold. "Baelish," he whispered. Wyman nodded once. "Baelish," he agreed. Jon's jaw clenched until it ached. "Then I'll be ready," he said, and he did not know whether he meant ready to flee, ready to fight, or ready to become the thing he feared. Wyman's mouth curved faintly, not amusement, but approval. "Good," he murmured. Because the realm is about to discover how fragile it is. He placed a heavy hand on Jon's shoulder. And fragile things break loudly. Outside, the sea wind battered the castle walls. Inside, Jon Snow stared into candlelight and felt the world tilting. Toward war, toward crowns, toward the moment when being hidden would no longer be enough. Riverrun rose out of the river mist like a memory of safety that did not entirely believe itself anymore. The rivers curled around it, forming a moat made not of stone but water and current, and the castle's walls stood clean and pale against the gray morning. Catelyn felt her chest loosen slightly at the sight, then tighten again, because safety was not a place. It was an illusion men clung to until it tore. The gates opened at Jory Castle's shout. Men on the battlements leaned forward, peering down, recognition flickering. Then Brynden Tully appeared above the gatehouse, lean as a blade, his gray hair tied back, his eyes sharp and assessing even through mist. "The gods have a cruel sense of timing," Brynden Tully called down. "Or you do." Catelyn pulled her hood back enough for him to see her face. "Uncle," she said, and her voice caught unexpectedly. For a heartbeat, she was not Lady Stark or a hunted wolf. She was simply a daughter of Riverrun coming home with blood on her hands. The gates creaked open wider. Catelyn rode in, Jory and Roderick close, their horses steaming. Riverrun's courtyard smelled of wet stone and river water and hearth smoke. It smelled like childhood. It smelled like a lie. Edmure Tully rushed out, red hair bright against the gray day, face wide with shock. "Catelyn," he breathed. "What?" He stopped when he saw Roderick's bandaged shoulder, Jory's grim face, the mud and blood on their cloaks. "What happened?" Edmure demanded, his voice rising. Catelyn slid down from her horse and pulled a small thing from her cloak with 2 fingers. A Mockingbird pin. She held it up, letting the torchlight catch it. Edmure stared. "That's..." he began, confused. Brynden Tully descended the steps with the quiet speed of a man who could smell trouble from leagues away. He took one look at the pin, then at Catelyn's face, and the humor vanished from his eyes. "Inside," Brynden said sharply. They moved into a chamber with a fire burning low. Servants hurried at Brynden's gesture, bringing wine, then leaving when his glare cut them out like weeds. Catelyn set the pin on the table beside the wrapped Valyrian dagger. 2 small pieces of metal, one beautiful, one deadly, both soaked in the same kind of intent. Edmure stared at the dagger, face paling. "That's Valyrian steel," he whispered. "It was meant for Bran," Catelyn said, and the words turned the room colder than the river outside. Edmure's hands clenched. "Who?" he demanded. Catelyn looked at Brynden first. Her uncle's eyes were steady, encouraging her to be careful. Edmure was fire easy to ignite, hard to control. "A man tried to steer me into seizing Tyrion Lannister," Catelyn said slowly. "A man who told me that dagger belonged to him." She let the words hang a moment, then added, "That man was Peter Baelish." Edmure's face went red with rage. "Baelish?" he spat. "I jumped up. He sent knives after me." Catelyn cut in, her voice shaking now. "Men with this pin." She tapped the Mockingbird lightly. "He wanted it to look like lions. He wanted wolves to howl at lions, and lions to roar back." Brynden's mouth tightened. "He wants war," he murmured. Catelyn nodded once. "He wants the realm to crack," she said. "And he wants the north bleeding so no one looks too closely at the hands that pushed." Edmure slammed his fist on the table. "Then we march," he snarled. "We send riders to King's Landing and drag that little." Brynden's voice snapped like a whip. "You will do nothing," he barked. Edmure froze, shocked. Brynden leaned forward, eyes hard. "If you move with your anger, you become Baelish's horse," Brynden said. "And he will ride you into a ditch." Edmure's jaw worked, furious. "Our sister's son lies broken," he hissed. "Our niece was attacked, and you tell me to do nothing." "I tell you to do the right thing," Brynden growled. "Not the satisfying thing." Catelyn exhaled slowly, grateful. She was tired of men leaping at bait. I'm going north, Catelyn said. I will warn Robb. I will tighten Winterfell. Her eyes flicked to the dagger. And I will send word to Eddard Stark that Baelish's pin was on the road. Brynden nodded once. Good, he said. Edmure stared at her, wounded pride mixing with worry. And if lions come anyway? He demanded. Catelyn's mouth tightened. Then we will know the difference between lions and birds, she said. And we will not bite the wrong throat. Brynden's gaze sharpened. You met Tyrion? He asked quietly. Catelyn nodded, and the admission tasted strange. I did, she said. He swore the dagger was not his, and she hesitated. He spoke of a mockingbird. Brynden's brows lifted slightly. A clever dwarf, he murmured. Edmure scoffed. A Lannister is a Lannister, he snapped. Catelyn's eyes went cold. And a Tully is a Tully, she replied. We are not children. We will not be played. Silence settled, thick and heavy. Outside, river mist pressed against Riverrun's walls as if trying to get in. Catelyn stared at the mockingbird pin on the table and felt the truth of it. War was coming, and the first battle would not be fought with swords. It would be fought with understanding. The red keep smelled of sickness. Not the clean scent of herbs and boiled cloth, but the sour, heavy smell of blood that had nowhere to go. Men hurried through corridors with bowls and linens. Pycelle shuffled past with trembling hands full of remedies that felt more like theater than help. Servants whispered prayers to gods they did not truly believe listened. Eddard Stark stood outside the king's chamber with his jaw clenched and his hand near his sword, as if steel could keep death out. Robert was inside, dying. The thought made Eddard's stomach twist. Robert was reckless and loud and full of hate, but he had been Eddard's brother once, in all but blood. Eddard could still see him young, laughing, promising a better realm. Now he lay in a bed, gutted by tusks and drowned in wine. Footsteps approached, soft and measured. Cersei Lannister came down the corridor in black velvet, beautiful as a funeral. Her hair was braided tight. Her face was calm, too calm, as if she had already made peace with the king's death and was simply waiting for the realm to do the same. Peter Baelish walked at her shoulder, smiling gently, as if he were accompanying a grieving queen rather than a woman who watched her husband die like a hawk watching a mouse stop moving. Eddard's blood went cold. My lord, Cersei said softly, you look tired. I look like a man watching his king die, Eddard replied. Cersei's smile barely moved. We all watch, she said, some more closely than others. Peter's smile warmed. The city is full of tragedy, he murmured. It does dreadful things to good men. Eddard's eyes narrowed. Do not call yourself good, he said flatly. Peter chuckled softly, as if amused rather than offended. I would never, he murmured. I only observe. Cersei's gaze slid to the door behind Eddard. The king asked for you? She asked. Eddard did not answer. In this city, answers became weapons in other people's hands. Cersei's eyes glittered faintly. He will die, she said, voice gentle as a lullaby. And when he does, my son will be king. Eddard felt the words tighten around his ribs like rope. He thought of the book of lineages, of Baratheon black hair, of Lannister gold, of the rotten plank Jon Arryn had died touching. We will see, Eddard said, and kept his voice even. Peter's smile tilted. Always so cautious, he murmured. It's adorable. Eddard's hand tightened on his sword hilt, not drawing, only reminding himself he could. If you have business, Eddard said to Cersei, do it elsewhere. This is not a corridor for politics. Cersei's gaze was cold. Everything is politics, she said. Even death. Her eyes flicked to Peter, then back to Eddard. When the king is gone, you will find yourself very alone. Peter's smile softened as if offering comfort. But not without friends, he murmured. Friends are everywhere, if you know how to look. Eddard stared at him, feeling the weight of the Mockingbird pin in White Harbor, the knives on Rhodes, the way Peter had looked toward Sansa and Arya without shame. Keep your friends, Eddard said. I prefer my honor. Peter laughed quietly. Honor, he repeated. Yes, that. His eyes glinted. Honor makes men predictable. Cersei stepped closer, voice lowering. The king will sign what I put in front of him, she whispered. He is in pain. He will want peace. He will want his sons protected. Her eyes sharpened. Do not make this harder than it needs to be. Eddard's throat tightened. He will sign what he decides, Eddard said, and heard how thin the confidence sounded. Cersei's smile was small. He will decide what I allow him to, she murmured. Then the door to the sick chamber opened, and a servant beckoned Eddard, face pale. My lord, the servant whispered. The king asks. Cersei stepped back, gracious as if she had done Eddard a favor. Peter's smile lingered, bright and soft and poisonous. Eddard went to the door and paused, looking at Cersei one last time. If anything happens to my daughters, he said quietly, I will know. Cersei's eyes glittered. Will you? She murmured. Peter's smile widened. Of course he will, he said gently. He's very good at knowing after it's too late. Eddard's jaw clenched. He stepped into the room and let the door close behind him, cutting off the corridor's perfume and whispers. Inside, the air was thick with blood and herbs. Robert Baratheon lay on the bed, enormous, even broken, his face gray, sweat shining on his brow. His eyes found Eddard and held him with sudden clarity.
Ned, Robert rasped. Come closer.
Eddard moved to the bedside, throat tight, and felt the storm finally reach the ship. Robert's hand was still strong. It closed around Eddard's wrist with a grip that made bones ache, as if the king feared Eddard might slip away like everything else in his life. Robert's skin was hot with fever, slick with sweat. His breath came ragged, wet. Every inhale sounded like a battle he was losing. Eddard leaned close, forcing his voice steady. You need rest, he said. Robert laughed weakly, a sound like gravel. Rest, he wheezed. I'll rest soon enough. His eyes sharpened, sudden and desperate. Listen. Pycelle hovered like a trembling shadow, murmuring about Poppy and pain. Renly stood near the door, face pale, hands fidgeting as if he wanted to flee. Cersei lingered beyond them, half in shadow, her eyes bright and cold. Robert's gaze flicked towards Cersei, and hatred flared there, then dimmed into exhaustion. She'll kill my bastards, Robert rasped. She'll kill anyone who breathes wrong. His eyes snapped back to Eddard. Promise me, you won't let her. Eddard's throat tightened. I will protect them, he said, and felt the weight of the lie and the truth tangled together. Robert coughed, blood spotting his lips. He wiped it with the back of his hand, smearing red across his beard. My heir, he whispered. My... He swallowed, grimacing as pain stabbed him. My heir is not. He could not finish. Eddard leaned closer, hearing the words beneath the struggle. Not hers. Not Joffrey. Not the golden lie. Robert's fingers tightened on Eddard's wrist. Write it, he rasped. Make it lawful. Make it so they can't twist it. Pycelle stepped forward, quill ready, parchment trembling in his hands. Your grace, Pycelle wheezed. We must be careful with... Shut up, Robert snarled, and even dying he could still roar.
Ned writes.
Eddard took the parchment Pycelle offered. His hand did not shake, but his heart did. He thought of Stannis Baratheon, hard, lawful, unloved. He thought of Renly, pretty, ambitious. He thought of Joffrey, cruel and false. He thought, briefly and impossibly, of another heir hidden under snow, a boy the realm would kill if it knew. Not now, Eddard told himself fiercely. Not this, not here. He wrote what he could write without lighting every fire at once. He wrote of Robert's will. He wrote of Robert's heir, careful words, clean words, words that could be used like swords. When Robert's eyes fluttered, Eddard leaned close. Who do you name? He whispered. Robert's lips moved. My heir, he breathed. Not, he coughed, grimacing. Not her. Eddard's jaw clenched. He knew what Robert wanted to say. He also knew what Robert could not force himself to admit fully, because admitting it meant admitting his life had been a lie. Eddard's pen hovered. He changed one word. A small change. A massive one. Where it would have read "my son," he wrote "my heir." He watched the ink settle and felt the realm shift under his feet. Robert's eyes focused on the parchment as if he could see through pain. "Good," he rasped. He grabbed the quill with shaking fingers and scrawled his name, the signature ugly but real. Eddard folded the parchment carefully, sealing it as if sealing a dam against floodwater. Robert's grip loosened slightly. "Now," he whispered. You'll stop them." Eddard's throat tightened. "I will," he said, and meant it as much as a man could mean anything in a city that ate vows. Robert's eyes flicked toward Renly, who stood frozen. "Renly," Robert rasped. "Don't," he coughed, blood bubbling again. "Don't be a..." Renly's face tightened, eyes shining. He nodded quickly, as if promise could erase fear. Cersei stepped forward into fuller light, her expression carefully composed. "My love," she murmured, voice velvet. "You should rest." Robert's eyes found her, and something like disgust moved there. He tried to speak, but only a wet sound came. Cersei's gaze slid to Eddard, to the folded will in his hands. For a heartbeat, her eyes narrowed, predatory, calculating. Eddard felt the weight of the parchment like a live coal. He bowed stiffly to Robert. "I will return," he said, though he did not know if Robert would still be alive when he did. As Eddard turned to leave, Robert's voice rasped one last time, dragging itself out of blood and pain. "Ned," he whispered. If dragons." Eddard froze. Robert's eyes fluttered, unfocused. "Kill them," Robert breathed, and the words were half hate, half prayer. Eddard's chest tightened. He did not answer. He walked out with Robert's will in his hands and the taste of iron in his mouth, knowing the city would come for that parchment the way men came for crowns. The Godswood's air was cooler than the sick chamber, but it did not feel clean. It felt watched. The weirwood's carved face stared down with red eyes that made Eddard Stark think of blood drying on stone. Cersei Lannister arrived without haste, black velvet swallowing candlelight, her expression composed enough to be cruel. Jaime Lannister followed at a measured distance, white cloak hidden beneath darker cloth, his hand resting near his hilt like a promise. "No guards, no witnesses." Only trees, water, and the kind of quiet that made threats sound like prayer. Eddard held Robert's sealed will under his cloak. The wax pressed warm against his palm, as if it were alive. "You chose the Godswood," Cersei said softly. "How northern of you." "I chose a place where liars feel uncomfortable," Eddard replied. Cersei's mouth curved faintly. "Then you chose poorly," she murmured. Her gaze flicked once toward the hidden parchment. "Is that why you asked me here?" Eddard did not draw it yet. Drawing it was an act, and acts had consequences. "Your son is not Robert's," he said, keeping his voice level. "Nor is your daughter, nor your younger boy." Jaime's posture shifted, almost imperceptible. Cersei did not blink. "You speak treason," she said, voice calm as river water. "I speak truth," Eddard said, "and truth will decide the realm after Robert's death." Cersei stepped closer, red leaves drifting into her hair. "Robert's death," she repeated, tasting the words. "He's not dead yet." "He will be," Eddard said. Cersei's eyes gleamed. "So will you," she murmured. "If you insist on being righteous at the wrong time." She glanced toward the pool, then back. "What do you want, Eddard Stark? Do you want to crown Stannis? Do you want to tear this kingdom apart in the name of law?" Eddard's jaw tightened. "I want my daughters safe," he said. "I want the realm spared a boy king raised in cruelty. And I want you to step aside." Cersei laughed very softly. "Step aside," she echoed. "You say it as if I'm a curtain." "You are a danger," Eddard said. Cersei's smile thinned. "I am a mother," she said, and the word was a blade wrapped in velvet. "And mothers do not step aside when men threaten their children." Eddard felt anger rise and forced it down. Anger was loud. He needed cold. He reached into his cloak and drew out the sealed will just enough that the wax caught the light. Cersei's gaze fixed on it. Jaime's hand tightened on his hilt. "This is Robert's will," Eddard said quietly. "He names me protector of the realm until his heir comes of age." Cersei's eyes narrowed. "Heir," she murmured. Eddard held her gaze. "You will not have time," he said. "When the king dies, I will stand before the court with this will. I will call the city watch. I will place your children under protection." He paused. "And then I will send word to Stannis Baratheon." Cersei's calm did not break, but Eddard saw something shift beneath it, calculation, quick as a dagger's point. "You think parchment stops armies," Cersei said softly. "I think it stops chaos long enough to keep children from dying," Eddard replied. Cersei stepped closer still, until he could smell her perfume over the damp earth. "You should have taken your daughters and gone," she whispered. "You should have understood that this city punishes men who think rules are stronger than blood." Eddard's throat tightened. "Touch them," he said, "and you will learn what the North does to queens." Jaime's laugh was quiet and contemptuous. "The North," he murmured as if tasting mud. Cersei's gaze flicked to Jaime, then back to Eddard. "You have a problem," she said softly. "You think you can win by being right." Her smile returned, small and sharp. "But the world belongs to those who are willing to do what's necessary." Eddard felt the will's weight like a stone in his hand. "What is necessary," he said, "is for you to be stopped." Cersei's eyes glittered. "Then stop me," she murmured, "if you can." She turned away without fear, as if Eddard were a man holding smoke. Jaime followed, his gaze lingering on Eddard's face for a heartbeat. Cold appraisal, a kingkiller's curiosity. When they were gone, the gods would seem to exhale. Eddard stared at the weirwood's red eyes and felt certainty slip like ice beneath his boots. He had spoken truth. He had shown his hand. And now he had to move faster than a queen who did not believe in losing. Renly Baratheon offered Eddard a clean sin. They stood in a quiet hall off the throne room, where tapestries muffled sound and the air smelled of dust and old victories. Renly's face was pale, his eyes bright with fear he disguised as irritation. "Take the children," Renly said, voice low. "Take Joffrey, take Myrcella, take Tommen. Put them under your protection before Cersei moves. It's the only way." Eddard's jaw tightened. "They are children," he said. Renly's laugh was thin. "Everything in this city is a weapon," he snapped. "Even children, especially children." He leaned closer. "If you don't seize them, she will. And then she will seize your girls too." Eddard's chest tightened at the thought of Sansa and Arya, but he shook his head once, hard. "I will not begin my rule by taking children hostage," he said. Renly stared at him as if Eddard were mad. Then his mouth twisted. "Then you will lose," he said quietly. "And you will lose politely." He left without looking back, cloak sweeping like a bright lie. Eddard walked on with the will hidden under his cloak and Jory Castle at his side. The young captain's face tight with contained fury. The Red Keep's corridors narrowed, then opened onto a small bridge that crossed a courtyard. Below, gold cloaks moved in clusters, their spearheads glinting in torchlight. City watchmen, men who decided which laws mattered by where their coin came from. Peter Baelish waited on the bridge as if he'd been invited to stand there all day. "My Lord Hand," Peter said warmly, the title sliding into place as if it had never left. "I heard Robert forgave you. He always did forgive you eventually, like a man forgiving the truth for existing." Eddard did not smile. "I need the city watch," he said bluntly. Peter's brows lifted with amused sympathy. "Of course you do," he murmured. "You're about to do something dramatic." Eddard's fingers tightened around the will beneath his cloak. "I am about to do something lawful," he said. "There is a difference." Peter's smile widened. In theory, he agreed, and produced a pouch of coin, letting it hang from his fingers like bait. Janos Slint enjoys law when it jingles. Eddard's stomach turned. You pay him, he said. Peter's eyes glittered. Everyone pays him, he said. That's why he's useful. Jory Castle's hand twitched toward his sword. Eddard lifted 2 fingers, stilling him. I want the gold cloaks at the throne room when I present Robert's will, Eddard said. I want Joffrey and the Queen contained. I want my daughters safe. Peter's smile softened as if he were listening to a child ask for the moon. Your daughters, he murmured. Yes, sweet Sansa and little Arya. Such different girls. Eddard's blood went cold at the casual intimacy. Do not speak their names, he said, voice low. Peter tilted his head, innocent. Why not? He asked softly. Names are important, aren't they? Eddard stepped closer, eyes hard. Swear it, he said. Swear the City Watch will stand for the will. Peter's smile did not falter. He glanced down at the courtyard at the gold cloaks below, then back. I will do what I can, he said gently. That is not an oath, Eddard snapped. Peter sighed, as if indulging stubbornness. On my life, he said smoothly. The gold cloaks will be yours. Eddard held his gaze and felt, beneath the polished words, a quiet amusement, as if Peter were already enjoying the ending. Eddard wanted to strike him. He wanted to take Varys's list and drag Peter into the open. He could not yet, not without proof that would hold in Robert's dying hands. He nodded once. If you betray me, he said, the North will take your head. Peter's smile warmed. The North is very far away, he murmured. Eddard turned and left the bridge, Jory following close. Behind them, Peter Baelish watched from torchlight, coin pouch swinging lightly, smiling as if he just watched a man step onto a plank he had already cut. Robert Baratheon died before the bells finished their first cry. The Red Keep moved like a stirred nest. Servants ran. Guards tightened at doors. Whispered prayers turned into shouted orders. And in the throne room, the court gathered as if drawn by the scent of blood. Eddard Stark stepped forward with the sealed will in his hand and felt every eye on him. The Iron Throne rose behind the dais like a jagged promise. Cersei sat with her spine straight and her face smooth, Joffrey beside her in crimson and gold, his mouth already curving into cruelty he hadn't earned yet. Jaime stood close, bright as a blade. The King's Guard lined the walls, white cloaks like snow over knives. Eddard's pulse hammered. He saw Sansa among the court, pale and shining, her eyes too eager, too trusting. Arya was not there. Thank the gods, Arya was not there. She would be with Syrio he'd ordered safe in lessons. He lifted the will. King Robert's last command, Eddard announced, voice carrying, is his will, by his decree. Cersei's gaze did not blink. Eddard broke the seal and read aloud, the words steady even as the room tilted under them. Protector of the realm, until the heir comes of age. Lawful, clean. When he finished, Cersei rose slowly. Protector, she echoed softly. How noble. She stepped forward and plucked the parchment from Eddard's hand with a smoothness that made his stomach twist. Before he could stop her, she tore it in half. The rip of parchment sounded louder than any sword. Gasps rose. Eddard felt the blood drain from his face. The will had been the plank. She had snapped it like kindling. Those are not the king's words, Eddard said, forcing control into his voice. You commit treason. Cersei's eyes gleamed. Treason, she murmured. A convenient word. She turned to Joffrey, her voice soft. Your Grace. Joffrey stood, preening. I am the king, he announced, as if the declaration alone made it true. Seize him. Eddard's hand went to his sword. Jory, he barked. Gold cloaks poured into the throne room, red and gold flooding stone. Their spears lowered in practiced unison. Janos Slint strode at their head, face smug with purchased loyalty. For a heartbeat, Eddard's mind refused to accept it. You swore, he hissed, turning. Peter Baelish stood behind him, close enough that Eddard could feel his breath. Peter's smile was gentle, almost apologetic. "I did warn you not to trust me," Peter murmured. Then Peter's dagger slid between Eddard's ribs, not deep enough to kill, deep enough to cripple. Pain flared hot and bright. Eddard's knees buckled. Jory Castle lunged, shouting. A gold-cloaked spear drove into him. Jory staggered, blood blooming dark on his tunic, then fell to the stone like a man cut out of his own life. Eddard tried to rise, tried to draw steel, but hands seized him, gauntlet fists wrenching his arms back. His sword clattered to the floor. Sansa screamed his name, a thin, shattered sound. Cersei watched without moving, her expression calm as water. Jaime's eyes were cold, almost bored, as if he'd seen this play before and knew every line. Joffrey stepped closer, eyes bright with delight. "Take his head," he snarled. "No," Cersei said softly, and Joffrey's mouth tightened in petulant frustration. "Not yet." Eddard Stark sagged in the gold cloak's grip, blood soaking his side, and felt the world turn into iron. He stared at Peter Baelish through pain and rage. Peter only smiled, eyes glittering, as if betrayal were a kindness done for the sake of a better story. The gold cloaks dragged Eddard toward the doors. The court parted like water around them. As he was hauled out, Eddard's gaze caught Sansa's face, white with terror, tears shining. He searched for Arya and found only empty space. He did not know yet whether that emptiness was mercy. Arya Stark heard the screaming before anyone told her why. It rose through the red keep like smoke. Shouts, boots pounding, a woman's shrill fear, men barking orders. The castle that had felt like a strange, glittering prison suddenly became what it always was. A fortress built to hold power, and power was panicking. Syrio Farrell's hand snapped up. "Stop," he said sharply. Arya froze mid-step, wooden sword in hand, breath caught. Sirio's eyes had changed. Gone was the playful patience of lessons, replaced by the cold alertness of a man who had lived by seeing danger before it arrived. Footsteps thundered closer. Steel hissed from scabbards. Arya's heart slammed in her chest. A Lannister guard burst into the corridor with 3 others behind him, faces hard, blades drawn. Their eyes locked on Arya as if she were a prize. "There," the lead man barked. "The wolf girl." Arya's blood turned to ice. "Syrio," she began. Syrio stepped forward, placing himself between Arya and the blades, as if he were simply moving into a dance. "You are not a knight," he said calmly to the lead guard. "You are a man with a sword." The guard sneered. "Move," he snarled. "By order of the king." Sirio's mouth curved faintly. "Which king?" he asked, and the question was a knife. The guard's face darkened. He lunged. Syrio moved. His wooden sword snapped up with a crack that made Arya flinch. The wood struck steel, not breaking, turning the blade aside with precision that made the guard's eyes widen. Syrio stepped inside the man's reach and struck his wrist, then his throat, then his knee. 3 quick taps that left the guard stumbling, choking, collapsing without understanding how a stick had undone him. "Run," Syrio said without looking back. Arya hesitated, one heartbeat of stubborn loyalty. Sirio's voice sharpened. "Run." Arya turned and sprinted down the corridor, boots slapping stone, breath tearing at her throat. Behind her, steel rang. Men shouted. Sirio's voice stayed calm, insulting and instructing even as he fought, as if violence were simply another lesson. Arya's eyes stung. She did not wipe them. She ran blind with tears and fear. She knew the Red Keep's corridors now. The turns, the servants' doors, the hidden stair by the tapestry of Aegon's conquest. She darted down it, nearly slipping, then caught herself and kept going. The sound behind her changed. One guard's shout becoming a gurgle, another's grunt of pain. Then a new sound, a heavier stride, more men joining, impatience turning into cruelty. Arya's lungs burned. She reached a servant's landing and nearly crashed into a kitchen boy carrying a tray. The boy yelped. The tray clattered. Arya shoved past without thinking, hearing the boy's curse vanish behind her. She took the stair down 2 at a time, then stopped abruptly at the bottom, pressing herself into a shadowed niche. Her heart hammered so hard she thought it would betray her. Her hand clenched around Needle. No, not Needle, she thought wildly. She didn't have Needle, only a practice sword, only wood. Footsteps pounded past the stair mouth above, men shouting for her, calling her wolf, calling her traitor. Arya bit her lip until she tasted blood, forcing herself not to sob. Syrio, she thought, and the thought hurt like a wound. She had left him behind. She waited until the footsteps faded, then slipped out of the niche and moved like a shadow, slower now, quieter, remembering Sirio's lessons in every breath. Quiet as a cat, she told herself. Quiet as death. She did not know where her father was. She did not know if Sansa was safe. She only knew one truth. The Red Keep wanted her caught, and Arya Stark had been born to slip out of traps. The second raven arrived before the first grief had cooled. It came with the hand seal broken in haste, wax cracked like a snapped bone. The guard who carried it looked pale, as if he'd already read the words with his eyes alone. Jon stood in the Ravenry with Wyman Manderly and Wendell beside him, the air thick with feathers and salt damp. Raven cages rattled softly, restless, as if even the birds sensed the realm's fracture. Maester Theomore cleared his throat and began to read. Eddard Stark, Hand of the King, has been seized in the throne room by order of King Joffrey Baratheon. The words marched in disciplined lines, but the meaning was chaos. Jory Castle is dead. The city watch turned. Lord Baelish. Theomore stopped, swallowing. Jon's blood went cold. Read, he said, and his voice sounded like someone else's. Theomore continued, quieter. Lord Baelish stood with the queen. Wendell's fist slammed into the table hard enough to rattle inkpots. That bird, he snarled. That filth-eater bird. Jon did not move. His ribs pulled with every breath, but he barely felt it. He saw Jory's face in his mind, kind, loyal, dying on throne room stone. He saw Eddard Stark's steady eyes and heard his voice. Wait, think, do not rush. He saw his sisters, Sansa and Arya, caught in a lion's den. Are the girls mentioned? Jon asked and forced his voice to stay level. Theomore's eyes flicked down the parchment. Sansa Stark is in the Queen's keeping, he read, voice tight. Arya Stark is missing. Jon's throat tightened so hard it hurt. Wyman's face had gone very still. In that stillness, Jon saw the Lord beneath the laughter, hard as harbor stone. Missing, Wyman murmured. Alive, Jon said immediately, because he needed it true. If she's missing, she's alive. Wyman's gaze slid to him, measuring. Or hidden, he said. Or taken. Or dead. He did not soften it. Softness here was another lie. Jon's hands clenched. We send ships, he said. Now, to the mouth of the Blackwater. We. Wyman lifted a hand, stopping the flood. You will not throw men into a burning city blind, Wyman said calmly. Not yet. Jon's jaw clenched so hard it ached. Then what do we do? He demanded. Wyman stepped closer, lowering his voice. We do what your father could not do in that throne room, he said. We keep our heads. He looked toward the window where the sea was gray and violent. War is coming. The question is whether we let the enemy choose where it starts. Jon stared at the parchment again, forcing his mind to move like a tide. Eddard arrested. Jory dead. Sansa captive. Arya missing. Baelish revealed. Robert dead. Joffrey crowned. The realm had cracked. We go to Robb, Jon said suddenly. Wendell blinked. Robb Stark, he said, as if tasting the name. Jon nodded once. Winterfell will call banners, Jon said. Robb will march, and if he marches without me, without knowing what's truly hunting him, he will march into Baelish's hands the way my father did. Wyman's eyes narrowed. And if you ride south, he said quietly, you draw eyes. Jon's fingers brushed the leather wolf at his belt, then the hidden ring in his pack like a heartbeat. They already have eyes, Jon said. "Let them look." He swallowed, voice hardening. "I'm done being moved by other men's games." Wyman studied him a long moment, then nodded once, small, decisive. "Then you go," he said. "But you go as snow, not as fire." Jon's breath caught. He understood the warning. He also understood the permission. He took the parchment from Theomore's hands and folded it carefully, as if folding a piece of Winterfell itself. "Send ravens to Winterfell and Riverrun," Jon said. "Tell them Baelish holds the knife." His gaze sharpened. "And ready a ship. I want the fastest." Wendell's mouth tightened into something like respect. He said. Wyman watched Jon as if watching a tide rise. "Remember," he murmured. "The first banner you save is your own head." Jon did not answer. He was already seeing roads and crossings in his mind, already hearing the city's laughter turn into screams. And somewhere far south, Eddard Stark sat in chains because he had trusted a smiling bird. Jon swore, silently and fiercely, that he would not make the same mistake. Riverrun's war room filled with men who smelled blood in ink. Riverlords stood in clusters. Frey men with watchful eyes, Malisters stiff with pride, Blackwoods and Brackens staring at each other like old enemies forced into the same prayer. Edmure Tully paced like a caged flame, unable to keep still. Brynden Tully sat at the table's edge, lean and hard, eyes cutting through noise. Catelyn stood with a raven letter open before her, the words blurring and sharpening again as if the parchment itself could not decide whether it was real. Eddard Stark arrested. Jory dead. Joffrey crowned. Her fingers closed around the Mockingbird pin in her palm until it bit. Peter. The name was a knife that did not dull. Edmure slammed his fist onto the table. "We ride," he snarled. "We ride to King's Landing and drag him out." Brynden's voice snapped. "You ride nowhere until you stop thinking like a boy," he barked. Edmure whirled, face red. "He's my sister's husband," he shouted. "He's my niece's father, and he's a hostage now," Brynden cut in, "which means every loud step you take can kill him." Catelyn's voice came out cold. "And every quiet step Peter Baelish takes already has," she said. The room stilled at the name. Some men frowned. Others looked away, as if politics were something they preferred not to see. Brynden's eyes narrowed. "You're certain?" he said to Catelyn. Catelyn opened her hand and placed the Mockingbird pin on the map. The small bird gleamed like insult. "Certain enough," she said. "His men wore this when they tried to cut me down on the road. His man told me the lions were meant to take the blame." Edmure's breath hitched. Rage shifted in him, looking for a new target. "Baelish," he spat. A little man who kills with bigger hands," Catelyn said sharply. Brynden leaned forward, tapping the map with one finger. "Then we assume the roads are trapped," he said. "Crossings, in places where men happen to meet." His gaze lifted to the Riverlords. "If you march like a parade, you march into his story. And if we don't march," Edmure snapped, "we leave Eddard to die." Catelyn's throat tightened. "Robb will march," she said quietly, and felt the truth of it in her bones. "He will call banners. The North will come down like winter." Her eyes hardened. "Our job is to make sure he doesn't arrive alone." A murmur ran through the room. Nervous, excited, fearful. Winter came with wolves. Wolves came with war. Brynden nodded once. "We send ravens," he said, "to every Riverlord who owes House Tully. We call men to Riverrun. Quiet. Fast." He looked at Catelyn. "And you send word to Winterfell. Tell Robb what you know." Catelyn's mouth went dry. "Robb as Lord. Robb making decisions with a boy's heart and a man's crown." "I will," she said, and her voice did not tremble. Edmure's jaw worked. "And what about Tyrion Lannister?" he demanded. "If lions didn't send the knife, do we still treat them as enemies?" Catelyn stared at the Mockingbird pin and felt anger twist. "Lions are still lions," she said. "Cersei did not need Peter to be cruel. She only needed opportunity." She paused. But if Peter wants wolves to bite lions, her eyes sharpened, then perhaps we bite the bird first. Bryndon's mouth tightened. If you can find his throat, he murmured. Catelyn's fingers closed around the pin again. I will, she said softly, because if I don't, he'll keep killing children to climb. Outside, the rivers moved under gray sky, indifferent and relentless. Inside, men began to speak of banners and bridges and how quickly armies could gather. War was no longer a possibility. It was simply the next thing the realm would do. Winterfell's hall filled with the sound of boots and anger. The raven had arrived at dawn, its wings ragged with distance. Maester Luwin had broken the seal with careful hands and handed the letter to Robb Stark with a look that held too much sorrow for a maester's face. Robb read once, then again. The second time his hands began to shake. He did not let anyone see it. By midday, banners appeared on the road like dark stains against snow. Umber's first, big men with louder voices. Then Serwyn, Tallheart, Glover, Mormont riders with eyes like flint. The North came because it always came when Winterfell howled. This time, Winterfell howled through paper. Great Jon Umber strode into the hall like a bear walking into a fight. His fur cloak dusted with snow, his beard full of frost. "Where's your father?" he bellowed, not bothering with greetings. "Where's the wolf that knows how to bite?" Robb stood at the high table, letter in his hand, chin lifted. He felt too young in that moment, too much like a boy wearing a man's cloak. But he was Lord of Winterfell now. Acting like a boy would kill people. "My father is a prisoner," Robb said, voice carrying. In King's Landing, the hall went very still. Theon Greyjoy leaned against a pillar, face tight, eyes flicking as if measuring what this meant for his own place. He did not speak. Theon's silences were rarely kindness. Greyjon's mouth twisted into rage. "A prisoner," he repeated. "By whose hand?" Robb lifted the letter slightly. "By order of Joffrey," he said. "By Cersei, by the city watch bought with coin." He paused, jaw tightening. "And by Peter Baelish." Maester Luwin's head snapped up at the name. A ripple went through the lords. Confusion, disbelief. Then the slow shift of men realizing the enemy was not only a lion in the south but a snake in silk. Robb saw it. He saw men reach for familiar targets because familiar targets were easier to hate. Baelish was not familiar to the north. Baelish was a southern whisper. That made him dangerous. "We march," Great Jon growled, slamming his fist on the table. "We march now. We take our steel to their red castle and tear it down stone by stone." Some men roared approval. Others frowned, thinking of distances, supplies, winter roads. Robb listened, letting their noise wash over him, the way Eddard used to, until the noise exhausted itself. When it did, Robb spoke again, voice steady. "We march," he agreed, "but we march smart." He looked down at the map Luwin had spread. "We go through the neck. We secure Moat Cailin. We do not get trapped in the riverlands like boys chasing glory." He lifted his gaze. "We go for my father, and we bring my sisters home." A murmur of approval ran through the hall, less loud than Greyjon's roar, but deeper. Robb's throat tightened at the word sisters. "Arya missing, Sansa in the Queen's hands." He felt helplessness try to rise and forced it down. Helplessness was a luxury. He looked toward the side tables, toward the place Jon Snow should have been. Leaning and smirking, offering some quiet comment that made Robb feel less alone. The space was empty. "My brother Jon Snow is in White Harbor," Robb said suddenly, voice carrying. Some heads turned, bastard, they thought, but Robb did not let the thought stand. "He will be summoned." Robb's jaw tightened. "And any man who speaks ill of him while my father is chained can choke on it." The hall went still again, then shifted, respect, surprise, the recognition that Robb Stark was drawing lines. Greyjon's mouth twisted into something like approval. "Good," he rumbled. "You'll need every wolf you've got." Robb nodded once. He folded the raven letter carefully, as if folding a piece of his father's life. "We ride in 3 days," he said. "Get your men ready." Get your supplies. Kiss your wives if you're the kind who does. A harsh laugh ran through the hall. Men began to talk in low voices, counts and plans and grudges. Robb stood at the high table with winter pressing at the windows and war blooming in his hall. He did not let his hands shake again. Before dawn, White Harbor belonged to working men and secrets. Lanterns burned low along the docks. The sea threw cold spray over planks. Sailors moved with muffled urgency, hauling a small chest aboard a fast ship with a narrow hull built for speed rather than comfort.
No banners flew, no horn sounded.
The ship looked like any trader leaving early to catch tide. Jon Snow wore a plain cloak and hood, his face shadowed, his name hidden. Beneath the cloak, the leather wolf hung at his belt. In his pack, the dull weight of the ring and letter pressed like a second pulse. Wyman Manderly met him at the gangplank, heavy and still, his breath fogging. Wendell stood behind, forearm healed enough to move, eyes hard with unfinished rage. "You'll go up the coast," Wyman said quietly. "Then inland through the neck. Noins, no main roads. If a stranger smiles too warmly, you leave." Jon nodded once. "I know," he said. He did not tell Wyman that he did not know at all. Knowing was another mask now. Wyman stepped closer and gripped Jon's forearm, the gesture firm and almost fatherly. "Remember," Wyman murmured, "your brother marches for your father. He will want blood. He will want simple enemies. Do not let him have them." Jon's throat tightened. "Robb will listen," he said, though part of him feared how grief could turn a good man sharp. Wyman's gaze held his. "Make him," Wyman said softly. Jon nodded again. "What about ORM?" he asked, voice low. Wyman's mouth tightened. "ORM will deliver his song," he said. "And if the bird comes to perch near your nest, we will know." His eyes narrowed. "But King's Landing is far, and Baelish is threaded into it like rot. Do not think cutting one man ends the smell." Jon's fingers tightened on the strap of his pack. "My father is in chains," he said quietly. "My sisters." Wyman's grip tightened. "I know," he murmured. "That is why you are going." He paused, eyes sharpening. "And why you must not die on the way." Wendell stepped forward, his voice rough. "Bring us his head," he muttered. "Baelish." Jon looked at him and felt the urge, hot, satisfying. Then let it sink into colder water. "I'll bring you something better," Jon said quietly. "A way to stop him." Wendell stared, then nodded once, grudging. Respect again, unwilling but real. A sailor called softly. Tide turns. Jon stepped onto the deck. The ship creaked under his boots, alive and impatient. He turned back once more. Wyman Manderly stood at the dock's edge like a stone statue, his face unreadable. "When you reach Robb Stark," Wyman said, voice carrying just enough, "tell him White Harbor stands." Jon nodded, swallowing hard. "And tell him," Wyman added, quieter now, "that snow can burn if it must." Jon's breath caught. He understood the meaning beneath the words. Not permission, warning. He turned away before his face could betray anything and moved toward the bow, letting the wind sting him into clarity. The ship shoved off. The dock slid away. White Harbor's lanterns became a dim line behind fog. Jon Snow stood on deck, heading toward Winterfell, toward war, toward the brother who would look at him and see the missing piece of a family breaking. He did not know what he would say when he arrived. He only knew he would not arrive empty-handed. The dungeons smelled of damp stone and slow suffering. Cersei Lannister descended as if she were visiting a garden. Her black velvet did not pick up dirt. Her hair remained perfect. She carried herself like a woman who had already won and was simply collecting the proof. Peter Baelish walked beside her with that soft smile that made men believe he was harmless until they realized they were already bleeding. 2 gold cloaks stood at the cell door with spears crossed. The torchlight made the stone sweat look like tears. Cersei's voice was quiet. "He is stubborn," she said, as if discussing a mule. Peter's smile warmed. "Honor is a habit," he murmured. "Habits are hard to break." Cersei's eyes narrowed. Then break him. Peter's gaze flicked to the iron bars. He can be broken without blood, he said softly. Blood makes martyrs. Cersei's mouth tightened. I don't care about martyrs, she said. I care about threats. Peter's eyes glittered. And threats, he murmured, are best turned into lessons. From a distant archway, Varys watched in pale silence, his face unreadable. He did not intervene. He rarely did. His intervention was always later, always quiet. Cersei leaned closer to Peter. Sansa Stark is mine, she said. Arya Stark is missing. Peter's smile thinned. Missing girls become stories, he murmured. Stories become banners. I would prefer her found. Cersei's gaze hardened. Then find her, she snapped. Peter's expression remained gentle. We will, he said. But first, we decide what Eddard Stark tells the world. He tapped the cell door lightly, as if knocking on a shop counter. If he confesses, he dies as a traitor, not a hero. If he refuses, he dies as a martyr and the North roars louder. His smile returned. Confession is cleaner. Cersei's eyes glinted. And how do you make him confess? Peter's gaze softened, almost kind. With love, he murmured. Cersei's mouth curled. Love, she echoed, disgusted. Peter shrugged lightly. A daughter, he said. A promise. A threat spoken softly enough that he can pretend it's mercy. He leaned closer, voice silk. Tell him Sansa lives if he bends. Tell him she dies if he does not. Cersei's eyes warmed with cruel satisfaction. Yes, she whispered. That will do it. Peter's smile widened. And once he bends, he murmured, you can cut his head off without waking half the realm into fury. They will blame him for his own death. Cersei's gaze lingered on the cell door as if she could see Eddard's face through iron. Good, she said softly. Let him choke on his honor. Varys watched from the archway, eyes bright and cold. For a heartbeat, Peter's gaze flicked toward him, amused. Even in dungeons, Peter murmured softly. We have an audience. Cersei did not look back. I don't care who watches, she said, only who obeys. She turned and ascended, black velvet swallowing torchlight. Peter followed, smiling, already tasting the confession like wine. Behind them, the cell door remained closed, iron quiet, water dripping steadily as if counting down to a man's breaking point. The cell was colder than Winterfell's crypts. Stone held the damp and gave it back to Eddard Stark's bones, seeping into him until he felt made of frost and regret. Chains bit his wrists. His side throbbed where Peter's dagger had kissed him, a reminder that betrayal could be delivered with a smile. He had not slept. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Sansa's scream, Jory falling, Arya's empty space in the court like a missing tooth. The torch outside the bars burned low, its flame hunched like a tired man. Varys appeared without sound, kneeling just beyond the iron as if visiting a sickbed. His pale silk looked wrong in the dungeon's filth. His eyes were too gentle for the place. My lord, Varys murmured. Eddard lifted his head slowly. If you're here to gloat, he rasped. Do it quickly. Varys's smile was soft, sad. I do not gloat, he said. I count. Eddard's jaw clenched. Count what? He snapped. How many Starks die to keep Southern games interesting? Varys's eyes lowered briefly. How many children survive? He murmured. The word children cut through Eddard's anger like a blade. Sansa, he whispered, and the name came out broken. Arya. Varys leaned closer, voice softer than the torch's crackle. Sansa Stark is alive, he said. For now, she is frightened. She is alone. His eyes lifted. Arya Stark is not in the Queen's hands. Eddard's breath caught. Not in her hands, he repeated, clinging to the words like a rope. Then she's missing, Varys said gently. But missing is not dead. Not yet. Eddard sagged back against stone, eyes burning. Relief and terror twisted together until he could barely breathe. Varys's voice lowered further. "They will come," he murmured. "They will offer you a choice. Confess and your daughter lives. Refuse and she dies." Eddard's hands clenched in the chains. "I will not confess to treason," he rasped. "I did what was right." Varys's eyes softened, pity sharp as pain. "Right?" he murmured. "Yes, and right men die first." He paused. "But your daughter's life is not a question of right. It is a question of leverage." Eddard's throat tightened until it felt like it would tear. "If I confess," he whispered, "I make my house a traitor's house. I give them a reason to hunt my son." He stopped, the word son burning, because even in his own mind he could not say more. "I give them." "You give them a story they can sell," Varys said softly. "And you buy your daughter a breath." His gaze sharpened slightly. "Sometimes, my lord, the only victory is choosing which disaster you can endure." Eddard stared at the torch flame until it blurred. He thought of Winterfell's stone, of Robb standing beneath banners, of Catelyn's fierce grief. He thought of Jon far away on a ship, hidden, hunted, learning too quickly. He thought of Sansa's sweet trust and Arya's sharp defiance. "I failed them," he whispered. Varys's voice was gentle. "You loved them," he corrected. "And in this city, love is the easiest handle to grab." Eddard closed his eyes. He could taste iron again, like blood. When he opened them, his gaze was steady in a way it had not been since the throne room. "I will confess," he said quietly. Varys did not smile. He only nodded once, as if marking a line in an unseen ledger. "Then remember," he murmured, "confess with your mouth and keep your heart silent. Give them what they need, not what they want." Eddard swallowed hard. "And Arya?" he whispered. Varys's eyes gleamed faintly. "Pray she is as stubborn as her father," he murmured, "and as quiet as her mother wishes she was." Eddard's mouth tightened at the bitter truth of it. Varys rose smoothly. "Sleep if you can," he said softly. "Tomorrow you will speak words that taste like ash, but ash can hide embers." He slipped away into the dungeon's shadows. Eddard Stark sat alone in chains with cold stone at his back and his daughter's lives hanging like a blade above his neck. He did not weep. He saved his strength for the confession and the war that would follow it. The sea did not care that kings died. It rolled and heaved beneath the ship like a living thing with its own hunger, gray waves slamming the bow and spraying cold salt across Jon's face. The wind tore at his cloak, trying to rip his hood back and show his name to the world. Jon let it sting him. Pain kept him awake. Wyman Manderly stood a few paces behind, one hand braced on the mast, his face hard. The men with them were not sailors alone now. They were guards chosen carefully, quiet men who knew the difference between courage and foolishness. A raven cage was strapped to the mast, the bird inside shifting restlessly, annoyed by the ship's pitch. Jon's mind pitched with it. Eddard Stark in chains. Sansa held. Arya missing. Robert dead. Joffrey crowned. Peter Baelish smiling. Every thought was a wave. Jon forced himself to breathe between them, letting the lessons Wyman had hammered into him hold the shape of his mind. Do not drown in what you cannot change. Swim toward what you can. The ship turned into the mouth of the Fever River by dusk, slipping from the open sea into water that smelled of mud and reeds. The wind softened. The world narrowed. Trees rose on both banks, dark and dense, the neck closing around them like a slow jaw. "Here," the captain called softly. "From here, it's frogs and fog." Jon watched the river's surface, brown, thick, hiding its depth. Somewhere in those marshes, crannogmen watched from places no southern night could see. Moat Cailin crouched beyond, broken towers holding the only true gate into the north. A gate, Jon thought. Crossings, choke points. Baelish loved them. He turned to Wendell. "No inns," Jon said. Wendell grunted. "No roads," he replied. "If a crannogman offers you stew, you still don't eat it." Jon's mouth tightened. "If a crannogman offers stew," he said, "it's probably safer than anything a smiling Southron offers." Wendell's eyes flicked, amusement and respect tangled. "You're learning," he said. Jon looked toward the marshes, toward unseen eyes. "We all are," he murmured. They did not see the crannogmen until they were surrounded. That was the next first lesson. If you thought you were alone, you were already in someone else's hands. Mist clung low over the marsh, turning reeds into pale ghosts. Water sucked at boots. Insects whined in the damp air. Jon moved carefully along a narrow strip of firmer ground, Wendell and 2 guards behind him, their feet quieter than men that size should manage. The captain had left them at a hidden landing with a flatboat and whispered directions that sounded more like superstition than map-making. Then a spear tip appeared from the fog. Another. A net swung gently between 2 reeds like a spider's web, and voices, soft, low, in a dialect that bent words strangely. "Hold," Wendell muttered, hand twitching toward his sword. Jon lifted 2 fingers, stopping him. He stepped forward half a pace and held his hands open, palms out, fingers spread. No threat. No sudden movement. A man emerged from the mist with mud on his cloak and water-dark hair braided tight. His eyes were sharp, suspicious, too calm for an ambush. He was not tall, but he carried authority like a weapon. Behind him, half a dozen crannogmen moved in silence, spears leveled, nets ready. They looked like men made of marsh and patience, their faces smeared with mud to break up their shapes. Jon had heard of Howland Reed's people. Seeing them was something else. "This is Howland's land," the leader said, voice low. "Who steps in it?" Wendell opened his mouth, likely to announce House Manderly, as if banners mattered in fog. Jon spoke first. "Jon Snow," he said. Then, because names mattered differently here, he added, "From Winterfell." The leader's eyes narrowed. "Snow," he repeated, and the word held no contempt here, only assessment. "And what does Snow want in frog water?" Jon kept his hands open. "To reach Winterfell," he said. "To stand with Robb Stark." The crannogman leader studied him for a long moment. "Wolves don't come with fish," he said, gaze flicking to Wendell's sea-green cloak. Wendell bristled. "House Manderly," he began. Jon cut him off with a glance. "We come because Eddard Stark is taken," Jon said quietly. "Because the South is bleeding and wants the North to bleed too." A ripple moved through the crannogmen, small shifts of posture, the subtle tightening of spear grips. They had heard. Ravens flew even into marshes. The leader's gaze sharpened. "Eddard Stark is taken," he repeated. "And you run." Jon's jaw tightened. "I don't run," he said. "I move." The leader's mouth twitched faintly at that. "Words," he murmured. Jon swallowed. "I have a message for Howland Reed," he said. "And for Robb Stark." The leader stepped closer, careful, spear still leveled but lower now. "Howland Reed doesn't meet anyone," he said. "Not unless he wants to." He paused, eyes on Jon's face. "But he might want to meet you." Jon's pulse quickened. He kept his expression steady. "Then take me," he said. Wendell's head snapped toward him. "Jon," he began, alarmed. Jon did not look away from the crannogman. "If he wants to meet me," Jon said, voice calm, "I won't insult him by refusing." The leader studied Jon's face one last time, then nodded once. "Follow," he said. The spears did not lower, but the nets relaxed slightly. The crannogmen melted back into the mist, guiding them along a path that did not look like a path until you stepped on it and realized the mud held firm. As they moved, Jon felt eyes on him from every reed and puddle. The neck watched, the neck judged. Jon thought of Baelish and his roads. Here, roads did not matter. Here, only permission did. And Jon Snow needed permission from a man who had once held a secret bigger than any crown. The Crannog was not a castle. It did not loom. It did not announce itself with stone or towers. It crouched low in the marsh, built of wood and reeds and cunning, the kind of place you could walk past 3 times and still swear it wasn't there. Inside, the air smelled of damp wood, smoke, and the faint sharpness of crushed herbs. Howland Reed waited in a hall no bigger than a Lord Solar, yet the space felt heavy with history. He was smaller than Jon expected, lean and weathered, with eyes that looked like they had watched too much water move to be impressed by anything. Jon dropped to one knee without being told. It was not submission. It was respect. Respect for a man who had survived the Tower of Joy. Respect for a man who knew the truth Jon carried in his pack. Wendell stayed back, tense, hands open but ready. Crannogmen lined the shadows, silent as reeds. "Howland Reed," Jon said, voice steady. "I come from White Harbor, from Winterfell." Howland's eyes held him. "I know your face," he said softly. "And I don't." Jon's throat tightened. He reached into his pack and drew out the oiled cloth bundle. His fingers were careful, reverent, as if unwrapping a blade meant to cut the world. He placed the wrapped ring and the folded letter on the floor between them. Howland did not move immediately. His gaze stayed on Jon's hands. "Who told you?" Howland asked quietly. "My father," Jon said, and the word father still meant Eddard in his bones, even if blood said otherwise. "Eddard Stark." Howland's mouth tightened. "And why now?" he asked. Jon swallowed. "Because knives came," he said. "Because Robert died. Because Eddard Stark is taken." He lifted his gaze. "Because I'm being hunted. And so are the Starks." Howland's eyes flickered. Pain, anger, memory. He stepped forward and knelt slowly, as if his joints remembered old battles. His fingers unwrapped the cloth. The ring lay in the dim light, dull silver, 3 dragon heads biting into its face. Howland's breath caught, barely. He picked up the letter and unfolded it with careful hands, reading Lyanna's cramped words in silence. The hall seemed to hold its breath with him. When Howland looked up, his eyes were wet. "Lyanna," he whispered. Jon's throat tightened. "She was my mother," he said quietly. Howland nodded once, slow. He murmured. "And she died for you." His gaze sharpened suddenly, and Eddard lived with that secret like a stone in his chest. Jon's hands clenched. "They'll kill him," he said, the fear slipping through despite control. "They'll kill him and keep Sansa. Arya is missing." He paused, voice rough. "Robb will march. He'll march blind." Howland's face hardened. "Robb Stark is not blind," he said. "But grief makes eyes narrow." Jon swallowed hard. "I need him to know," he said. "Not rumors, not whispers. Truth." Howland stared at the ring again, then at Jon's face. "Truth is fire," he said softly. "It warms. It burns." He leaned closer, voice lowering. "If Robb knows what you are, he has a choice. Use you as banner, or hide you as Eddard did." Howland's eyes sharpened. "And if he uses you, the realm will come for you with every knife it has." Jon's jaw clenched. "They're already coming," he said. Howland's mouth tightened. He agreed. He looked toward the shadows where his men watched. "Bring the reeds," he ordered. A crannogman stepped forward with a bundle, thin reeds bound together, wrapped with twine. Howland took it and held it out to Jon. Jon blinked. "What is it?" he asked. "A message that can't be read by thieves," Howland said. "A crannogman's way." He tapped the reeds. "Each knot, each cut, meaning. A wolf will understand it." Jon took the bundle carefully, feeling the damp reeds under his fingers. "For Robb," he whispered. Howland nodded. "For Robb," he said. Then his gaze hardened. "And for you. If you choose to be more than snow, you must understand what that choice costs. There is no crown without blood. There is no truth without war." Jon's throat tightened. He thought of Wyman's lessons, of Baelish's knives, of Eddard's chains. "I don't want a crown," he said quietly. Howland's eyes held his. "Wanting has nothing to do with it," he murmured. "Only necessity." Jon stared at the ring and letter on the floor and felt the weight of his name like a blade laid across his knees. Howland Reed folded the letter carefully and returned it to Jon with the ring. "Go," he said softly. "Moat Cailin will open for you. The neck will hide you." His gaze sharpened. "But once you step beyond the marsh, you step into war." Jon rose slowly, clutching the reeds and his secret. "Then I'll step carefully," he said. Howland's mouth curved faintly. "Good," he murmured. "Because the marsh does not forgive heavy feet." Robb Stark rode at the head of his host with winter in his lungs. The road south was hard-packed snow and frozen ruts. Pines stood like dark spears along the way, their branches heavy with frost. Direwolf banners snapped in the wind, gray and white against the sky. Men marched with cloaks pulled tight, breath steaming, eyes bright with the fierce relief of finally moving. Grief made men restless. War gave grief somewhere to go. Great Jon Umber roared orders like a man who believed noise could bully winter itself. His men laughed and cursed, eager for blood. Behind them, other northern houses moved in disciplined lines. Mormont women on shaggy horses, Glover men with grim mouths, Serwyn spears gleaming. Theon Greyjoy rode close to Robb, quiet for once. His eyes flicked often, measuring the host, measuring Robb, measuring the chance. Theon was a hostage by law and a friend by habit, and those two truths never sat easily together. Robb kept his gaze forward, jaw clenched. He could still see his father's face in his mind, not in chains yet, but in Winterfell's yard, steady and certain. Now that certainty was gone, replaced by paper and rumors and a hollow ache that never left Robb's chest. A raven flew overhead, cutting through the gray sky like a thrown knife. Robb watched it until it vanished into cloud. Ravens meant news. News meant blood. "Moat Cailin," Great Jon called, pointing with his spear. "There's the gate." The ruin rose ahead, broken towers crouched in the swamp like rotting teeth. It was ugly, ancient, stubborn. The next mud surrounded it, sucking at the road. To take Moat Cailin was to hold the north. To lose it was to be cut off like a limb. Robb's horse snorted, uneasy at the damp stink rising from the bog. "Crannogmen," Theon muttered, glancing into the reeds. "I hate this place. Feels like the earth's trying to swallow you." Robb did not answer. His mind was already on the other side, on the Riverlands, on the Trident, on King's Landing and the Red Castle where his father was held. But the neck demanded attention. It always had. At the gate, Crannogmen appeared from mist like ghosts, spears leveled, nets ready. They wore mud like armor. Their eyes were sharp and unblinking. A leader stepped forward. "Robb Stark," he called, "Lord of Winterfell." Robb's horse shifted. Robb sat tall, voice steady. "I am," he said. The Crannogman lifted a bundled set of reeds, nodded and cut. "Howland Reed sends this," he said. "He says winter walks with you. He says a hidden fire moves to meet you." Robb's breath caught. Hidden fire. His hand tightened on the reins. He thought of Jon Snow instantly. Jon in the yard, Jon on the wall, Jon riding away. Hidden, sent away, protected. The Crannogman continued, voice low. "He says the bird is the knife, not the lion. He says do not bite what roars, bite what sings." Robb's stomach tightened. "Baelish," he whispered. The Crannogman nodded once. "Aye," he said. "And he says, a brother comes." Robb's heart lurched. He forced his face to remain hard. "Where?" he demanded. The Crannogman glanced toward the mist behind the gate. "Soon," he said simply. Robb swallowed hard, breath fogging. Around him, his lords shifted. Confusion, curiosity, suspicion. Greatjon's mouth twisted. Theon's eyes narrowed. Robb stared at the broken towers of Moat Cailin and felt the war's shape change. Not just wolves and lions now. A bird. A hidden fire. Jon, he thought fiercely. If Jon was coming, then Robb would have to decide what kind of lord he was going to be. One who used his brother as a weapon, or one who protected him the way their father had. Robb spurred his horse forward through the gate, into the next mist, into the war waiting beyond. Jon stepped out of the mist like a story made flesh. Moat Cailin's broken stones loomed behind him, wet with marsh breath. The road was mud and snow and churned hoofprints. Crannogmen melted back into reeds as if they had never been there, leaving Jon alone in the open. Across the road, The northern host shifted as if the wind had changed direction. Men turned. Murmurs rose. Snow, they thought. Bastard, they thought. Why here now? Robb Stark rode forward through the murmur, cloak snapping, his face carved into hard lordship. Great Jon Umber loomed behind him like a storm given shape. Theon Greyjoy rode at Robb's shoulder, eyes sharp, unreadable. Robb reined in a few paces from Jon, staring as if to be sure he was real. For a heartbeat, the boyhood between them flickered. Sparring in the yard, stealing pies from the kitchens, Arya's laughter. Then the weight of the world dropped back in. "Jon," Robb said, and his voice cracked despite his effort. Jon bowed his head slightly. "Robb," he replied, and the name tasted like home and grief. Robb's eyes flicked over Jon's face, catching the faint pallor, the tightness around his ribs, the way he carried himself now, straighter, calmer, as if someone had hammered iron into him while he was away. "You came fast," Robb said. "I came because father is in chains," Jon said quietly. "And because you're marching into a web." Great Jon snorted. "A bastard talks bold," he growled. Robb's gaze snapped toward Great Jon, sharp. "He is my brother," Robb said, and the hall's vow echoed here on the road. "Mind your tongue." Great Jon blinked, surprised, then bared his teeth in something like approval. "Good," he rumbled. "You'll need to bite." Theon's eyes stayed on Jon. "White Harbor taught you speeches," he murmured. Jon met his gaze, calm. "White Harbor taught me to see," Jon replied. Robb's jaw tightened. What did Howland Reed mean? He demanded. "Hidden fire." Jon's throat tightened. The ring and letter were heavy in his pack, proof of a truth that could set the realm on fire. He looked at the host, hundreds of men with spears and swords, with grief and hunger. He looked at Great Jon, eager to roar. He looked at Theon, whose loyalty was always shaped by calculation. He looked at Robb, whose eyes were bright with love and rage and fear. Not here, Jon thought. Not in the open. Not in front of mouths that would turn truth into war before he could shape it. Jon lifted the knotted reeds Howland had given him. "He meant this," Jon said, buying time. "He meant Baelish. He meant the roads are trapped." Robb's face hardened. "Baelish," he said, and the name came out as poison. "My mother said." He stopped, throat tightening. Jon's pulse quickened. "Catelyn is alive?" he demanded. Robb nodded once. "Quick." "She's in Riverrun," he said. "She sent ravens. She says Baelish used lion tokens to hide his hand." Robb's jaw clenched. Father trusted him. Now father bleeds for it. Jon's hands clenched. "Then don't trust him," Jon said. "Not his offers. Not his help. He wants you and the lions tearing each other apart while he climbs." Great Jon growled approval. "Then we'll tear him too," he rumbled. Robb's eyes stayed on Jon. "And what are you?" Robb asked quietly, the question too sharp to be only about politics. Jon felt his stomach tighten. The question carried everything Robb couldn't say aloud in front of men. "Why were you sent away? Why now? What did father tell you? What secret did Winterfell swallow?" Jon held Robb's gaze. "I'm yours," he said simply. "And I'm here." Robb's breath hitched. For a heartbeat, relief softened his face. Then the Lord Mask returned, hardening. "Come," Robb said, voice low. "We talk in my tent. Alone." Jon nodded once. "Aye." As Robb wheeled his horse and rode back toward the host, men watched Jon with new curiosity, murmuring. Jon walked behind, feeling their eyes like rain. He kept his hood up. Snow, he reminded himself. Not fire. Not yet. The tent smelled of wool and leather and damp earth. A single lantern hung from a pole, its light throwing long shadows across the map spread on the table. Robb Stark stood over that map like a man trying to pin the world down with his hands. His fingers trembled slightly, not from cold, but from rage contained too tightly. Jon stood opposite him, cloak still on, hood lowered now that no eyes watched. The silence between them felt heavier than any shouted order outside. Robb spoke first, voice low. Tell me, he said. Tell me what father told you in the crypts. Jon's throat tightened. The moment had come, and it felt both too soon and years overdue. He reached into his pack slowly and pulled out the oiled cloth bundle. His fingers were careful as he unwrapped it, revealing dull silver. He placed the dragon ring on the map between them. Robb's breath caught as if struck. His eyes widened, then narrowed, then widened again, the emotion shifting too fast to name. Jon set the folded letter beside it. Lyanna's cramped words sealed in old wax, proof pressed into paper. Robb stared at the ring, then at the letter, then at Jon's face. His mouth opened, closed. For a heartbeat, he looked like a boy again. "Jon," he whispered, and his voice broke. "What is this?" Jon's voice came out rough. "Truth," he said. Robb's hands clenched on the table edge until his knuckles went white. "You're..." he began, then stopped, as if the words were too dangerous to speak even here. Jon swallowed. "My mother was Lyanna Stark," he said quietly. Robb flinched, a physical reaction, as if the name cut him. He nodded once, slow. "I guessed," he whispered, and the admission surprised Jon. Not the whole truth, but father's grief, the flowers. Robb's eyes flicked to the ring again. "And the rest." Jon forced himself to say it. "Rhaegar Targaryen," he whispered. "He married her. Father has proof. Howland Reed. He knows too." Silence swallowed the tent. Robb stared at Jon as if seeing him from a distance for the first time. Not bastard. Not brother. Something with a crown-shaped shadow. "You're a..." Robb began again, then stopped, breathing hard. His eyes flashed. "And father kept this?" "He kept you alive," Jon said, voice tight. "He kept me alive." Robb's shoulders shook once. Anger, grief, love, betrayal, everything tangled together. "He let you be called bastard," Robb whispered fiercely. "He let you..." His voice broke. "He let you suffer." Jon's jaw clenched. "So I wouldn't die," he said. Robb stared at the letter, hands trembling. "If the realm knows," he whispered, "they'll kill you." Jon nodded once. "They're already trying," he said. "Baelish sent knives. Cersei sent knives. Robert hated dragons enough to kill me if he knew." Jon's voice hardened. "Now Robert's dead, and everyone will reach for a crown." Robb's breath hitched. "And you," he whispered, "they'll reach for you." Jon looked at him, forcing himself to be steady. "I didn't come to claim anything," Jon said. "I came to save father, and to keep you from being bait." Robb's eyes flashed. "Bait," he repeated. "In what game?" Jon tapped the Mockingbird pin he'd brought. Small, ugly, deadly. "Baelish," he said. "He wants wolves and lions tearing each other apart. He wants you to march blind while he climbs." Robb's jaw tightened. "Then we cut him," he snarled. Jon's voice stayed calm. "We cut him when we can," he said. "Not when he wants us to." He leaned closer, lowering his voice. "If you declare me openly, you light the realm on fire. If you hide me, you keep a blade sheathed." Jon swallowed. "Either way, you're my brother. That's what matters to me." Robb's eyes burned, tears threatening, fury still there. "You're my brother?" Robb said fiercely, and the words were an anchor. "No crown changes that." Jon's throat tightened. "Then hear me," he said. "You're going south. The lions expect you to roar. Baelish expects you to roar. Don't." He pointed at the map, at crossings and rivers. "Move like father taught you. Quiet, patient. Take the ground. Don't chase pride." Robb stared at the map, breathing hard. "And what do I do with you?" he whispered. Jon looked at the ring on the map, the dragon heads glinting dully. He felt the weight of it like a question pressed into his palm. "You keep me close," Jon said quietly. "Not as a banner, as a knife." He met Robb's gaze. "Let me help you see where Baelish is pushing. Let me help you avoid the traps." Robb's eyes narrowed. "You think like a Southron now," he muttered. Jon's mouth tightened. I think like a man who wants to survive long enough to bring our family back together, he said. Robb exhaled, long and shaky. Then he reached out and closed his hand over the dragon ring, not taking it, only covering it, as if hiding it even from the lantern's gaze. Then you stay hidden, Robb said, voice rough. For now, only the lords I trust will know. And if any man in my host whispers Targaryen. His eyes flashed. I'll cut out his tongue. Jon nodded once, relief and fear twisting together. Good, he whispered. Robb looked at him, and for a heartbeat, despite war and crowns and secrets, there was only brotherhood. He stepped around the table and pulled Jon into a hard embrace. Jon's breath caught. He returned it fiercely, feeling the truth of it. Wolf and dragon, bound together by love and the dead man who had raised them both. When Robb released him, his face was hard again. Now, Robb said, voice steady, we win a war without giving Baelish the one he wants. Jon picked up the ring and letter, wrapping them again. He said. Outside the tent, the North's host murmured and shifted, impatient for blood. Inside, two brothers leaned over a map and tried to outthink a city that believed itself smarter than wolves. Robb did not tell the host the truth. Not about the ring, not about the letter, not about the blood that could split the realm cleaner than any sword. He kept Jon Snow in shadows and kept his own face hard. But he did change the way he spoke. The command tent was crowded with lords. Great Jon Umber looming like a bear, Roose Bolton pale and watchful, Rickard Karstark stiff with grief, Meege Mormont silent and sharp. Theon leaned near the entrance, arms crossed, eyes bright with calculation. Robb stood over the map and pointed with a gloved finger. We don't march straight down the King's Road, he said. That's what they expect. His gaze swept the room. We cross at the Twins. Great Jon snorted. Walder Frey is a weasel, he growled. He'll demand coin and hostages and your firstborn. Then we give him something else, Robb said. Roose Bolton's pale eyes narrowed. What else? He asked softly. Robb's jaw tightened. Respect, he said. And the knowledge that if he bars the bridge, we take it anyway and hang him from his own towers. He let the words hang, cold and deliberate. He was learning to speak like a lord who could kill without shouting. Meege Mormont's mouth twitched faintly. Approval. Jon watched from the tent's edge with his hood up, listening not only to words but to the way men leaned in or leaned back. Great Jon wanted glory. Bolton wanted advantage. Karstark wanted blood. Theon wanted opportunity. And somewhere beyond all of them, Peter Baelish wanted the war to be stupid. We take the Twins, Robb continued. We cross fast. Then we swing west Riverrun. My mother is there. House Tully will join us. We free Riverrun. Then we choose our next move based on the lions, not on our pride. Rickard Karstark's voice was low and deadly. And King's Landing? He demanded. My sons will want Lannister heads. Robb's gaze sharpened. We win the war we're in, he said. We don't chase the war they want. His voice dropped. My father lives until he doesn't. If we rush, we make him a corpse faster. Silence held for a heartbeat. Men did not like patience when their blood was hot, but Robb's steadiness pressed down like snow on flame. Roose Bolton's eyes flicked briefly toward the shadows where Jon stood, as if sensing something unspoken. Jon's hand drifted near his knife without thinking. Theon's gaze lingered on Jon too, suspicious, thoughtful. Jon did not meet it. Robb finished his orders. Lords began to disperse, muttering. Great Jon stomped out, grumbling but obeying. Bolton lingered a fraction too long, then bowed and left, eyes unreadable. When the tent emptied, Robb exhaled and looked toward Jon. Did I sound like father? He asked, voice low. Jon stepped forward slightly, keeping his hood up. You sounded like you, Jon said. Which is what we need. Robb's jaw tightened. And do we trust Frey? He asked. Jon's mouth curved faintly. We trust him to be Frey, he said. Which means we bring leverage. And we bring steel. Robb nodded slowly. Good. he murmured. Because I'm done being led. Jon looked at the map again, the Twins, Riverrun, King's Landing far beyond. He saw roads like veins. He saw where Baelish's hands might push. He leaned closer, voice quiet. Watch for good news on the road, he warned. Watch for men who arrive too conveniently. Baelish's knives wear smiles. Robb's eyes hardened. Then we'll cut smiles, he said. Jon's ribs tugged as he breathed. He ignored it. Pain was honest. The war was not. Arya Stark became a mouse. Not by choice, Arya hated mice, but by necessity. In King's Landing, the wolves were hunted, and wolves survived by becoming small enough to slip through cracks. She moved through alleys with dirt on her face and rags on her back, her hair hidden under a torn cap. The wooden practice sword Syrio had given her was still in her hand, wrapped in cloth to make it look like a stick. She told herself it was needle. She told herself it was steel. Sometimes the lie helped. A boy walked with her, Gendry, though Arya did not know his name yet. He was broad for his age, his arms strong, his face stubborn. He had a blacksmith's shoulders and a glare that made him look older than he was. He didn't talk much. Arya liked that. Talking got you noticed. Gold cloaks prowled the streets, torches flaring, shouting descriptions that meant nothing to people who'd never cared about highborn girls. A wolf girl, they called. Red hair, they said.
Fine clotes.
Arya had none of those now. That was her shield. They crouched in an alley behind a stack of rotting barrels, listening to boots pass, hearing a man's laugh, smelling piss and smoke. Arya's heart hammered, but she kept her breath shallow. Quiet as a cat, she reminded herself. Quiet as death. Gendry leaned close, whispering harshly. They're looking for you, he said, as if the obvious needed saying. Arya's eyes flashed. No, she whispered back. They're looking for a girl who doesn't exist anymore. Gendry stared at her, then snorted softly. You're mad, he muttered. Arya's mouth tightened. I'm alive, she whispered. A gold cloak's torchlight flickered at the alley mouth. Arya pressed herself deeper into shadow, fingers white on the wrapped stick. Gendry held his breath beside her. The torch moved on. The footsteps faded. Arya exhaled slowly, then slid out of the alley like a shadow slipping free. Gendry followed, grim. Somewhere in the city, her father was in chains. Somewhere, Sansa was trapped in silk. Arya did not know how to reach them. She only knew one thing. She could not be caught. She would find a way out the way rats found holes. And when she did, she swore, she would become a wolf again. They marched Eddard Stark through the city like a lesson. Chains on his wrists, guards at his flanks, gold cloaks pushing back crowds that surged forward anyway, hungry for spectacle. King's Landing loved blood when it did not have to spill its own. Eddard walked with his head up, not because he was proud, but because if he looked down he might see the stones and remember Winterfell's crypts and the promise he had made to Lyanna with blood on his hands. He could not afford memory right now. Memory would break him. The great September of Baelor rose above the crowd like a white blade. Its steps were wide enough to hold 1,000 men. Today they held one. Eddard was shoved to the foot of them. The crowd roared, traitor, they cried, wolf, they spat. Southern tongues delighted to tear down a northern lord because it made them feel powerful. Above, Cersei Lannister stood like a queen carved from ice. Joffrey stood beside her in gold and crimson, eyes bright with the thrill of control. The High Septon droned prayers that felt empty in the wind. Sansa stood near the front, flanked by guards, her face wet with tears, her hands shaking as if she might reach for her father and be struck for it. Eddard's chest tightened. He kept his eyes on her. He had agreed to confess for her. He would not let her see fear now. The High Septon's voice rose. Lord Eddard Stark, he intoned. Confess your treason and beg the mercy of the gods and the king. Eddard drew a breath. The air tasted of smoke and sweat and the sharp tang of fear. He thought of Arya, missing in the city's cracks. He thought of Robb marching with winter at his back. He thought of Jon, hidden under snow, carrying a ring that could burn the realm. He spoke the words they wanted. My name is Eddard Stark, he said, voice carrying. I have betrayed the trust of my king. I have... The words tasted like ash. He forced them out anyway. Conspired against the rightful heir. I beg mercy. The crowd roared, satisfied. Sansa sobbed harder, relief and horror tangled. Cersei's face did not change. Eddard's eyes lifted briefly to Joffrey. He saw in the boy's expression not mercy but hunger. A sick dread settled in Eddard's gut. Joffrey stepped forward, voice ringing bright. "My mother bids me show mercy," he declared. "But I am the king." He smiled, and the smile was a child's cruelty wearing a crown.
Serilin.
"Bring me his head." For a heartbeat, the world went silent. Cersei's head snapped toward Joffrey, shock flashing across her mask. "Joffrey," she hissed. Sansa screamed. Eddard's breath caught, then steadied. In that instant, something in him became very calm. This is the price, he thought. Not for honor, for love. He looked out over the crowd and saw nothing of Winterfell, nothing of home. Only faces eager for death. He found Sansa's eyes and held them. "Listen to me," he tried to say, but the guards were already moving, dragging him up the steps. Ser Island Payne waited with his great sword, face blank, eyes dead.
Eddard Stark knelt.
The wind tugged at his hair. The Seps bells began to ring, slow and solemn, as if the city itself pretended to mourn while it cheered. Eddard closed his eyes. In the darkness, he saw Lyanna's face in stone, heard her whisper, "Promise me." "I did," he thought. "I did. I did." The sword fell. The raven found them on the road. It came out of a gray sky, wings beating hard against wind, and landed on a spear shaft as if it belonged there. Maester Luwin's letter cylinder hung from its leg, sealed with Winterfell wax. Robb took it with hands that did not tremble. Jon watched him, throat tight, already fearing the shape of the words inside. Ravens did not fly this hard for good news. Robb broke the seal and unrolled the parchment. His eyes moved once, twice, and then stopped. For a heartbeat, Robb did not breathe. Jon reached out slowly. "Robb," he whispered. Robb's mouth opened. No sound came. Then his voice emerged, low and broken. "They killed him," he said. The words struck Jon like a hammer. The host around them went still. Men who had been laughing moments before fell silent, as if someone had extinguished every fire at once. Great Jon Umber's face twisted, his rage turning sudden and raw. Roose Bolton's pale eyes narrowed, calculating. Theon Greyjoy's mouth tightened, something unreadable passing through him. Jon felt the world tilt. Eddard Stark dead. Father dead. He saw the sword falling on Baelor's steps in his mind, though he had not been there, and the image made his stomach lurch. He felt something hot rise. Rage so fierce it blurred the edges of thought. He forced it down with both hands, holding it like a beast by the throat. Robb's shoulders shook once. He stared at the parchment as if it might change if he looked hard enough. "They promised mercy," Robb whispered, voice cracking. "They promised." Jon's throat burned. "They lied," he said, and the words were flat because anything else would become a scream. Great Jon bellowed suddenly, a sound that tore through the silence. "King in the north," he roared. Other voices joined, rough and furious. "King in the north! The king in the north!" Men pounded spear shafts on the frozen ground. The sound echoed, harsh and hungry, like war drums waking. Robb stood rigid, caught between grief and the tide of men demanding a crown. Jon stepped closer, lowering his voice so only Robb could hear. "Robb," he said, forcing calm into every syllable. "Don't let them use Father's death to turn you into what Baelish wants." Robb's eyes were red-rimmed, blazing. "What does Baelish want?" he rasped. Jon's jaw clenched. "Chaos," he said. "A realm tearing itself apart so he can climb." He swallowed. "And now, Father is gone, which means men will reach for you. And for me." Robb's breath hitched. "You," he whispered, glancing at Jon's hood, at the shadowed outline of the ring hidden beneath cloth and leather. "What do we do?" Jon looked at the host. Angry men, grieving men who needed a banner to hold their rage. He looked at Robb, a young lord being forced into a king-shaped hole by sorrow. "We don't break," Jon said quietly. "Not now." Robb's jaw trembled. Then he drew a breath that seemed to scrape his lungs raw. He lifted his head toward the roaring lords and soldiers. The shouting quieted slowly, as if the host itself leaned in. Robb's voice carried, hoarse but steady. "My father is dead," he said, "and I will bring fire and steel to those who killed him." A roar answered. Robb's eyes flicked once to Jon, brother, anchor, secret. Then his gaze hardened again. "If you would have me as your king," Robb said, and the words tasted like blood, "then I will be your king." The host erupted. Jon stood beside him and felt the crown settle, invisible but heavy, on Robb Stark's head. And beneath that crown's shadow, Jon felt another shadow, dragon-shaped, cold and burning at once, shift closer. They crowned Robb Stark with noise. No septon anointed him. No crown of gold touched his brow. Instead, rough hands grabbed him, lifted him onto shields, and the North roared its grief into a title that tasted like defiance. King in the North. The words shook the air. Men pounded spears on frozen earth. Dire wolf banners snapped and strained in the wind as if the cloth itself wanted to howl. Robb's face was pale, his eyes bright with tears he would not shed in front of his men. He stood unsteady on the shields, jaw clenched. His grief turned into iron by necessity. Jon stood close enough to catch him if he fell. Great Jon Umber bellowed the title again, red-faced, ecstatic, as if shouting could bring Eddard Stark back from death. Meej Mormont watched with grim approval. Ricard Karstark's face was carved from rage. Roose Bolton's pale eyes did not roar. They watched. They counted. Jon felt those eyes like a cold finger on the back of his neck. Theon Greyjoy stood near the edge, mouth tight, gaze flicking between Robb and Jon as if measuring which wolf would bite first. Jon's hood stayed up. Snow was safer than fire. He leaned close to Robb's leg, voice low. "This is what Baelish wants," Jon murmured. "A northern crown, a southern crown. Va." Robb's breath hitched. "I don't care what he wants," Robb rasped. "I care what father deserves." Jon's throat tightened. "Then honor him by winning," Jon said. "Not by roaring." Robb's eyes flicked down to Jon, and for a heartbeat, the boy he'd been looked out from behind the king mask. He nodded once, sharp. The lords lowered Robb from the shields. Men surged forward, shouting oaths, swearing swords, swearing blood. Robb accepted them with a face that barely moved, as if his grief had frozen into something solid. Jon watched it happen and felt sick and proud at once. A king was being made out of a boy's pain. And somewhere in the realm, men who loved ladders would be smiling. Night came like a shroud. The camp settled into a grim quiet broken only by murmured prayers and the distant clink of armor being checked, sharpened, tightened. Men who had roared for a king now sat by fires staring into flame, as if trying to see the faces of fathers and sons they might never see again. Jon walked away from the noise until the trees swallowed it. He found a small hollow where wind was less cruel and a weak fire burned low, more ember than blaze. He crouched beside it and took the ring from his pack. The dragon heads were cold against his palm, their carved mouths biting the skin. Jon stared at them as if staring long enough might make them become wolves instead. Robb was king now. The North had crowned him with grief. And Jon was something the North did not know it carried beside its king. He felt the weight of it. The temptation to tell the host, to raise a dragon banner alongside the direwolf, to turn their grief into a weapon that could crack the South in half. He also felt the terror of it, what that revelation would unleash, how many knives would come, how many would die. Eddard Stark's voice echoed in his mind. "Do not rush. Wait, think." Jon's throat tightened until it hurt. "I didn't save you," he whispered into the cold. "I didn't." A sound made him freeze, a soft crunch of snow. Jon's hand went to his knife, then stopped as a pale shape emerged from shadow. "Ghost," The dire wolf moved like a silent thought, white fur ghostly in moonlight, red eyes bright. He stepped close and pressed his nose to Jon's hand, sniffing the ring as if it were another scent the pack needed to know. Jon exhaled, shakily. He hadn't realized how tight his chest was until Ghost was there. "Good," Jon whispered, and his voice broke. "You're here." Ghost's ears flicked. He nudged Jon's palm again, then sat, watching him with that calm, uncanny attention direwolves had, as if they saw through lies the way men saw through glass. Jon closed his fingers around the ring, hiding it. "What am I supposed to be?" he whispered. "Wolf? Dragon? Both?" Ghost did not answer. He only leaned in, pressing warmth and weight into Jon's side, a silent reminder of pack and purpose. Jon stared into the weak fire and felt the world harden inside him. Eddard Stark was dead. Robb Stark was king. Sansa was a hostage. Arya was missing. Baelish smiled somewhere, and lions sharpened claws. There would be no going back to being only Jon Snow. Jon slid the ring back into his pack and rested his hand on Ghost's thick fur. "We'll do this right," he murmured.
No roaring, no stupid pride.
His jaw clenched. "We win. Then we bring them home." Ghost's tail thumped once, slow. Jon looked up at the dark sky, where no stars showed through cloud, and felt winter pressing closer. He did not feel small anymore. He felt dangerous. Dawn broke pale and bitter. The host moved out under a sky the color of steel, banners snapping, hoofs crunching frost. Robb Stark rode at the head with his cloak heavy on his shoulders. King without a crown but with a weight that made his posture older than his years. Jon rode beside him, hood up, face still, Ghost trotting near like a white shadow. Men watched Jon as they rode, some with suspicion, some with the easy contempt of those who still thought bastard meant lesser. Jon let their looks slide off. He had other things to carry now. Robb's voice was low, meant only for Jon. "We go to the twins," he said. "We cross fast." Jon nodded. "And we don't let Fry write the price," he said. Robb's jaw clenched. "He'll try," he muttered. Jon's gaze went to the road ahead, to the place where land narrowed into choices. "Then we bring leverage," he said quietly. "We bring the truth Baelish doesn't want heard." He glanced at Robb. "And we bring enough steel that Fry remembers what happens when he says no." Robb's mouth twisted into something like grim approval. "Father would have hated that," he murmured. Jon's throat tightened. "Father would have done it," he said softly. "He just would have called it something cleaner." Robb exhaled slowly. "What do you think happens now?" he asked, and the question held more than tactics. It held grief, fear, the shape of a future he hadn't wanted. Jon looked toward the south, toward rivers and castles and the city where his father's head had fallen. "Now the realm chooses beasts," Jon said quietly, "and we make sure it doesn't choose ours as prey." Robb's eyes hardened. "And Baelish?" he whispered. Jon's hand tightened on the reins. "We don't chase him," he said. "We make him show himself. And when he does, we cut the hand behind the smile." Robb nodded once, sharp. The host marched on, direwolf banners advancing like a storm across the frostbitten land. Jon felt the cold wind on his face and did not flinch. He was riding into war beside his brother king, with a secret dragon sleeping under snow. And in the distance, somewhere beyond rivers and bridges, the game was waiting to see what the Wolf King would do next. The river appeared first, a black seam through pale land, cold water cutting the world in half. Then the towers rose, two blunt gray fists on either bank, stone and arrow slits, banners hanging limp in the winter air as if even cloth despised the place. The twins. Robb Stark slowed his horse without being told. The host behind him rolled forward like a tide, hoofs crunching frost, men quieting as the crossing's shapes settled into their bones. The North had marched south with a king's death in their mouths. Now they faced a lord who had built his power on a bridge and a willingness to charge for breathing. Jon rode beside Robb with his hood up, watching the towers, watching the men on the walls. Fry spears crossed in disciplined angles. Fry eyes watched like toll collectors watching coin. Great Jon Umber spat into the snow. "I'd rather swim," he growled. "The river would swallow you," Theon Greyjoy muttered, gaze flicking over the current. "And it would not bother spitting you back." Roose Bolton rode a little behind Robb's shoulder, pale and still, as if cold had made him part of the air. His eyes moved over the towers like a man counting exits. Jon felt those eyes, felt the way Roose watched not only the twins but the men who might bleed for them. Robb's voice was low. "We cross here," he said, and it was not a question. Jon nodded once. "We cross," he agreed, "but we do it with eyes open." Robb's jaw clenched. "Walder Frey will demand a price." "Aye," Jon said. "He always does." He let his gaze drift to the banners. Blue-gray, the twin towers, the proud ugliness of it. "And he will pretend he's doing you a favor by charging you." Grayjon's mouth twisted. "Let me take the gate," he rumbled. "One good shove, and I'll have old Walder begging to pay us to leave." Robb's hands tightened on his reins. "We don't waste men on stone we don't need," he said. "Not when we need every sword for the lions." Jon kept his tone calm. "If we fight Frey, Baelish wins," he murmured, and saw Robb flinch at the name like a man touching a hot iron. "If we bargain, we keep the war on our terms." The host rolled to a stop within bowshot. The river hissed beneath the bridge. Wind tugged at cloaks. Men shifted, restless. A horn sounded from the towers. One long note, not welcoming, not warning, simply announcing that House Frey had noticed the army at its throat and was already calculating how much to charge for not choking. Robb looked at the gate as if it were a mouth that might speak insult. Jon leaned slightly closer, voice meant only for Robb. "Let me read the room," he murmured. "Let me listen for what Frey fears." Robb's eyes narrowed. "He fears nothing," he said. Jon's mouth tightened. "Then he's a dead man walking," Jon replied. "Everyone fears something. Frey's fear is being irrelevant. Make him feel relevant, and he'll sell you his bridge like it was his kindness." Robb exhaled once, hard. "Come," he said. "We go in." Great Jon grunted like a bear being asked to smile, but he followed. Roose Bolton moved forward without sound. Theon rode with a half-smirk that did not reach his eyes. Jon pulled his hood a fraction lower and rode toward the twins, feeling the bridge's stones waiting beneath them like teeth. Walder Frey looked like a corpse that refused to stop talking. He sat draped in furs on a chair raised just enough to make a petty man feel taller, his liver-spotted hands resting on carved arms. His thin mouth curved into something between a smirk and a sneer. His eyes were bright and sharp, too alive for the rest of him. Old men in warm beds grew gentle. Old men who survived by being hated grew sharper each year, like knives honed on spite. Robb Stark stood before him in a cloak crusted with road frost, his posture kingly because 1,000 men outside had made it so. Great Jon Umber loomed at his right like a threat given breath. Roose Bolton stood pale and quiet, unreadable as fog. Jon kept his hood up and stayed close, a shadow that belonged to Robb's shoulder, not the hall. Walder's gaze flicked over Robb, then drifted to Jon, lingering a heartbeat longer than it should have. Jon felt the look like a cold finger. "Well," Walder Frey rasped, "the wolves have learned to knock." Robb's jaw tightened. "Lord Walder," he said, "I come to cross." Walder's thin smile widened. "Do you?" he said. "And what makes you think I'm in the habit of giving away my bridge to every boy with a banner?" Great Jon growled softly, the sound of an animal behind a fence. Robb held him still with a glance. "You are sworn to House Tully," Robb said evenly. "My mother is a Tully. My cause is her cause." Walder's laugh was a dry cough. "Sworn," he repeated, and the word dripped contempt. "Oaths are pretty things until someone offers you more than pretty." His eyes slid toward Roose Bolton. "You brought your liege lord, I see. Good. A man who understands blood." Roose Bolton inclined his head slightly. "My lord," he said, as if greeting a neighbor rather than a toll keeper with a kingdom by the throat. Walder's gaze returned to Robb. The river is high, he said. The road is mud. The lions are south and hungry. His smile sharpened. If you want to cross, boy king, you pay. Robb's voice stayed steady. Name your price. Walder's eyes glittered. Ah, he murmured. That's better. A king who knows he's not a god. He lifted a thin finger. First, you will wed one of my daughters. The hall seemed to inhale. Gretchen's hands flexed. Roose Bolton did not move. The phrase along the walls watched with greedy eyes, waiting for insult, waiting for violence, waiting for the moment they could claim they had defied a king. Robb's face tightened. I am not wed, he said carefully. Walder's smile was ugly. Not yet, he agreed. You will be, to a fry. So my blood sits beside your crownless head, and my grandsons wear dire wolves on their banners. He sniffed. And I will have your oath before you cross. Jon felt Robb's fury press up like bile. Robb's father had died for refusing ugly compromises. Robb's heart wanted the same purity. Jon could see it, could feel it. Jon stepped half a pace closer, voice low enough only Robb could hear. A promise costs less than a battle, he murmured, and you can choose how to keep it later. Robb's eyes flicked to Jon. A flash of pain and gratitude. Walder's finger lifted again. Second, he continued, pleased with his own power, I want hostages, a son of a lord, a nephew, a boy I can hang if you forget who owns this bridge. Gretchen's lip curled. We'll hang you first, he rumbled. Walder's eyes gleamed. You can try, he said sweetly, but you'd be hanging in the river before your rope found my neck. Robb's voice sharpened. Enough, he said, and the hall stilled. He looked at Walder Frey and forced cold into his tone. I will wed your daughter, he said, and I will take your terms for crossing. A murmur ran through Frey men. Satisfaction, surprise, disappointment that there would be no blood tonight. Walder's smile widened into triumph. Good, he rasped. A wise king. His eyes flicked to Jon again, lingering. And your bastard? He asked lightly. Will he wed one too? Jon felt Greatjon tense. Robb's gaze went icy. He will do as I command, Robb said. Walder chuckled. He croaked. That's the way of bastards. Jon kept his face still, but inside, something sharp moved. Walder Frey was not Baelish, but he was another kind of danger. An old man who knew how to sell virtue by the pound and call it honor. Robb bowed his head slightly, the gesture stiff. We cross, he said. Walder waved a thin hand as if granting mercy. You cross, he echoed. And remember, boy king, bridges don't move. Men do. As they turned to leave, Jon felt Walder's gaze on his back like a hook. He did not like the twins. He liked the fact that he was leaving it alive. The corridor beyond Walder Frey's hall felt like a throat. Stone pressed close on either side, arrow slits cutting the walls like scars. Torches smoked, their flames wavering in drafts that smelled of damp wool and old stew. Frey servants passed with trays and lowered eyes, moving quickly, pretending not to hear kings and lords speak. Robb's hands were clenched so tightly his knuckles shone white beneath his gloves. He did not speak until they were far enough from the hall that the sound of Walder Frey's breathing could not follow. I swore, Robb said, voice rough. I swore my marriage like I was trading coin. Jon kept his voice low. You swore a bridge, he said. You did not swear your soul. Robb's eyes flashed. Tell that to father, he snarled, and then stopped, the name catching him. His throat worked. Tell that to his head on a spike. Jon's chest tightened. He swallowed once. We're not here to be pure, Jon said quietly. We're here to win. Robb's jaw trembled. Winning feels like swallowing mud, he muttered. Jon's mouth tightened. Mud keeps you alive in the neck, he said. Better mud than blood. They reached a bend where the corridor widened into a small balcony overlooking the bridge. Through narrow windows, Jon could see the river below, black and cold, and the long stone spine of the crossing where men were already beginning to march. Robb stared down at the bridge as if imagining it collapsing beneath his host. "Fry will betray us," he said suddenly, voice low. Jon did not hesitate. "Yes," he said. Robb blinked, anger flaring. "Then why?" "Because betrayal is his nature," Jon said, steady. "And if we expect it, we can plan around it." He glanced toward the shadow where Roose Bolton lingered, pale and silent, pretending to admire the stonework. Jon lowered his voice further. "What kills men isn't treachery, the surprise." Robb's gaze flicked to Bolton, then away. "And Bolton?" he whispered. Jon watched Roose's stillness, the way his eyes never stopped measuring. "Bolton is not surprised by anything," Jon murmured, "which means he can be dangerous or useful." He paused. "But not trusted." Robb exhaled hard. "No one can be trusted," he said bitterly. Jon's eyes sharpened. "That's Baelish talking," he said. "Don't let him live in your mouth." Robb's gaze snapped back to Jon. For a heartbeat, something like shame flickered. "Then tell me what to trust," Robb demanded. Jon looked at him, and the truth came simple. "Trust your purpose," he said. "Trust the men who bleed for you. Trust your mother when she warns you. Trust me when I tell you a smiling man is often holding a knife." Robb's throat tightened. "And you?" he whispered. "What do I do with you?" Jon felt the ring's weight like a hidden coal. "Keep me close," he said again. "And keep me quiet." He swallowed. "Not because I'm ashamed. Because the realm would rather kill the truth than live with it." Robb's face hardened. "No one touches you," he said fiercely. Jon's mouth curved faintly, not a smile, but something warmer. "Good," he murmured. "Then we have a chance." Behind them, Roose Bolton's pale gaze lingered a fraction too long, and Jon felt it like a winter wind through cracked stone. The bridge awaited below, and the river waited too, patient and indifferent. Jon watched the first ranks begin to cross and told himself the same thing he had told himself since Winterfell's crypts. Step carefully. Sansa Stark's world became a single point of horror. The spike stood on the wall like a cruel joke, dark with old blood. Her father's head rested there, eyes closed, mouth slack, as if sleep could undo it. The wind tugged at his hair. Crows watched from the battlements, patient as hunger. Sansa's knees shook. She did not fall only because Joffrey's hand clamped around her arm, fingers digging in as if she were property that might slip away. "Look," Joffrey said brightly. "Look, Sansa. That's what happens to traitors." Sansa's breath came thin and broken. She tried to turn her face away, but Joffrey jerked her back, forcing her eyes onto the spike. "Tell me you love me," he demanded, voice sharp with childish rage. Queen Cersei stood a few paces away, hands folded, face composed, as if this were a lesson she approved of but did not need to teach herself. Her green eyes flicked over Sansa's trembling body with cold assessment. Peter Baelish lingered behind Sansa like a shadow that pretended to be warmth. His voice was soft when he spoke, almost kind. "Your Grace," he murmured to Joffrey. "Perhaps the lady needs heir." Joffrey's eyes flashed. "She needs obedience," he snapped. Sansa's throat tightened until she could barely breathe. She wanted to scream. She wanted to claw at Joffrey's face. She wanted her father's hands to appear and pull her away from the wall and the spike and the city that ate children. But her father's hands were gone. Cersei's voice cut in, calm and smooth. "Sansa," she said softly, "this is the price of treason." She stepped closer, gaze steady. "You are alive because you are useful. Remember that and you will survive." Sansa's tears blurred the city below into a smear of rooftops and smoke. "My father," she whispered, and her voice cracked. Cersei's expression did not soften. "Your father chose badly," she said. "Do not follow him." Peter's hand hovered near Sansa's shoulder, not quite touching, as if he knew touch would be too much, too intimate. "She is frightened," he murmured gently. "Frightened girls do foolish things. We should keep her close." Cersei's eyes flicked toward him, cold. We will, she said. Joffrey squeezed Sansa's arm harder. You'll write to your brother, he snarled. You'll tell him to come and kneel. Or I'll... He glanced at the spike, delighted by his own cruelty. I'll send him your head too. Sansa's stomach lurched. Rob, Arya, Bran. Winterfell felt like a dream she could no longer reach. Peter Baelish leaned in, voice silk against her ear. Do what they say, he murmured. Live, live. And remember, his breath was warm, too close. The world is cruel, but cruel worlds can be climbed. Sansa flinched at the word climbed, though she did not know why. Something in it sounded like the beginning of a trap. Cersei stepped closer and took Sansa's chin in gloved fingers, forcing her to look at the spike again. You will smile, Cersei said softly. You will smile and play your part, and you will not die. Sansa's lips trembled. The smile that formed was not hers. It was a mask, thin and cracked, stretched over grief too big for her body. Joffrey laughed, pleased. Good, he said. That's better. Below, King's Landing roared and stank and pretended that a girl's suffering was entertainment. Above, Sansa Stark stood with a dead father's head in front of her and learned the first true lesson of court. Mercy was a story told by people who wanted you quiet. Flea Bottom smelled like the underside of the world. Rot and grease, piss and stale smoke. Everything King's Landing wanted to hide. It shoved into streets where the poor breathed it until it became part of them. Arya moved through it with her cap low and her ragged sleeves pulled over her hands, keeping close to the cart where the blacksmith boy, Gendry, walked with his jaw set and his eyes wary. Voices rose ahead. Gold cloaks. Arya heard their boots, heard the way their torches made the night flicker. Her heart hammered. She turned to duck into an alley. A hand seized her by the collar and yanked her back so hard her teeth clicked. Arya spun, wooden sword half-raised, ready to swing. A man's face filled her vision, scarred, rough, eyes sharp as knives. He smelled of ale and cold wind. A black cloak hung from his shoulders, and his voice came out like gravel. Quiet, he hissed. Unless you want your head on a spike with your father's. Arya froze, blood turning to ice. She began. The man's grip tightened. He snarled. Your father. Now shut your mouth. Gold cloaks shoved through the crowd nearby, barking. Girl, wolf girl, red hair. Arya's breath caught. The man, Yoren, though she didn't know his name, jerked her sideways behind the cart, pushing her into shadow like a man stuffing a knife back into a sleeve. He yanked a black hooded cloak from the cart and threw it over Arya's head. Put that on, he growled. Hands in sleeves. Head down. You're nothing. Nothing. The words struck her like a memory. Jon Snow's voice, bitter in a corridor. Arya swallowed and obeyed. Gendry stared, confused and angry. Oi, he hissed. What are you doing? Yoren's eyes snapped to him. Saving your life too, if you've got any sense, he snarled. Shut it. The gold cloak's voice barked, right beside them. You, he snapped at Yoren. You seen a girl? Highborn. Wolf. Yoren spat, casual, contemptuous. I see rats, he said. I see fleas. I see piss. I don't see your pretty wolf. He jerked his chin toward the cart. Knights watch business. Get out of my way. The gold cloak sneered. Night's watch can wait, he said. Yoren's hand moved under his cloak. Steel flashed briefly. Not drawn shone. A warning. The watch doesn't wait, Yoren said softly, and there was something in his voice that made even a gold cloak hesitate. Now piss off, unless you want to tell your commander you started a fight with the wall. The gold cloak's eyes narrowed. He looked at Yoren. Then his gaze slid, briefly, toward Arya under the black hood. Arya held still, breath shallow, pretending she was a boy too skinny to matter. A heartbeat stretched. Then the gold cloak spat. Fine, he snarled. But if you hide her... Yoren leaned closer, voice low and deadly. If I hide anyone, he murmured, it's from men like you. The gold cloaks moved on. torches drifting away, voices fading into the city's filth. Arya's lungs burned as she finally breathed again. She looked up under the hood, eyes stinging. Yoren's grip loosened, but he did not let go. "You come with me," he growled. "You don't ask. You don't argue. You live." Arya's throat tightened. "Live." The word tasted like grief and rage and hunger. She nodded once, sharp. Yoren shoved her toward the cart. "Good," he muttered. "Then stop being a wolf for a while. Wolves get hunted. Boys get ignored." Arya Stark climbed into the cart under a black cloak, her wooden sword hidden, her name swallowed. Somewhere above the city, her father's head sat on a spike. Somewhere far away, Robb rode with an army. And Arya, for the first time, understood that surviving was its own kind of vengeance. Roose Bolton approached like winter. Quiet, inevitable, unwelcome. Jon stood outside Robb's tent with Ghost near his leg, the direwolf's pale fur catching torchlight. The camp around them murmured. Men settling, horses shifting. Fry patrols marching past with spears and narrow-eyed suspicion. The twins' towers loomed in the distance like a reminder that no crossing was ever truly free. Roose appeared at Jon's shoulder as if he'd been there all along. He held a cup of warmed wine, steam rising from it. "Snow," Roose said softly. Jon did not like being addressed by his bastard name by a man whose voice never rose. Loud men declared threats. Quiet men delivered them. "My lord," Jon replied evenly. Roose's pale eyes studied Jon's face with the calm interest of a man examining a cut. "You came at a strange time," Roose murmured. "I came when my family needed me," Jon said. Roose's mouth barely moved. "Family," he repeated, and the word sounded like a curiosity, not a bond. "You speak to Robb Stark as if you are more than his sworn sword." Jon kept his expression still. "I'm his brother," he said simply. Roose watched him a long moment. "So you are," he murmured, as if tasting the truth of it. His gaze flicked to Ghost, then back. "The Boy King listens to you." Jon's fingers tightened slightly. "He listens to sense," Jon said. Roose's eyes gleamed faintly. "Sense," he repeated. "And secrets." Jon felt cold creep up his spine. "What do you want?" he asked. Roose's smile, if it could be called that, was a slight shift at the corner of his mouth. "I want to win," he said. "And winning requires knowing which men are held together by oaths and which are held together by other things." He lifted his cup slightly. "You have other things." Jon did not move. He let silence sit between them like a blade laid on a table. Roose spoke again, voice mild. "Walder Frey is proud," he said. "Pride makes men predictable." His eyes flicked toward the twins. "He will demand hostages. He will demand marriage. He will demand your king bow in small ways until he can claim the bow as victory." Robb already bowed, Jon thought bitterly. Promise sworn like coin. Jon kept his face calm. "Frey is not our war," Jon said. Roose nodded faintly. "No," he agreed. "The lions are." He leaned closer, voice lowering. "When we cross, we will bleed the riverlands. We will take coin and food and men. That is how wars are fed." Jon's jaw tightened. "That is how wars are hated," he replied. Roose's pale eyes remained calm. "Hate is useful," he murmured. "It makes men fight." He glanced at Jon's hood. "You are learning the South's lessons quickly, Snow. Be careful you do not learn them too well." Jon's mouth tightened. "Is that a warning?" he asked. Roose's gaze held his. "A question," he corrected. "If the realm is truly cracking, some men will look for a different kind of king." His eyes flicked, quick, toward Jon's face. "A king who could frighten lions more than wolves ever could." Jon felt the ring's weight in his pack like a heartbeat that had begun to pound. He kept his voice steady. "The North has its king," he said. Roose's smile thinned. "For now," he murmured. Ghost's ears pricked, and the direwolf's low growl rumbled in his chest, soft but unmistakable. Roose glanced at Ghost, unbothered. "Wolves know," he said quietly. They smell what men pretend not to. Jon's hand drifted to Ghost's fur, grounding himself. "Go to your tent," Jon said flatly. Roose blinked once, amused. Then he inclined his head slightly, as if accepting dismissal from a bastard amused him more than it offended. "Good night, Snow," Roose murmured. "Sleep lightly. Bridges are slippery. So are ladders." He walked away, cup steaming, pale face vanishing into torchlight and shadow. Jon stared after him, feeling the camp's cold press in. Baelish was a smiling knife. Bolton was a quiet one. And Jon understood, with a clarity that tasted like ash, that surviving the lions would be hard, but surviving the men who wore wolfskins would be harder. The crossing took hours. A bridge that long did not swallow an army quickly. It measured each man, each horse, each cart of grain and bundle of arrows. The twin stones were slick with damp, cold enough to numb feet through leather. The green fork rushed beneath, black and fast, carrying chunks of ice like broken teeth. Robb rode first, back straight, face carved into a king's mask. Jon rode at his shoulder, hood up, gaze flicking constantly. Walls, archers, spear angles, the rhythm of Frey patrols. Men on the battlements watched as if counting coin rather than lives. Walder Frey stood on a balcony above the gatehouse, a small figure wrapped in fur and satisfaction. His sons clustered behind him, Stevern stiff with duty, Black Walder grinning like a man watching a gamble go his way. Walder's gaze lingered on Robb, then slid to Jon, and Jon felt it like a hook again. "Smile," Jon murmured under his breath, not to Robb but to himself. "Let them think we're grateful." Robb's jaw tightened. "I'd rather spit," he muttered. Jon's voice stayed low. "Spit later," he said, "when we're out of bowshot." Behind them, the host flowed. Umbers grumbling, Karstark silent and burning, Mormont steady. Wagons creaked under supplies. Horses snorted nervously at the river's roar. Some men made the sign of the seven. Others muttered to old gods. Many simply stared down at the water and imagined drowning. Halfway across, Jon glanced up and caught Theon Greyjoy's gaze. Theon rode with a half-smile that didn't reach his eyes, watching the Freys watching them, enjoying the tension like a game. "You look pleased," Jon muttered as Theon drew close. Theon shrugged. "It's funny," he said quietly. "Wolves crossing a bridge owned by rats. I never thought I'd see it." Jon's eyes stayed on the archers above. "Rats bite when cornered," Jon said. Theon's smile thinned. "So do wolves," he replied, and his gaze flicked to Jon's hood. "Some wolves hide their teeth." Jon did not answer. At the far end of the bridge, the north bank opened into a muddy track bordered by reeds and thin trees. The land smelled different, wetter, softer, the riverlands breathing up into the road. The farther south they went, the more the world turned to mud and damp and the kind of green that looked sick in winter. As the last ranks crossed, a Frey runner approached Robb, breath steaming, cap in hand. "His lordship says you will dine tonight," the runner said, voice too eager. "And tomorrow we'll speak of the marriage." Robb's eyes hardened. "Tomorrow," he said flatly. The runner bowed and hurried away. Jon watched him go and felt the trap's shape. Feasts, promises, hostages, words meant to bind. "Keep the host moving," Jon murmured to Robb. "No lingering." Robb nodded once. "We ride," he said, voice carrying, and the host began to reform, columns shifting like a beast turning its body. As they moved away from the twins, Jon glanced back once. Walder Frey still stood on the balcony, watching them go with a smile like a man counting future payments. And on the battlements, archers did not relax. They watched until the last direwolf banner vanished into mist. Riverrun's rivers ran cold and fast, as if trying to wash fear away. Catelyn stood on the battlements with her cloak pulled tight, watching mist drift over water and fields. The riverlands looked peaceful from here, all gray sky and pale grass, but she knew what moved beneath that calm. Riders with torches, farms burned for coin, men killed because their lord chose the wrong side. Brynden Tully stood beside her like a blade that had never learned to rust. "They're coming," he said quietly. Catelyn's eyes narrowed. At first, she saw only movement, dark dots on the road, the slow shift of a host. Then banners emerged through mist like ghosts given cloth. Dire wolves. Her breath caught. Relief surged and then tightened into something sharper. Relief was dangerous. Relief made you forget to watch for the next knife. Below, on the courtyard stones, Edmure barked orders, voice loud enough to scare servants into obedience. River lords gathered. Mallister men in sea green, blackwoods with raven banners, brackens with bitter eyes. Frey riders too, though fewer than Catelyn wanted, their loyalty always measured by advantage. Catelyn's fingers brushed the wrapped dagger at her side. The Mockingbird pin sat on the war table below, a small metal truth that still tasted like betrayal. When the host drew closer, Catelyn could make out the front riders. Robb at the head, posture rigid, cloak heavy, grief turned into command. And beside him, a hooded rider she recognized before her mind allowed it. Jon. Her chest tightened unexpectedly. He looked different, straighter, colder, as if White Harbor and knives had carved the last softness from him. Ghost trotted near him like a pale shadow, eyes red in the mist. "You see him?" Brynden murmured, following her gaze. Catelyn swallowed. "I," she said. Brendan's eyes narrowed. "That one carries more than bastard blood," he said quietly. Catelyn's throat tightened. "Yes," she whispered, and the admission felt like setting a heavy stone down. "He does." Brynden did not press. He only nodded once, as if understanding that some truths were too explosive to handle on battlements in open air. The gates opened. The host poured in muddy, cold, hungry. The courtyard filled with northern voices, rough and furious, and Riverlord murmurs, cautious and eager. War brought men together the way storms brought debris, not gently. Robb dismounted and crossed the yard toward the gatehouse, eyes searching. When he saw Catelyn on the battlements, something in his face flickered. Boyhood, grief, love. Then it hardened again. Catelyn descended the steps quickly, skirts gathered, boots slipping on damp stone. She met Robb at the bottom, and for a heartbeat she saw her son as she'd last seen him in Winterfell. Tall, laughing, alive. Now he looked like a man who had been crowned with pain. He pulled her into a hard embrace that made her breath catch. "Mother," he whispered, voice raw. She held him fiercely. "My king," she whispered back, and the word tasted bitter and proud. Robb pulled away, eyes burning. "Father," he began. Catelyn's throat tightened. She nodded once, and the world broke and reformed in his gaze. Robb's jaw clenched. "We'll take them apart," he whispered. Catelyn's hands tightened on his arms. "We will," she said, "but not the way Peter Baelish wants." Robb's eyes narrowed. "Jon told me," he said, voice low, "about the bird." Catelyn's heart tightened again. Jon had told him, then. Good. Dangerous, but good. Her gaze flicked past Robb to the hooded rider dismounting quietly, moving like a man used to being watched. Jon's eyes met hers briefly, and in them she saw no hatred now, only caution and a hard, steady purpose. Catelyn understood, with a sudden clarity, that Jon Snow had become one of the sharpest blades her house possessed. And blades, she knew now, were not meant to be kept wrapped forever. They did not give Robb Stark a night to breathe. Before the host had fully settled into Riverrun's protection, riders came hard from the west. Lannister outriders, bright cloaks dulled by mud, spear points glinting like wet teeth. Not a full army, but enough to test. Enough to draw blood and measure response. Robb mounted fast, cloak flung over armor, eyes bright with anger. Northern men surged into the field with him, boots sinking into wet grass, voices rising. Jon rode at Robb's shoulder, Ghost running ahead like a white blade through mud. The direwolf's silent speed made horses shy, eyes rolling. "Not a battle," Jon called, voice carrying through wind. "A probe." Great Jon Umber laughed harshly. "Then we bite back." he bellowed, and swung his axe like he wanted the probe to become a war. The Lannister riders formed a rough line, lances angled. Their leader wore a gilded helm, and even in distance Jon could smell arrogance. They expected river lords to break. They did not yet understand northerners. Robb's voice snapped. "Hold!" he shouted, forcing discipline into men who wanted blood. Spears front, archers behind. Jon's eyes flicked over the field. Low hill to the right, a shallow ditch to the left, a line of bare trees that could hide men if moved quietly. He leaned toward Robb. "Let me take the trees," he murmured. "I can cut their flank." Robb's jaw tightened. "Go," he said, immediate, trusting. A king learning to delegate, to use blades without swinging them himself. Jon wheeled his horse and took 20 riders with him. Men who moved without shouting, Mormont scouts, Glover men with steady hands, a few Crannogmen that had slipped in with Bryndon's network. Ghost ran ahead, silent, eager. They reached the tree line and dismounted, moving through thin trunks and wet leaves. Jon could hear the clash of the main lines beginning. Steel ringing, men shouting, horses screaming. He forced himself not to turn. A leader needed to see what mattered, not what begged for attention. "Wait," Jon murmured to his men. "Let them commit." They did. The Lannister line pressed forward, confident, trying to drive Robb's men back with speed and the show of steel. Great Jon met them with brute force, roaring, axe-splitting shieldwood. Robb held the center, voice sharp, keeping men from breaking into a wild charge. Then Jon moved. He signaled with 2 fingers. His riders burst from the trees like wolves out of brush, slamming into the Lannister flank. Spears drove, horses reared. Men cried out, surprised by the sudden violence where they had expected only open field. Ghost hit first, teeth flashing, dragging a rider from his saddle. The man's scream cut off in mud. Jon's sword flashed, clean and controlled. He did not swing wildly. He struck where armor opened, where reins tangled, where panic grew. He saw fear bloom in Lannister eyes. The realization that this was not a River Lord scuffle. This was the North. The Lannister leader tried to turn, shouting orders. Jon drove toward him, cutting through chaos, and slammed the flat of his blade into the man's helm hard enough to ring. The leader toppled, stunned, and his line wavered. Robb saw the wobble and pressed, shouting, "Now!" Northern spears drove forward. The Lannister outriders broke, retreating in scattered clumps, trying to save pride by saving their lives. Jon reined in, breathing hard, ribs tugging. Mud spattered his cloak. Ghost stood near, chest heaving, blood on his teeth. Robb rode up, eyes bright, face spattered too. For a heartbeat, pride flickered, then hardened into grimness. "They were testing us," Robb said. Jon nodded. "And now they know," he replied.
Greatjon rode by, roaring laughter.
"That's how you welcome lions," he bellowed. Jon watched the retreating riders vanish into the gray distance and felt no joy. Tests meant larger hands were coming. Jaime Lannister's outriders would report. Tywin Lannister would listen. Peter Baelish would smile. Robb wiped blood from his cheek with the back of his glove. "We take the war to them," he said, voice low. Jon's gaze stayed on the road west. "We take it smart," he murmured. "Or we take it exactly how Baelish wants." Robb's jaw clenched. "Then tell me how," he demanded. Jon inhaled, tasting mud and cold. "We take a lion," he said quietly. "Not the whole pride. One." He met Robb's gaze. "And we make them chase us where we choose." Robb's eyes narrowed, understanding beginning to sharpen. In the distance, ravens circled low over fields, already gathering for whatever came next. Riverrun's war room smelled of smoke and wet wool and ink scraped raw from quills. Torches flared against damp stone, their light jumping over faces tightened by grief and hunger. Men filled the room, river lords, northern lords, captains with mud on their boots. Great Jon Umber stood too close to the table with his axe in hand, as if he might solve strategy by chopping it. Roose Bolton lingered at the edge like a pale ghost, watching, waiting. Robb Stark stood at the table's head with Catelyn beside him, her face hard, her eyes bright with something sharp enough to cut. Brynden Tully leaned over the map, finger tracing rivers and woods the way a knife traced skin. "We can't fight Tywin Lannister head-on," Edmure said, voice tight. "Not yet. We don't need to," Jon said quietly, eyes turned toward him, some curious, some contemptuous, some wary. "Bastard. Snow." Yet he stood beside the king now, and that changed the room's weight. Robb's voice carried. "Speak," he ordered, and men stilled. Jon leaned over the map, hood still up, and pressed the knife tip into the parchment where the green fork branched through forest. "Jaime Lannister moves fast," Jon said. "He wants glory. He wants to break us before we become real." He looked up briefly. "We let him think he can." Great Jon snorted. "Let a lion think?" he growled. "I'd rather kill him." Jon's voice stayed calm. "You will," he said. "But you'll kill him when he's trapped, not when he's laughing." Brynden's eyes sharpened. "A trap," he murmured. Jon nodded once. "A split," he said. "Robb Stark takes a fast force through the woods, silent, light, hard. Draw Jaime's attention. Lure him off the road, into trees." Jon's knife tip traced a route through the map's forest marking. Meanwhile, the main host with Roose Bolton draws Tywin's eyes and holds the river crossings. Roose Bolton's pale gaze flicked up at his own name, calm and unreadable. Catelyn's eyes narrowed. "You trust Roose Bolton to hold," she said softly, and the question carried more than strategy. Jon met her gaze briefly, and in that moment, something old shifted, her former coldness, his former bitterness. They had no time for it now. "I trust Roose Bolton to do what profits Roose Bolton," Jon said evenly. "So we make holding profitable." Roose's mouth barely moved. If it was a smile, it was the smallest possible one. Robb's jaw clenched. "And Jaime," Robb said. Jon's knife tip stabbed the map's river bend. "Jaime Lannister can be taken," Jon said. "Captured. Alive." He looked at Robb. "A captive lion changes every negotiation. It forces Tywin to look at us instead of through us." The room held its breath. Grayjon's eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty delight. "A lion in a cage," he rumbled. "I like that." Brynden's gaze was sharp with approval. "Whispering Wood," he murmured, tasting the idea. "A place where men vanish." Catelyn's hand tightened on the table edge. "If we take Jaime," she whispered, "we trade him for Sansa, for Arya." Robb's face hardened. "We bring them home," he said, voice rough. Jon's ribs tugged as he breathed. Pain reminded him this wasn't a game. This was family and blood and heads on spikes. "Baelish wants you to roar and charge," Jon said quietly to Robb. "He wants you to be a story he can steer." Jon's knife tip scratched the map lightly, leaving a thin mark. "So we become the story he can't predict." Robb stared at the map, then at Jon, eyes burning. "And what about you?" he asked, voice low enough that only Jon and Catelyn truly heard the weight beneath it. Jon kept his face still. "I stay in shadow," he said, "until the right moment." Catelyn's gaze held Jon's, and in it Jon saw something he had never seen there before. Not warmth, not affection, but respect. Earned, unwilling, real. "Then we do it," Robb said, voice rising to fill the room. "We split the host. We take the lion." Men began to nod, murmuring. War plans formed like ice, slow, inevitable, sharp. Roose Bolton's pale eyes stayed on the map, on the thin line where Jon's knife had marked the forest route. His gaze lingered a fraction too long, as if he were memorizing the shape of the trap and the boy who'd drawn it. Jon felt that gaze and did not flinch. He had learned the lesson of birds and lions. Now he would learn the lesson of wolves. And when the trap closed, the realm would discover that the North did not only roar, it could also hunt. The whispering would earn its name the moment you entered it. The trees were thick and close, trunks black with damp, branches tangled like old bones. Mist clung low to the ground, silvered by moonlight that could not fully pierce the canopy. Every step seemed to disturb some hidden thing. Leaves rustling without wind, water shifting in unseen pools, the soft, constant whisper of the forest breathing around men who did not belong. Robb Stark rode at the front with Brynden Tully half a horse length ahead, the Blackfish guiding by instinct and memory rather than any road. The Riverlands were his blood. He knew where the ground held and where it swallowed. He knew where men could hide and where they would be seen. Jon rode beside Robb, hood up, cloak dark, hands steady on the reins. Ghost moved at Jon's knee like a pale thought made flesh, silent despite the brush. Gray wind ran farther ahead, a shadow of speed, his eyes catching moonlight as he slipped between trees and vanished and returned again, restless with the knowledge that prey was near. Behind them, the chosen riders moved in disciplined silence. Northmen with frost in their beards and steel under their cloaks, river lords with quieter mouths but sharp eyes. Great Jon Umber had been denied the front, given instead a place where his strength would matter when the trap snapped shut. He did not like it. He obeyed anyway, because Robb's voice had learned how to sound like a king without roaring. They did not speak above whispers. Brynden lifted 2 fingers, and the line slowed. He pointed with a gloved hand toward a darker patch ahead where the ground dipped and the trees opened just enough for men to move around one another without brushing shoulders. "Here," Brynden breathed. "This is where he camps when he thinks he's safe." Jon's breath came soft, misting. Safe. No man was safe in war. Some men simply convinced themselves they were. Robb leaned closer, voice barely audible. "Jaime Lannister," he murmured, the name like iron. Jon's jaw tightened. "He'll be armored," Jon whispered, "and arrogant. Arrogance makes men loud." Robb's fingers tightened on the reins. "And loud men die first," he murmured, echoing a lesson that did not belong to the North, but to the hard schooling grief had forced on him. They dismounted in a shallow hollow where the trees thickened again. Horses were led back, quieted by soft hands and familiar murmurs. Men moved into position like wolves taking scent. Slow, patient, inevitable. Jon crouched by the roots of an old oak, eyes scanning the darkness through slits of brush. He could smell campfires ahead, smoke, meat, horse dung. He could hear faint laughter drifting through trees, the careless sound of men who believed their lord's name was protection. "Signal," Brynden murmured. A crannogman slipped forward and vanished like mist. Somewhere deeper, an owl called one long note, then 2 short. Not an owl. A message. Robb's gaze flicked to Jon. "When it starts," Robb whispered, "you stay close." Jon's mouth tightened. "I'll be where you need me," he said. Robb's eyes held his for a heartbeat. Brother and king, grief and purpose braided tight. Then Robb looked forward again, face hard. The whispering would whispered on, indifferent. Jon let the sound fill him until his heartbeat matched its rhythm. He thought of Eddard Stark's last steady gaze. He thought of Baelish's smile. He thought of Sansa on a wall with a dead head in front of her, and Arya somewhere in the city's filth with a wooden sword and a name swallowed. A lion in a cage changes everything, Jon had said. Now they would see whether the cage could be built before the lion bit them all. Jaime Lannister's camp looked like arrogance made visible. Fires burned too bright for a forest that hid men. Torches flared along the perimeter, more for show than sense, their light carving the trees into jagged silhouettes. Horses stamped near pickets, steam rising from their nostrils. Men sat in loose knots with cups in hand, laughter spilling out in bursts that sounded too large for the wood around them. Jaime sat near the largest fire, gold plate catching flame and turning it into a glow that made him look almost unreal, a bright thing in a dark place. His white cloak lay thrown over a log like an afterthought. His sword rested across his knees, and his hands moved over it with the lazy certainty of a man who believed steel would always answer him. "You should sleep," a knight nearby said, voice thick with wine. "Lord Tywin won't thank you for being tired." Jaime snorted. "Tywin doesn't thank," he said. "He uses." He glanced up, smiling faintly. "Besides, Who would dare strike at me here? More laughter. Men loved believing themselves safe when their lord sounded convinced. A soldier leaned in, eyes bright. The boy king fled, he said, ran into the woods like a rabbit. Jaime's smile sharpened. Robb Stark, he said, a boy playing at war. He tapped his sword lightly. Tomorrow I'll take Riverrun, drag his fishlord uncle out by the beard, and send his mother back north in pieces. He said it as if speaking of weather. The men around him laughed again, eager, cruel, relieved to be told they were winning. Jaime leaned back, watching sparks drift up into darkness. Then we'll see what the north does, he murmured. Wolves howl. They don't bite. In the trees beyond the firelight, something moved, silent as a thought. Gray Wind watched from shadow, his eyes red as embers. He lowered his head, ears pricked, and the hair along his spine lifted. Not fear, hunger. A Lannister scout wandered toward the tree line to piss, humming tunelessly. He did not see the wolf. He did not smell danger over smoke and wine. He barely had time to gasp before Gray Wind hit him. The man's scream cut through the camp like a knife through cloth. Jaime's head snapped up, eyes narrowing. His hand went to his sword, alertness flaring through arrogance like lightning through cloud. What was that? He barked. Men surged to their feet, cups spilling. Spears came up, torches swung, making shadows dance. Another scream answered, closer. Jaime stood, golden plate flashing. Form up, he shouted. You bastards, wake up! And in the same heartbeat, the whispering would exploded. Northern horns cried from the trees. Short, sharp notes that sounded like wolves learning to speak in iron. Arrows hissed out of darkness. A rider burst from brush and slammed into a Lannister sentry, knocking him into fire. Men shouted, stumbling, trying to form lines in a camp built for comfort, not defense. Jaime's mouth twisted with fury and delight. Finally, he snarled. He drew his sword and surged toward the edge of camp where the attack thickened, moving with the clean confidence of a man born for battle. His armor turned arrows. His blade found flesh. A Northman fell with a cut across his throat, blood steaming in cold air. Then more Northmen poured in, silent, disciplined, their eyes hard. Not rabbits, not boys, men who had buried a lord and crowned grief. Jaime's grin faded slightly, replaced by sharp focus. He cut down another rider, turning, shouting orders, trying to force the camp into shape. But the camp was already breaking. Men tripping over their own fires, horses screaming, arrows falling like winter rain. From the darkness beyond the flames, Gray Wind's howl rose, low, fierce, not the cry of a beast alone, but the signal of a pack closing its jaws. War in the trees was not like war in open field. In open field, banners guided men. Lines formed. Horns gave orders that could be heard. In the Whispering Wood, war became close and ugly and intimate, steel flashing inches from faces, breath hot in cold air, mud sucking at boots while men screamed and died in darkness that did not care which side they fought for. Robb Stark hit the camp like a storm given shape. His sword moved in clean arcs, not wild, not showing off. Killing cuts, deliberate, ruthless. Gray Wind tore through gaps beside him, dragging men from saddles, snapping spears like twigs, eyes bright with savage joy. Jon fought to Robb's left, hood thrown back now, hair damp with sweat despite the cold. Ghost moved at his side, silent and relentless, a white blur that struck where men least expected. Jon's ribs screamed each time he twisted, but he swallowed the pain and kept moving. Pain did not matter. Timing did. A Lannister knight lunged for Jon, steel flashing. Jon sidestepped, caught the blade on his own, and drove his knee into the man's thigh, dropping him. Ghost finished the fall with a snap of teeth. Jon did not look away. Looking away was how men died. Robb! Jon shouted, cutting through noise. Left! A mounted Lannister had broken through, lance angled toward Robb's unguarded flank. Robb turned too late. Gray Wind slammed into the horse's chest, knocking it sideways. The rider toppled, lance skittering. Robb's blade took the man's head from his shoulders in one brutal sweep. Blood sprayed hot into torchlight. Jaime Lannister moved through the chaos like a bright blade in mud. His golden armor flashed at every turn, drawing eyes, drawing arrows, drawing men who wanted to be the one to say they'd cut down the Kingslayer. Jaime cut them down instead. He laughed once, sharp, exhilarated, then roared orders, trying to form a line around him. "Back to the horses!" He shouted. "Form on me!" Some men tried. Many did not. The northern trap had been built too well. Riders burst from the trees at angles that shattered formation before it could exist. Crannogmen slipped through mud, hamstringing horses, cutting straps, vanishing again. Great Jon Umber found Jaime like a bear finding honey. The big man bellowed and charged, axe swinging down. Jaime turned with a snarl and parried, steel ringing hard enough to make nearby men flinch. Sparks flew. Great Jon laughed, delighted. "There you are," Great Jon roared. "Golden Lion, I've been wanting to bite you." Jaime's eyes flashed. "Try," he snarled and slashed, quick and lethal. Great Jon took the cut on his shield, staggered, then swung again with brute force that made Jaime give ground for the first time. Jaime's boots slid in mud. His cloak snagged on a broken stake. For an instant, the Kingslayer looked like any man, cornered, angry. Jon saw it and moved, not toward Jaime, toward the space around him. A king's brother did not chase glory. He shaped outcomes. Jon signaled two riders with a sharp gesture. They broke left, circling, cutting off the route to the horses. Ghost darted forward, snapping at a Lannister's calf, sending him sprawling into fire. Jaime turned, seeing the closing ring, and his grin vanished entirely. "Robb Stark!" Jaime shouted suddenly, voice carrying. "Come out and fight me like a man!" Robb heard. His head snapped toward Jaime, eyes blazing with grief and fury. For a heartbeat, Robb's whole body leaned toward the challenge, toward the clean satisfaction of killing the man who had murdered kings and now helped murder fathers. Jon rode hard across mud and grabbed Robb's reins, yanking him sideways. "No!" Jon snarled. "He wants you close." Robb's eyes flashed. "He killed. He wants you dead," Jon hissed back. "Kill him with the trap, not your pride." Robb's breath hitched, rage trembling. Then he forced it down, jaw clenching until it looked like it might crack. He nodded once, sharp, and turned away, barking orders to tighten the ring. Great Jon and Jaime clashed again. Jaime slashed, trying to break free. Great Jon pressed, axe heavy, relentless. A Lannister knight surged in to help Jaime. Gray wind hit him, tearing him from saddle, sending him screaming into mud. Jaime's eyes widened, and for the first time, fear flickered there. Not fear of dying, but fear of losing. A spear but slammed into Jaime's knee from behind. He staggered. A net, Crannogman's net, whipped around his arm, tangling sword and elbow. Jaime cursed and yanked, trying to free himself. Great Jon slammed his shield into Jaime's chest. The Golden Man toppled backward into the mud with a wet splash, his sword flying from his hand. Men surged in, spears lowered. Jaime tried to rise, but boots pressed him down, and the mud clung like a grave. Robb rode up, eyes like ice. Jaime looked up at him from the mud, hair plastered, gold dulled. Even pinned, his mouth curved into defiance. "So," he rasped, "the Boy King hunts in the woods." Robb's sword hovered at Jaime's throat. For a heartbeat, the world held its breath. Jon rode in and stopped beside Robb, voice low. "Alive," he murmured. "We need him alive." Robb's hand trembled. Then he pulled the blade back a fraction. "Bind him," Robb said, voice hoarse. "And if anyone harms him without my word, I'll hang them myself." Jaime laughed softly, mud and blood on his teeth. "A king," he murmured. "How adorable." Jon stared down at Jaime Lannister and felt nothing like triumph. Only the cold understanding that capturing a lion did not end a war. It only taught the pride where to bite next. They brought Jaime Lannister into Riverrun like a trophy and a threat. His armor had been scrubbed enough that it no longer dripped mud, but it was still dull, the gold reduced to a tired bronze under torchlight. Chains clinked at his wrists. His hands were bound before him like any common captive's. Yet he walked with his chin up, shoulders back, eyes bright with a defiance that refused to accept the shape of his own fall. Men lined the courtyard, Northern and Riverlander alike, spitting and shouting. Kingslayer, Oathbreaker, Lion, some threw clumps of mud. Jaime did not flinch. He smiled at them like a man entertained by peasants. Robb Stark stood on the steps above, cloak heavy, face carved from grief. Catelyn stood beside him, her expression tight and unreadable, hands clenched as if to keep herself from rushing forward and tearing Jaime apart with bare fingers. Brynden Tully watched from the side, eyes sharp, weighing every movement in the crowd for danger. Jon remained half in shadow near a pillar, hood up, his presence quiet. He watched not Jaime, but the way men reacted to him, how hatred sharpened, how anger grew hungry. Crowds were beasts. Beasts could be turned. Jaime's gaze lifted, finding Robb first. Then his eyes slid to Catelyn, lingering there with a cruel curiosity. "Lady Stark," he called softly, voice carrying over the crowd's noise. "Come to see your husband's revenge?" Catelyn's face went white. Robb's jaw tightened. "You will hold your tongue," Robb snapped. Jaime's smile widened. "Or what?" he purred. "You'll kill me?" He glanced at the crowd, amused. "They cheer." Catelyn's voice cut in, low and shaking. "Take him to a cell," she said. Robb's gaze flicked to her, then back to Jaime. "The dungeon," Robb ordered. "Guarded. No visitors without my word." Great Jon Umber bellowed from the crowd, furious. "Let me have him," he roared. "1 hour and he'll be singing for mercy." Robb's voice snapped like a whip. "No," he said. "He is worth more alive than dead." Jaime's eyes gleamed. "Ah," he murmured. "A king who understands coin." Jon felt the irony cut. Coin. Jaime's life as bargaining chip. Sansa's life as hostage. Eddard's head on a spike. Everything was a trade now. As Jaime was dragged toward the dungeon stairs, his gaze flicked once, just once, to Jon's shadowed hood. It lingered a heartbeat too long, as if Jaime sensed something odd in the way Jon stood. Too steady, too watchful, too much like a man accustomed to command rather than a bastard riding behind his brother's banner. Then Jaime's mouth curved faintly, and he turned away. Catelyn watched him go, her whole body trembling with rage held in a fist. Robb leaned toward her, voice low. "Mother," he murmured. "We use him. We get Sansa back." Catelyn's eyes burned. "And Arya?" she whispered. Robb's jaw clenched. "And Arya," he promised. Jon watched them, the family he loved fractured and held together by vows made in blood. He felt the ring's weight in his pack like a reminder. This war had more crowns waiting in its shadows. He stepped closer to Robb, voice low. "Don't let this turn into celebration," he murmured. "We took a lion. Now the pride will come." Robb's gaze hardened. "Let them," he said, and his voice sounded like winter. Below, the courtyard's shouting faded as the captive disappeared into stone. But the echo of it lingered, hungry, eager, dangerous. A caged lion made men bold, and bold men made mistakes. Catelyn did not ask permission. She walked into the dungeon like a woman descending into her own fury, torchlight flickering over damp stone, the air colder than the river outside. Brynden Tully followed at her shoulder, silent as a guard who knew better than to try to stop a storm. Jon slipped in behind, hood up, presence quiet enough that a man focused on Catelyn would miss him unless he looked for shadows on purpose. Jaime Lannister sat chained to the wall, wrists bound with iron, ankles shackled, yet somehow still managing to look like he was lounging in a Lord Solar. His golden hair hung loose, a bruise darkened one cheekbone. His mouth curved into a smirk that did not care about chains. "Lady Stark," Jaime said pleasantly, "come to thank me for teaching your son how to fall." Catelyn's hand twitched toward the wrapped dagger at her belt. Jon saw it and felt his chest tighten. A Valyrian blade would end Jaime quickly. It would also end negotiations. It would end Sansa's hope. Catelyn stepped closer until torchlight made Jaime's eyes shine. "You pushed my son," she said softly. Jaime's smirk faltered for a heartbeat, just long enough to reveal surprise that she would say it so plainly. Then it returned, sharper. "Your son climbed," he replied. "Boys climb." Catelyn's voice did not rise. "A man came with a Valyrian dagger to finish him," she said. "A man paid to do it." Jaime's brows lifted. "Valyrian steel," he murmured. "How extravagant." Catelyn's eyes burned. "Peter Baelish tried to make me believe it was you," she said, and watched Jaime's face closely. This time the surprise was real. The smirk thinned. "Baelish," Jaime repeated, tasting the name like something sour. "Of course." Bryndon's voice rumbled from the doorway. "You sound too calm," he said, "as if none of this troubles you." Jaime's gaze flicked to Bryndon, amused. "Trouble is for men without swords," he said, "and without fathers like Tywin." Catelyn's throat tightened. "You killed my husband," she whispered, and the lie and truth tangled. Eddard had been killed by Joffrey, by Cersei, by Baelish, by a city's hunger. Jaime had only helped build the world that allowed it. Sometimes blame did not need precision to be sharp. Jaime's eyes glinted. "Your husband died because he was too honorable to live," he said almost gently. "That's not my doing. That's the realm's." Catelyn's hand clenched. "My daughters," she said. "Where are they?" Jaime's smile returned, small. "One sits in a pretty cage," he murmured. "The other ran. Wolves run." Catelyn's breath hitched. "Arya," she whispered. Jaime's gaze slid past her, catching Jon's shadow for a heartbeat. Jon felt it like a knife's point. Jaime's eyes narrowed slightly, as if seeing something he hadn't expected in the dungeon. Then Jaime looked back to Catelyn. "If you want them," he said, "trade for them. That's why you live." Catelyn snapped, and the fury finally bled into her voice. "Because you are worth more alive." Jaime's smile widened. "Then we understand each other," he murmured. "You want your girls. I want my freedom. Robb Stark wants his father back." He paused, eyes sharpening. "Oh, he can't have that." Catelyn's face went white again. Jon felt the room tighten. Jaime leaned back as far as chains allowed, savoring pain he wasn't feeling. "So," he murmured, "what will the Boy King do now? March on King's Landing? Burn the Riverlands? Or beg?" Catelyn's voice came out like ice. "He will win," she said. "And when he does, he will make your father kneel." Jaime laughed softly. "Tywin Lannister doesn't kneel," he said. "He breaks men until they kneel in their own heads." Jon stepped forward then, just enough that torchlight caught his face beneath the hood's edge. Jaime's eyes snapped to him. "And you?" Jaime asked, voice curious. "The bastard brother, the quiet one. What does he do?" Jon's voice was low. "He watches," he said, "and he remembers." Jaime's smile thinned. "Careful," he murmured. "Remembering makes men dangerous." Jon held his gaze. "So does underestimating them," Jon replied. For a heartbeat, the Kingslayer's smirk was gone. Something else showed: interest, caution, the awareness that not every northern wolf was as simple as the stories said. Then the smirk returned, because pride was Jaime's armor when steel failed. "Well," he murmured, "tell your king to send his terms. My sister will spit on them, and my father will sharpen knives." Catelyn turned away abruptly, fury trembling through her like cold fever. Bryndon followed, grim. Jon lingered one heartbeat longer, meeting Jaime's gaze without flinching. Jaime's eyes glittered. "What are you?" he whispered, soft enough that Catelyn did not hear. Jon's mouth did not move. He let silence be his answer. Then he turned and walked out, leaving Jaime chained in torchlight and wondering. The war room felt smaller after the lion was caged. Not because walls had moved, but because stakes had. The map spread on the table was the same parchment it had always been, yet every river line looked like a vein a man might cut. Every castle marker looked like a throat waiting for a blade. Robb Stark stood at the table's head with Catelyn at his right and Brynden at his left. Jon remained close but half-shadowed, hood lowered now, face visible only to those who already knew to look. Riverlords gathered in the room's edges, Edmure pacing, restless. Mallister men whispering. Blackwoods watching Brackens with old hatred sharpened by new war. A raven cage sat open on the table, the bird inside shifting, impatient. A letter lay beside it, parchment crisp, ink still wet. Robb stared at the letter like a man staring at a wound he was about to reopen. "If I send this," he said, voice low, "I show them I want something." Catelyn's eyes were hard. "You do want something," she said. "Your sister." Robb's jaw clenched. "And they will use that," he muttered. Jon spoke quietly. "They already are," he said. "The question is whether we control the trade or let them control us." Brynden tapped the map with one finger. "Tywin will not trade easily," he said. "He will stall. He will bargain with blood. And Cersei will scream," Edmure snapped, eager. "She'll break." Catelyn's gaze cut to him. "Cersei doesn't break," she said coldly. "She tightens." Robb exhaled slowly. He picked up a small wooden token, roughly carved into a lion's face, taken from Jaime's gear, proof in simple shape. He placed it beside the letter. "This goes with the raven," he said. "They will believe it when they see it." Jon watched the letter's ink. Words were weapons. Baelish had taught the realm that. Jon refused to let Baelish keep that monopoly. "What do you write?" Brynden asked. Robb's hand hovered over the quill, then paused. His gaze flicked to Jon's silent question. Jon kept his voice low. "Write like a king," he said, "not like a grieving son." Robb's mouth tightened. "I am a grieving son," he said. Jon's eyes did not soften. "Then grieve later," he said. "Now you win." Catelyn's throat tightened, but she nodded once. She understood the cruelty necessity demanded. She hated it. She would do it anyway. Robb took the quill and wrote. Clean, cold lines. "Jaime Lannister is my prisoner. Sansa Stark is my sister. Return her unharmed, and your son lives. Refuse and your lion dies." He did not mention Arya. Mentioning Arya would reveal too much. How desperate they were, how uncertain, how easily Baelish could twist that uncertainty into panic. When Robb finished, he sealed the letter with direwolf wax. His fingers shook only once, barely. "Send it," he ordered. The raven was placed gently into the cage. The cylinder was tied to its leg. The door opened, and the bird launched into the air, wings beating hard, vanishing into gray sky as if swallowed by the same mist that swallowed oaths. Edmure exhaled sharply. "Now we wait," he muttered, disgusted. "Waiting while father sits dead." Catelyn's eyes flashed. "Waiting is what keeps the living alive," she snapped. Roose Bolton stood near the room's edge, quiet, watching. His pale eyes lingered on the map's forest marks, then on Jon, then away again, as if making private calculations no one had asked him to share. Robb's gaze hardened. "We do not stop moving," he said to the room. "We hold the river crossings. We bleed their outriders. We keep Tywin guessing. And when the lions roar?" Great Jon demanded, eager. Robb's voice cut sharp. "Then they roar at empty air," he said. "Because we will be somewhere they didn't expect." He looked at Jon again. "Where?" Jon's finger moved over the map like a knife tip without cutting. "To the west," he said. "We keep Tywin's eyes on us, but we strike where his pride is weakest." He paused. "And we keep Baelish from writing our story." Robb nodded once, grim. "Good," he said, "because I'm tired of being a lesson for Southern men." The room quieted, and for a heartbeat, the war felt like it belonged to them. Outside, the rivers ran, indifferent and relentless. And far away, in a city of red stone, A queen would soon learn what it felt like to have a knife held to her own throat. Cersei did not breathe when she read it. The council chamber's air felt suddenly thin, as if the words on the parchment had stolen oxygen from the room. The raven letter lay in her hands, direwolf seal broken, ink cold and clean. Beside it on the table sat the crude wooden lion token, scratched, unmistakable, mocking in its simplicity. Jaime, it said without words. Captured. Held. Joffrey roared before Cersei could even decide which mask to wear. How dare he? He screamed, voice cracking with fury. How dare that northern boy threaten us? Peter Baelish leaned back in his chair with a faint smile, as if delighted by the chaos tightening. Varys stood with hands folded, eyes calm as deep water. Pycelle trembled, lips moving in useless prayer. Cersei's fingers tightened on the parchment until it crumpled slightly. She forced them to loosen. Rage was loud. Loud rage made mistakes. Jaime will escape, Joffrey snarled. He always does. Cersei's voice was soft. No, she said. Joffrey blinked, startled by the quiet. What? Cersei's eyes lifted, green and cold. He will not, she said, and her voice held the weight of a mother's dread. Not if Robb Stark is clever. Peter's smile widened a fraction. He's learning, Peter murmured. Grief is an excellent tutor. Joffrey rounded on him. Shut up, he snapped. Tell me what to do. Peter's eyes glittered. I would never presume to tell a king, he said gently, dripping poison under honey. But perhaps we consider the hostage we already have. Cersei's gaze went to the door, to the guards outside, to the girl who sat in a pretty cage. Sansa, Varys murmured softly, as if naming a piece on a board. Joffrey's face lit with cruelty. Yes, he shouted. We'll cut her. He grinned, delighted. We'll send her head back to him. Cersei's voice snapped, sharp as a whip despite its softness. No, she said again. Joffrey froze, eyes wide with rage. Mother! Cersei stepped closer to him, her gaze burning. You will not, she hissed. Not unless you want your uncle's head sent to you in return. Her mouth tightened. Robb Stark has Jaime. Jaime is worth more than any girl. Jaime is worth everything. The room held its breath. Peter's smile softened into something almost sympathetic. There is also Arya, he murmured. If she is found. Cersei's eyes narrowed. She is missing, she said. Peter's voice stayed gentle. Not for lack of looking, he replied. But perhaps the search could be made more thorough. Varys's eyes flicked, bright and cold. Thorough searches make noise, he murmured. Peter shrugged lightly. Noise can be useful, he said. Noise frightens mice out of holes. Cersei stared at the wooden lion token and felt something inside her tighten into a new shape. Fear, cold and controlled. Fear for Jaime. Fear for power. Fear that the realm was beginning to slip, not because of lions, but because of wolves who had learned to hunt. We will not trade Jaime, Joffrey spat, stubborn. We will not bow to wolves. Cersei's eyes flashed. You will not decide this alone, she said, and for a heartbeat she looked more queen than mother. A king who loses his strongest sword loses his throne. She lifted the raven letter, voice steady now. We answer with terms. We stall. We buy time. Her gaze sharpened on Peter. And we find the missing wolf. Peter bowed his head slightly, smile bright. As you command, your grace, he murmured. Varys watched Cersei with that soft, unreadable expression. Time, he echoed gently. Time is often more valuable than gold. Cersei's mouth tightened. Then we will spend it wisely, she said. She turned her gaze to Joffrey, voice lowering into something that brooked no argument. You will smile, she ordered. You will play the merciful king. You will not scream. You will not threaten heads on spikes like a butcher's boy. Joffrey's face twisted, but he swallowed his rage, lips trembling. Peter's smile warmed, as if pleased to see the realm tighten into the kind of mess he could climb. Cersei folded the letter carefully, forcing her hands steady. "Robb Stark thinks he holds a knife to my throat," she murmured. "Let him." She looked at the wooden lion token and felt her heart twist, because the knife was real. And for the first time in years, Cersei Lannister understood what it meant to be the one bargaining from fear. Sansa's hands shook so badly the ink blotted. Peter Baelish stood behind her with the quiet confidence of a man who believed he belonged wherever he pleased. His voice was soft, warm, almost tender. Everything a frightened girl might mistake for safety if she did not know that warmth could be bait. "Slow," Peter murmured, guiding her wrist lightly. "A neat hand looks more sincere." Sansa stared at the parchment in front of her. The words on it were not hers. They were Joffrey's cruelty made polite. They were Cersei's strategy wrapped in sweetness. They were a leash disguised as a letter. "Robb," it began, "my brother, come and kneel. The king is merciful." Merciful, Sansa thought, and the word tasted like blood. Her father's head had been on a spike yesterday. Mercy was a lie. Mercy was a performance. Peter's breath was warm near her ear. "You see," he murmured, "if you write well, you keep everyone calm. Calm men make fewer mistakes." Sansa's eyes stung, but she did not cry. Crying had become dangerous. Crying made Joffrey laugh. "Jaime Lannister is taken," Peter said softly, as if discussing a dance. "That means the board has changed." Sansa's quill paused. "Jaime," she whispered. Peter's smile was faint. "Yes," he murmured. "Your brother has teeth." Sansa's throat tightened. Robb with teeth. Robb who had loved her when she was small and she had been cruel to Arya. Robb who was now a king because her father was dead. A shadow fell across the doorway. Cersei Lannister watched from the threshold, her face calm, her eyes sharp. Even her presence felt like a command. "Finish it," Cersei said softly. "Tell him to send his terms through me. Tell him you are safe." Safe, Sansa thought and almost laughed. Peter's hand tightened fractionally on her wrist. Not painful, only reminding. "Do it," he murmured. "Live." Sansa wrote, her letters neat because she had been trained to be neat, trained to be a good girl, trained to smile while her world burned. When she reached the line about kneeling, her quill hesitated again. Peter leaned closer, voice silk. "A king can kneel in one place and stand in another," he murmured, as if sharing a secret. "Write it. Let him think he has time." Sansa swallowed hard and wrote the line. She hated herself for it, but hatred did not open cages. Peter's gaze drifted to the window, to King's Landing's rooftops and smoke. "You know," he murmured softly, "there are other ways out of cages than brute force." Sansa's throat tightened. "What ways?" she whispered. Peter smiled, and the smile was gentle enough to be terrifying. "Ladders," he murmured. "People forget ladders exist until someone climbs past them." His eyes flicked to her face. "If you survive this, Sansa Stark, you could climb too." Cersei's voice cut in cold. "She will survive if she obeys," she said. Peter's smile did not change. "Obedience," he murmured, "is sometimes the first rung." Sansa finished the letter. Her hand was steady now, not because she was calm, but because shock had frozen her into a kind of emptiness. She handed the parchment to Cersei without looking up. Cersei glanced over it, satisfied. "Good," she said and left. Peter lingered a heartbeat longer. "Remember," he whispered to Sansa, voice soft as a lover's promise. "Wolves are dangerous. Lions are dangerous." His fingers brushed the edge of the table, casual. "But birds decide where the beasts fight." Sansa stared at him, and for the first time, something in her grief sharpened into suspicion. Peter Baelish smiled and stepped away. Sansa sat alone with ink-stained fingers and a letter that felt like betrayal. Outside the window, the city kept breathing, and the spike on the wall waited for the next head. The gate out of King's Landing was crowded with filth and fear. Carts creaked under bundles. Beggars pressed close, hands out, faces desperate. Guards barked orders, bored and cruel. Spears angled like they wanted excuses to use them. The road beyond the gate was mud and winter breath and the promise of distance. Yoren drove his recruit cart with his jaw set and his eyes narrowed. Boys sat huddled in the straw, some half asleep, some too frightened to close their eyes. Arya sat among them with her black hood up, her face shadowed, her body small, her name buried. Gendry sat near the cart's edge, arms folded tight, watching the gate like he expected it to bite. It did. A gold cloak stepped into the road, spear lifted. "Hold!" he barked. Yoren spat to the side. "Watch business," he growled. "Move." The gold cloak's grin was ugly. "Orders," he said. "We're looking for a girl." Arya's heart slammed. She forced herself to breathe shallow, quiet as death. 2 more men stepped out from behind the gold cloak, cloaks plain, faces forgettable, except for the small pins on their collars, glinting in torchlight like tiny jokes. Mockingbirds. Arya felt cold spread through her gut. Yoren's eyes narrowed. "Since when do birds wear city cloaks?" he snarled. The taller man smiled faintly. "Since birds learned the city sings," he murmured. His gaze swept the cart, lingering too long on the black hood among the straw. "We have coin," he said softly. "We have questions. We want the wolf girl." Yoren's hand slid under his cloak. Steel flashed. "You want to ask questions?" he growled. "Ask the wall. It's got time." The gold cloak laughed. "Search the cart," he ordered. Arya's muscles locked. Her fingers curled around the wrapped stick beneath her cloak. Wood, not steel, but wood could still break fingers. Syrio had taught her that. Gendry's jaw tightened. He shifted slightly, ready though he didn't know why. Instinct, or stubbornness. The Mockingbird man stepped closer, reaching for the cart's edge. "Just a look," he murmured. Yoren moved like a man who had killed before. His sword came up in a fast, ugly slash that cut the gold cloak across the forearm. Blood spattered the mud. The gold cloak screamed and staggered back, shock turning his grin into panic. The second Mockingbird man lunged, dagger flashing. Yoren parried, steel ringing, and shoved hard, knocking the man into the cart wheel. The wheel creaked. The man grunted. Chaos erupted at the gate. Guards shouting, beggars scattering, torches swinging wildly. "Go!" Yoren roared at his driver, and the cart lurched forward. A Mockingbird man grabbed the cart's side, hauling himself up, eyes locked on Arya's hood. Arya did not think. She swung the wooden sword up from under her cloak and smashed it into the man's face. The crack was sickening. The man fell back, screaming, hands clutching his nose as blood poured. Gendry stared at Arya, stunned. "You," he began. Arya shoved her hood lower. "Shut up," she hissed. Arrows hissed from the gate. One thudded into the cart side. Another clipped straw. Boys screamed. Yoren bellowed curses, slashing at hands that reached up, kicking at a guard trying to grab the axle. The cart surged through the gate's mouth and onto the open road beyond, mud spraying, wheels bouncing hard. Behind them, the gold cloaks shouted, furious. "Stop that cart!" Yoren laughed, wild and fierce. "Come and take it," he roared. The road swallowed them into darkness, torches fading behind. The city's stink thinning as cold air took its place. Arya sat shaking under her hood, wooden sword sticky with blood that wasn't hers. She tasted copper in her mouth and realized she was smiling. Not because she was happy, because she was alive. And because the Mockingbird's men had learned something the city hadn't yet understood. Wolves could bite even when they were small. Dawn at Riverrun was a pale thing, like light afraid to touch water. The rivers rushed beneath the walls, cold and fast, carrying winter's bite south without caring which men wore crowns. Mist rose in thin sheets. Torches guttered out one by one as the day forced the night to retreat. Robb Stark stood on the battlements with Catelyn at his side and Jon a half-step behind, hood down now, face bare to the morning. Gray wind prowled along the stones, restless, while Ghost sat near Jon's boot like a white sentinel. For a long moment, none of them spoke. Eddard Stark's death had hollowed something out of them that words could not fill. Victory over Jaime had not soothed it. Jaime's chains were only leverage. Leverage did not bring fathers back. A raven cut through the mist and landed hard on the parapet, wings beating. A cylinder hung from its leg, sealed with yellow wax. A stag. Robb's jaw tightened. "Stannis," he murmured. Catelyn's eyes narrowed. "Or a trap," she whispered. Jon's hand slid inside his cloak and closed around the dragon ring without thinking. Cold metal bit his skin, grounding him. Stags and lions and birds and wolves. Every beast now had a claim and a story. Robb broke the seal and unrolled the parchment. His eyes moved fast, then slowed. "He says Joffrey is a bastard," Robb said, voice flat with disbelief. He says Cersei and Jaime." He stopped, swallowing hard. "He says he is the rightful king." Catelyn's mouth tightened. "Truth," she whispered. "Or at least part of it." Robb's gaze lifted to Jon, sharp. In that glance was the unspoken echo of their tent. "Truth is fire." Jon kept his face still. "Stannis will want the realm," Jon said quietly. "And he will want you kneeling." Robb's eyes burned. "I just swore myself king," he rasped. Catelyn's voice was low. "You swore because your father was murdered," she said. "And because the North needed something solid." She looked south, eyes hard. "But the realm is cracking," and cracks spread. Robb's hand crumpled the parchment slightly. "Stannis will fight Renly," he muttered. "Renly will fight Joffrey. Tywin will fight anyone who threatens his power." His voice roughened. "And Baelish will. Baelish will smile," Jon finished quietly, "and make sure everyone bleeds." Silence held again. Then Robb looked out over the riverlands, over mist and fields and the long south road where armies moved like storms. "We answer," Robb said at last, voice steadier. "Not kneeling, not roaring, answering." Catelyn nodded once. "And we keep Sansa alive," she whispered. Jon's throat tightened. "And we find Arya," he said, and the words were not a hope. They were a vow. Robb folded Stannis's letter carefully, then handed it to Catelyn. "Send word to our lords," he said. "Tell them the South fights itself." He looked at Jon. "And tell me where Baelish will push next." Jon stared at the river's current and thought of crossings, of gates, of the Twins' Toll, of King's Landing's walls, of a little girl under a black hood escaping a city that wanted to eat her. "He pushes where hope turns men stupid," Jon said softly. "So we don't give him stupidity." Robb's mouth tightened. "We give him teeth," he murmured. Jon's fingers tightened around the ring in his cloak. Cold dragon heads bit into his palm like a reminder of what he could become if the world forced him. He looked at Robb, brother, king, grief made steel. He looked at Catelyn, mother, wolf, fury sharpened into purpose. He looked south, where the realm burned itself for crowns. "Then we hunt," Jon said quietly, "not as beasts in their story, as men in our own." The raven croaked once, impatient, as if demanding the next message to carry. Below, the rivers ran on, and above them 3 Starks. One born of ice, one forged by grief, one hiding fire under snow, stood together on stone and prepared to write the next move in a war that would decide what the realm feared most.